in that regard. And I think 4MV has been playing a much slower game, and also far on the eastern side, away from Black Esports as much as possible. They've learned their lesson. Akicyber here over on the west. They were fighting with Helium for a while, and they didn't really move away from that one as soon as the circle popped.
2 games already
I
played, but
think the easiest
I just got back home from some
would be on that
practice, so
eastern side,
I was
because you know
rushing.
this is a western playing path. A lot
We
of
can
teams
do a
weren't able
little
to get towards
recap
the east
after,
at the
but
beginning, so
good
most of the
morning.
action
Welcome
is
to
going to be
another
sat
stream
on the
of How
west
We Want
here,
Doing.
which is why you see 4MV
Welcome,
move
welcome.
quite quickly to this eastern edge.
Cyber moving in behind Black Esports, giving them a little bit of a hurry up, but they have to push in towards GOAT quality territory, and they've already lost a player to it. Aussie going down for Black Esports, but now Zvezda in for a challenge. Lord Cedric on the hillside, trying to keep it on lock. Imran going low, but not going down just yet. Symphony wants to try and back up his
Nemo
teammate.
Galaxy won the last
The roll
match.
in from Force misses. The second swing through from Admin doesn't hit either. And now Symphony's challenging Zvezda. Low HP on the low ground, but there is an answer. There comes the off angle. Third parties are starting to come into this fight as well, as that is Black Esports going down. A taste of their own medicine.
Yikes.
Akicyber, very well done. But honestly, I think the key factor in that fight was
This is the main event.
Meantime, 721 up against Nongshim.
The finals.
Doxy in a tricky spot right now. Spidey is knocked. Binny passing that information cross, and he will be flushed out. Doc drops down, and no response.
Yonik and Butcher just sitting pretty on the inside, leaving Aggressor to the Wolves. And Doc is all too happy to chow down on that one. Lovely point, add to the tally. And now a nade being cooked. This could be dastardly. It could be devastating. A big bounce, and Yonik goes down, but Doc has an answer sent back his way. And now Butcher looking for this flush. Last player alive on the 721 Aggressors, and 4MV want the surround play.
Yeah,
this is a perfect opportunity for 4MV to move in as well. They know it. They can clear out 2 teams from this location on a third party. They've cleared out so much space for themselves on this southeast side. A fantastic showing from them. Nongshim Red Force do get 1 player over towards the northwest, who did back out of that one fairly quickly in XZY. But a pretty damn good game here potentially for Regnum Karya. They have one of the only compounds left inside this circle other than GOAT. Unfortunately, does pass away.
Hard
this is definitely an interesting circle coming up, because there is that ridge side that sits in the middle.
What's up,
but that's not going to be accessible until much later in the game. And I think that's realistically a position that starts getting played when there's only 3 teams left. It's quite hard to live in that location with so many eyes on it. So for Regnum Karya and GOAT, they have the main advantage of just having areas that they can sit in and not have to worry about getting shot at. Zol going down to the play zone is odd. I wonder if that's because a couple of shots came through from Nepex, and then he got slightly tickled there by the blue zone itself.
Yeah, it does seem that way. That feels like the most likely explanation. Zol not just going to be sitting in the blue. This northwest shift gives DX Savior the position on the north side. XZY a little bit happy about this, but this southwest edge is going to be deadly here for probably 2 to 3 of these teams trying to move on through, if not more than that. And Zol does get flushed by the play zone. No point going across, but losing a player for 4MV. They're at the back of the queue on this southwest side if they want to try and sweep through that way. So maybe they're going to divert their attention elsewhere. In the meantime, Nepex, they're pushing further out to the west side. And Enigma Galaxy, who have been a bit trapped behind Reject for the time being, are going to have to face off this pressure. Rex with a nade over the top. Precious is there as well. That Molotov slowing them down a little bit, and across the road they go.
It's a really, really quite tough circle here for a lot of teams. And if you're on that southwest side, I mean, that's where you're likely to push in if you start on the west side of the map anyway. But you can't push further over towards the north because the sightlines coming through from GOAT here. So Enigma Galaxy, their life is so rough. Not only because they can't move over towards that north side, but because teams like 4MV, like Nepex, like Akicyber, their only option is to pincer in down towards this south edge.
4MV are almost certainly going to be picking up points here because he's Snowick spotted. Goes on through. Nepex going down and down and down here. Rex, I think the last to stand on the off angle. Reject just continuing to put pressure on. But 4MV are now kind of ahead of the curve for Reject here, and may be able to trap them against the blue zone. Akicyber as well, feeling the heat of the blue zone, pushing them. As Reject line up the roll down as Enigma Galaxy fall first. Who will go down next? That's the question. Rex is still alive, last player, but straight into either Reject or 4MV. Really no good options here, but is he going to thread the needle on this one? No, certainly not. Divine's got his number.
Yeah, Reject's actually It's a precarious spot, but it's a better spot than others because although it's out in the open, it is guarded from sidelines on that north side, and there's plenty of hard cover here that looks over out into open ground. So 4MV, again, kind of stuck. They don't really want to move further over towards that northeast side because luckily for Regnum Kaya, they're still inside the circle. So one shot will go through over towards 4MV, and Reject is very happy to just lock this team out.
A lot of the teams towards the top are starting to drop blank. GOAT quality in that west side position, though, with an opportunity to put the cat amongst the pigeons at the top three. It's Duello launching that Molotov over the top. Reject so far really had a massive impact as defending champions. You'd hope they could have a little bit more. 4MV, their next test as they roll out and around into the blue, giving them the old carousel. Doc on the swivel, good for Duello. Looks to try and turn his attention now to the vehicle rolling away, but hits the deck for the heel. And there's a third party across the way coming through from GOAT quality. They want more though. Duello sends straight back in. The driver's left the vehicle, looks for the shot down, or Doc falls next. However, Reject getting lit up leaves Apollo and Duello in the thick of it.
Yeah, and I think likely to go down as well. Only Duello left remaining behind the tree, and there is an onslaught of fire. And I do want to talk about this because it's very, very important to go over. I love this from GOAT quality. They have that compound on the north side. In many different aspects, they could have just sat up there for the next couple of minutes. Instead, they send two players down towards that south side to clear out the entirety of that southwest edge. They see an opportunity happening there, and they don't sit pretty. They continue to push in. And for GOAT quality, it's the idea of taking advantage of not sitting around and being inactive, having an influence, having a presence inside of the lobby, because they were one of the key factors that made that south push so difficult. So very, very nice from GOAT quality.
Timely press down towards the south side, crunching teams in their maw. 6 teams now remain blank, and the southwest side is, as you say, cleared by GOAT quality. North edge for DXavier, east side for Regnum Kaya. These are the strong points in the circle, and it's very likely that we're going to see these 3 teams battling it out for the first place position, as Influence Rage getting torn apart in the midst of it all. Akicyber have got force as well on that hillside, but you imagine that GOAT quality or DXavier are going to spot that out, and force will be rolled down towards by Lamborghini. Has got the DBS. Ooh, Lamborghini unaware of it. He might be able to get a point for his trouble.
Akicyber finding one. And DXavier very unhappy with this one, sending a scout down towards that south side to take control of the ridge. Not happened. By all rights, Regnum Kaya should win this game, or it's a game that they desperately need to win. They've been given so many advantages here with their compound still on that eastern side. If they don't win this game, it looks very, very bad for them. Loxy even has an MG3. Ramses, though, just allowing him to spray down. Finally, they take him out, but that looked a little bit dangerous, a little worse for wear. Wild even gets taken down by 20% HP.
They should be able to get that res, however, with the cover from the crate. We'll be able to survive just a moment longer, get those reses. You can see Silas wasting no time, getting position against GOAT quality, who will have to run downhill as Akicyber does fall. And indeed it is these 3 teams facing off in the final circles. We're at stage 6, closing in on 7. And with 3 players remaining, DXavier have the numbers disadvantage.
It's a good guess on the smoke as well, even tags him. I mean, Silas very much well known for incredibly long sprays with the M4. And making him work. Such an accurate player as well. He's super precise. FEs from GOAT on this western side. They're getting crunched in slightly, but not really anywhere else they can go. Nasty shot from Regnum Kaya. I don't know how they threaded that one over the rock and the vehicle.
Fair enough. DXavier right now, the only ones in this circle, but on this ridgeline, if GOAT quality get a lineup, or if they get rid of Regnum Kaya, they can really do some damage to the DXavier position.
This is a good wrap. This is a good wrap from Silas. Moves over towards that northeast side. If they can start clearing DXavier from the north, it makes their game so much easier versus GOAT. Luckily, FEs is not letting up the pressure one tiny bit here. Some great shots from him. Silas goes incredibly low. A very, very good thing that he doesn't go down in that situation either, because he's the front man for the team on the north side.
Yeah, Regnum Kaya complete that spin out and will have that line now to the east side of the circle. You can see Loxy anchoring behind the tree, has that vehicle cover as well. DXavier still holding this ridgeline, and GOAT quality have it all to do in this scenario. They're the only team really to make their bid for this one. The other two looking a little bit safer. DXavier don't want to fight Regnum Kaya right now because they know that they're suppressing GOAT quality on this ridgeline. If they can just stay put, avoid the nades that will almost inevitably come from GOAT quality down the hill, it's very likely that we're not going to see GOAT quality make it further.
That's the smart
The
thing
circle
to
edges
do.
even a little bit over towards the east here.
Regnum Kaya
Should win because they've the
to
high
just
ground
cover
advantage
them.
looking down over towards DXavier. You need to move out towards that eastern side into open ground. Ego makes a bit of a crazy play and AT steps up, but Regnum Kaya does not allow anything to go through. Very, very good refrag though from Varadic. Not sure how that happened. It's onto Silas as well, which is the worst member to go down here.
That off angle on the north side, Silas was such an important position for them. Had so much control over this DXavier position, and that opens up a lot more freedom for DXavier to start to move, to start to frag, maybe tag onto Loxy, who you can see was getting sprayed at. Silas is flushed away, and now it's 3 players for DXavier, 2 for GOAT quality, and 3 across the way for Regnum Kaya.
DXavier just need to survive this front versus GOAT. Paragin took the moment in his hands, moving over towards the eastern side, crossing that road nice and early. A full 3v3 now between Regnum Kaya and DXavier.
Loxy has to hit the deck behind the rock there. Currently Regnum have got the only position in the circle. DXavier need to move a little bit further forwards. There are trees. There are small little bits of cover that they can try and play around. And Loxy with a smoke cannon. They're going to try and open up some cover for himself. Stay alive for just a moment longer.
Yeah, the M79 is not going to buy him a huge amount of time, but they don't need a huge amount of time. Most of these locations that currently DXavier is playing in terms of hard cover are outside the circle by a small fraction, but a small fraction is all it really takes at the end of the day. So for Regnum Kaya, they need to sit still on this one.
I don't think so. They were going to roll down towards Paragin. They could get lit up here. Toshpik already tagged twice. And out the window with a shotgun. Hops down and Wild. With a wild swing out. Toshpik is refragged, but that takes another position away from DXavier. I don't think Toshpik's getting back up here, but is this going to be enough to control the position seen by DXavier across the way? What is he doing? He steps forward. That could have been disastrous.
I mean, fair play to Regnum Kaya, because Wild does have a crazy spot right now. M79 immediately laying down that smoke, but it's that angle, right? For DXavier, they have to come out from these spots. I think Paragin would have been that small point of contest which could have swung things favor in the side of DXavier. Great shot from Wild. Now only one left to go in Nati. And again, it's a matter of time. Fantastically done. Regnum Kaya takes the chicken dinner.
What a close out for Wild. It felt like he met no resistance in those final moments, Blank. That sweep out, Toshpik, his chauffeur to the chicken dinner. And it felt like DXavier was so confused by it.
And he loot a crate in the open.
It was a really risky move.
They weren't paying any attention.
They have the time to allow the circle to push those players in from the west, but I think even they realize that they don't want to leave it up to chance. If they can take a 2v1, technically that is a favorable fight for them over towards Paragin, and leaving Loxy behind means those two players can't peek too wide on the western side. So yeah, a really, really good play from Regnum Kaya, but that's bold. It requires confidence, and Regnum Kaya make it work.
Absolutely. Beautiful stuff coming on through. As we take a look at these final moments, you can see in these moments, it was GOAT going down that gave Regnum Kaya a little bit more freedom to move, but we didn't expect them to move that much. I mean, we were talking about them maybe just trying to stay still, play that circle position, but no. Wild had other ideas. And I mean, this final spray downs are crazy. It was kind of strange that they allowed him to go out towards those crates as well.
Well, honestly, they didn't really have any
options. Should have gotten punished for that, but
push down the smokes, and they had no information of where he was, if he was peeking.
He won the entire team on his own really well.
Because of Loxy's spot. It's just very well set up endgame. It is also unfortunate for DXavier that both those rocks were outside of the circle.
I think I can see a player taking to the stage here, Blank. We may be having an interview in a moment with one of our victorious squads. Yeah, I was holding that back, but you know what? Yeah, it will be Silas, one of the greatest guys, one of the greatest players of all time. Great guy as well, but absolutely
great guy.
Doing work for the team to call that one, I'm sure. Maybe Wild had a hand in it, but Silas was happy to serve as the IGL, as he always is. A long-standing face in PUBG Mobile. But let's head back to the stage with Barney and Silas.
Welcome to the main stage. I've got Silas here from Regnum Carrier Esports. A couple of questions and I'll let you go because I know that you need to get back into the swing of things, but you held a compound really early on in that game and you kind of held it, and it was really important that you didn't kind of expand too much. Have you been working on kind of slow rolling it a bit more and being more methodical with your approach?
Oyunun başından itibaren alanları çok iyi sabit tuttunuz, kendinizde tuttunuz. Böyle yavaş oyun oynamakla ilgili daha önceden bir deneyiminiz var mı? Böyle stratejik ve taktiksel bir oyunla ilgili daha önce çalışmış mıydınız?
Yani sadece şanslıydık. Yani alan attı. Alan atmasa da oynardık tabii ki ama şansımız yaver gitti. Win aldık.
We were really lucky. The area was on us, so it's cool. And we did it. We were lucky.
Silas, I didn't get a chance to talk to you in December at PMGC. Really close, obviously second place, that's got to hurt, but how have you made sure that you're going to bounce back stronger? What have you guys been working on between December and now?
Aralık ayında sadece birkaç puanla kaybettiğiniz bir konu var. Oradan buraya nasıl bir sıçrama yaptınız? Motivasyonunuzu ve kendinizi nasıl buraya kadar getirdiniz ve şu an bu win'i aldınız?
Yani çalışmalarımız aynı şekilde devam ediyor. Ne yaptıysak yani aynı şekilde yapmaya devam ediyoruz. Sadece daha fazla odaklandık, daha fazla hırslandık. Yani kaybetmemiz bu sene için bizi daha tehlikeli yaptı diyebilirim.
We are studying, we are working on it, same, it doesn't change, but losing on December, it just made us much more dangerous.
Much more dangerous and I imagine much more hungry for the victory. Thank you so much for joining me in this interview. I really appreciate it, Silas. And we're going to head back over to the analysts to continue day one of our main event.
Regnum Carrier finally waking up here on day one of the main event. And for this team, I mean, we got to talk about it a little bit more too, that we're talking about in regards to how much, you hold a compound, you make sure you don't lose it, and if the circle goes your way, you usually win, Max.
Yeah, I mean, I like the interview there because not like, oh, we were so smart, we knew the circle was going to go there. It's like, no, we got lucky. Like, come on, let's not mess around right now. But they played really well. One thing I do want to highlight, actually, by how they played it, despite them being in the compound, they were still kind of proactive here in Iptera. With Silas, he's a very proactive IGL, leaving that position a lot, getting information just to know what kind of threats could possibly come their way later on down in that match. And that alone gave them so much information that they know where teams are coming from to then set up that final fight for that 2-2 split.
Yeah, absolutely. You know who else is super proactive on that team? It's Wild. That he's going to be our MVP for this game.
Right?
Very nicely done.
That
there you
rotate
see
that
those
Wild
stats
did
come up, and
was
no, look, it's
wild.
Force and Ramses next to each other.
And what team is Ramses already?
Ramses is on Upgrade?
Yes, good.
Yes.
You guys might not know what's going on because if you didn't watch TDM from yesterday, you need to go check it.
Yeah, you do. It's very funny. But yeah, really nice damage from them, really nice elims as well across the board, and some very, very similar time frames, some survival times that we got going on here, Max.
Yeah, definitely a lot of teams able to reach the late game. I have to say, though, for every single team, not an easy terrain. Except for Regnum Carrier, they were given like that compound. The terrain was just horrible. You're getting pushed downhill, going over roads. You got a few rocks and trees, but really not that many.
Yeah.
If you don't come in with a very strong game plan, and especially players to back up those play with off angles, you're just going to crumble apart. So a lot of teams, I think, understood we're not winning this game. We're just going to try and get a few scraps here and there.
I will have to say it was a little bit scary seeing Silas get eliminated there whenever he was trying to get that scouting done.
Yeah, it really was, but I'm really glad that his teammates picked it right back up, right? I mean, they did a very, very good job. But yeah, I think it was really nice to see them use that pivot, eliminate that anchor of Peregrine, and actually continue that fight.
I do like it because some IGLs I know I talked to said, I start to really IGL once I'm eliminated. It's just like, I can just look at all the POVs, it's kind of cool. It's like an RTS at that point, just controlling your troops around the battleground. But no, Silas was definitely trying to do as much as possible. Got taken out a bit early, it does happen though. As we go through the highlights, I do know here in Iptera that Akicyber kind of stole the mojo of another squad.
They really did, and I love the adaptability coming in from Akicyber because they used Black's strategy against them, completely against them. it was really, really nice because they came in right behind Black as they were finishing up, as they were getting ready to actually get into zone. They were right there and going, no zone for you, we want it, please, let's have it. And they did a really, really good job with it.
And actually, I'm happy you're talking about Akisaiba. I want to highlight one player from Akisaiba, which is Vezda. We've seen this guy being one of the top fraggers of the team, right? He's been doing amazingly well going into the prelim. But one thing I want to highlight is that he was involved in the direct confrontation versus Black, and he was behind a tree with a shotgun. Does not get too overconfident. He waits for his teammates to roll over that ridge line, get the big off-angle advantage, and then he starts to commit and just clears the entirety of Black. So Vezda, really aggressive, but not overstepping his welcome when time requires it.
Regnum Karia there with the 16 points. One team that I actually thought was going to end up taking it. It's not DX. I thought it was going to be GOAT Neptura.
So did I. I think that was definitely one of our favorites to go in. I really liked how they played everything. They had a really, really nice push into Rejects, I think it was. Yeah,
and Akisaiba too,
yeah, and them too, right. Because GOAT couldn't actually push into that new zone because of that off angle, because of the south side. It was very, very busy. So what they ended up doing is waiting, timing that third party really nicely, got rid of Rejects super easily, and then they had both the high ground and room to actually push.
One thing that's very important, as I talked about already, the circle, this kind of terrain was very, very rough for all of these teams. One big advantage you can get is high ground, which is actually what GOAT understood from the get-go. Leave the compound, roll down the hilltops. From that off angle from the high ground, they started obliterating all the teams, such as Reject and Akisaiba, as you mentioned, and get himself a really, really solid game. Actually, because of that, we do see some actually pretty decent shifts happening over here, and R8 still standing strong, but DX jumping up in second place.
I'm actually surprised to see R8 being still in first place because R8 and LGD, they got eliminated fairly on. And this is something that we're going to have to keep a close eye on because it is only going to be 2 days. Anything can happen. Some of these teams at the top, they might want to try to think about possibly creating some buffer for themselves.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I think certainly teams like Nigma Galaxy, for instance, who have had a really, really good day so far, might want to start thinking about, now we're kind of halfway through the first day, thinking about stepping it up just a little bit, continuing that gap, creating that gap, and getting it to where they need to be, because you never know how day 2 is going to go.
And for some other teams like Reject, upgrade. This isn't the prelims anymore. You're not going to be able to take off day 1 and hope that you make a huge comeback on day 2. They definitely need to wake up.
I'm not going to lie, we saw some games in the prelims with positions open that should not be open. And we know that when we go into a higher caliber lobby, those positions were going to be taken pretty much instantly. And now Upgrade, we see them struggling to find playable spots. They're a lot of the time on the edge, which we know when you're an aggressive team like Upgrade, you want to try and play center, get involved in the conversation pretty damn early. They just can't do so. And to adapt on a 2-day tournament like this against this kind of lobby is really tough, Neptura.
Yeah, it is. It is. And especially when you consider, as you said, right, that Upgrade are a very central team. Time and time again, we see them go straight to that center.
Not in this
there's
one.
no space, to the edge you go. And when you're not an edge team, to the lobby you go. So it's been a very, very difficult day for them so far.
And Max, during that engagement between 4 and B, actually before they even engaged, you were talking about how 4 and B could possibly wrap around, but the biggest worry was that they were going to end up having to fight and end up getting third party, and that's ultimately what happened.
There were so many teams down there. I'm looking right now at the map feed. We had ourselves like Nigma Galaxy, Helion, Akisaiba, T721, Aggressors, you had Nebex2, Nocturne Red Bull, like just so many squads to the southern side. Though there was actually one advantage for them 7 here, which is they were actually involved in the fights, but they were outside pretty much from the engagement. They were over to the east, and there were no teams further east than them, which means if they want to apply pressure, if they want to fight, they can do it without any teams fighting them from the backside. So that was kind of an advantage, but still when you fight 1, 2, 3 teams in a row here, Nep, you're just going to start losing players eventually.
It's going to happen. The other thing I really liked, though, is Xavier, able to have that anchor spot of Peregrine, right? He did a really, really good job of controlling that area, and you saw just how vital his position was when Regnum Karia were actually able to take him out, and then it was just game over from there, because as central as that ridge was, 7, it was very, very open, and they needed Peregrine in that spot.
I did enjoy that massive split that DX had at one point. That was favorable. And then whenever Silas did end up getting knocked, I was like, okay, DX, do your thing. You might be able to do something here, but for everybody currently watching at home, don't forget that players worldwide are checking in on the... I mean, just check out the map. the WoW map, because you're going to be able to enter the map ID that's going to end up appearing on your screen. And before it appears, oh, okay, they beat me to it. 12-12-35-03. Immerse yourself in the full panoramic experience of the PMGO Uzbekistan offline tournament without leaving your home. Start your virtual venue for now, because the tour, I mean, the area, I think this might be one of my favorite stages.
Absolutely. I totally agree with that. I've been watching PUBG for a long time. This is very cool. I love the colors. I love the setup. I love these big...
To enter the map experience of the PMGO Uzbekistan offline tournament without leaving your home. Start your virtual venue for now, because the tour, I mean, the area, I think this might be one of my favorite stages.
I'm hopping into PUBG real quick and check it out, since we're waiting on the next game to start. So it's 12-12. PMGO 2025 arena per 20. That's hopping. This is what it looks like. This is crazy. Can I get inside? Chat, so they said this is the venue. This is what the venue looks like for PMGO. So they did a WoW map, and I'm just checking it out. Should I kill him, chat? Or no? Let him live. Let's head back down here and see what's up. So these are just some tunnels. Yeah, I guess it's just that. Can I get inside of the building? That's the thing. This is insane. This is sick. Time to head back up. There should be a door like where we could go inside, but I'm not seeing it. Alright. Time to head back in the game.
This
One of their players, the 27 aggressor,
Bro,
who have lost one
our
of their
team
own,
died already.
are going to be looking to try and pull things back into control.
That's why. I'm gonna pull it back up and see that far. See if we can see
As
that
well,
far.
pump action good for Ida around the door frame. Look, doesn't have any rounds in the chamber. No, he's out of slugs.
It's the
Needs to
same
get the
teams
reload going.
again.
But that PP Bison for Mast will hold down the door frame for the meantime.
Two players now for LGD. Good name from Tian.
Alright, it's Jaren first. What are you doing? Just give it up.
Another situation will be solo survival.
If I'm in first,
South George, North George,
and there's a team keep on landing on us, I would have switched to drop location for sure because I'm in first.
But Prestige is now down. A solo left remaining.
A lot of damage done though, both ways and through the middle
That's
of it.
why.
Oh, that was a revolver shot down. Coming on through.
Alright, let's continue watching
At
this.
the moment, as opposed to sticking around on Sosnovka. You still got around about a minute 40 to go before that circle does close and we see stage 2.
Correct.
So a lot of teams are just kind of hunkering down. Oh. Little boy.
Doesn't complete the spray.
It just makes me laugh that Nepex has done the same thing 2 games running. Just forgetting that someone could be playing up here. Luckily for Precious, I mean, skirmished it out.
Amnesia, a superpower here, no fear, rolling into a scenario that could be your doom. But then again, sometimes you win those. It seems like Precious will do so. Domain is down in the meantime. 1 first aid for Lil Boy, so doesn't want to over-invest it here. May have a bandage or 2 to back it up. No stims active either, which means he's not healing up over time, whereas Nepex seemed to be. Domain going to get rezzed, and a regroup for Nepex. Gives them the advantage in this fight. Command over this bridge opening.
Far in the back line, actually.
Let's go, Nigma.
Hills. Influence Rage is just going to give it up there. Teams have situated themselves alongside the coast, you know, preparing for that odd eventuality that we do end up down towards Sosnovka. I'd say it's a little bit unlikely, but it's not out of the picture here. So teams are still going to prepare for it, get themselves close to these bridges. 4MV, I think they've got the best deal out of it, being so close to the bridge.
12 player down already on the first circle. How close?
Outside. But yeah, that was the first elim that came through.
Yikes.
Galaxy taking some chunks as well, which is not ideal for their bid towards the top of the tables. If you guys want to stay ahead of these circle shifts, Blank, you need to head over to the map stream as well, which you can find on YouTube, because we've just had a hard north shift, which you would have seen if you were tuned into that map stream on a second screen available to you. And it is a hard north shift confirming we're not on Sosnovka. 4MV fully regroup. We're sending out to the west side of Pachinki again.
Yeah, back up to where we've seen before. I mean, overall, a very, very nice position for Regnum Karya, who actually saddled themselves over the top side of Pachinki here towards Church. And I think Regnum Karya could be setting themselves up for another good game, especially with this hard shift. Definitely plays into their favor, I would say, considering that this was kind of undecided between the south and the north. But I do like the quick and swift rotate they made there, though a lot of other teams have already tried to set themselves up for success. This traffic jam, though, down towards the south, is disgusting.
I mean, Nepex have forced the issue here. One of Influence Rage tried to go out with that hovercraft across the water. You can see Lil Boy in that right now, but had to divert back because Nepex were chasing down the remnants of his team. 2 players into sorry, one player actually still in that hovercraft. The others, they're going to send all the way out west on the land in the vehicles that they have available. You imagine that Nepex may think that there's more in that vehicle, but they're going to be aware now as Precious has their number, spots this rotate, and it's 2 players against 4, potentially, if Nepex roll onto this hilltop.
Again, though, really, if you're Nepex, you let Influence Rage get across that water. You make a rotate on the eastern side and swing back around the school. Try and play up towards ruins on this one. It's just a weird play to me from Nepex. Totally out of the equation of endgame possibilities. Not always looking towards the future here are some of these teams.
Influence Rage, I mean, currently they're breaking out for this west bridge. It's not really worth your time to guard this west bridge with the circle as it sits, which means it's very likely to be open. And I think that's what Influence Rage have read into. What they may not expect is a team just over that ridge line as they come across in the 721 aggressors, although it is a very popular location to play. That compound, nice strong outlook, and it is a little bit towards the edge of the circle, so maybe not 100% that there's a team there, but you will certainly be wary of it as you get across. And it looks like Influence Rage will be making that path, except for Lil Boy, who I think may be on the swim if his hovercraft went down fully.
So funny to me that Nigma Galaxy do get Pachinki, but despite that, DXavier act like they own Pachinki. A lot of us coming over here and just kind of shunting Nigma Galaxy out.
Why not? Push them on their way. Give them a little bit of firm encouragement here as Snowix encouraged it a little too firmly for his liking. DXavier pick up a point for it.
Yeah, you guys can have Pachinki. That's all yours. That's all yours.
But actually, we are in Pachinki.
But we'll be coming back later to collect.
Oh, they're just paying rent then.
Yeah, they are. Price just went up.
Absolutely.
By 2 knocks.
You know, in this economy, you're not staying in Pachinki for free, my friend. That's a point. Thank you very much. Shift over to Gatka, though.
That's pretty
on the
grim,
west side.
actually.
It is pretty grim. It's going to force a lot of teams to enter those hills to the west of Pachinki. Those open fields create this north-south dichotomy of rotational paths that you need to choose from. That can be a tricky business. Reject, though, on the north side, you can see they are making the early break over towards the north side of Chopsticks. It seems like that could be a pretty prescient decision.
Yeah, I mean, there is like the buildings that sit to the side of Chopsticks as well, which could be very, very nice to hold on to. But likewise, just even holding the edge and the end of Chopsticks
first place.
Your heads are undercover, right? You have that lower ground where you can peek up from, you can get a bit of information off the back of it. Scouting's good from there too, which is nice.
They did a stupid job.
How teams play around this one, because again, it is that scenario of so many of our squads are all coming in from one direction.
If you lose the fight once, well, probably this is the second time losing that fight, so
some of these circles, I'd like to see that a little bit more. On screens, though, it is Hellion, as well as
I don't think on a third job they'll go there for sure, because they'll outsport the fight.
The staircase and actually finds the flush onto Falcon. Doesn't have too much health to be working with, and Zvezda, you're right, he's crawling around, clambering for any sort of safety he can find, and Imran finally up to as much health as he's going to get, I think, in this scenario, but sees a nade going up to the sky and immediately bouncing down. Hellion with maybe a bit of a misthrow there, but that's going to do a lot of damage, and you can see players waiting in the wings on those off angles. I see DXavier poking their noses in. I see LGD taking some shots out this way, and down go Aki Cyber.
It's a nice shot coming through from Tian. Long distance, waiting for him to post up in that backside building. But for LGD, I mean, they rotated down from South George. They picked up this compound. It's a nice spot to play for them. They're extremely central, in slight danger of being crashed towards that late game. But again, that is going to be late game by the time that happens. And with how difficult this circle is to play a lot of times, you're going to be losing players left, right, and center. So we'll see how much value LGD can extract from this match. Yeah, Nepex just, they took way too much time, man.
They didn't allow Influence Rage to get away as soon as they would have liked, and you're right, they paid the price. Slow on that rotate, and out. another of their players goes. Upgrade trying to move on the southwest edge, but there's so many teams on the south side. In the meantime, Nongshim Red Force and Black Esports at loggerheads. 2 players alive for Black Esports. There's a player just behind where our camera perspective sits right now. But Tizzy's on the inside with Zeptimus. Takes him very, very low. There's a nade bobbling around, but that's a 3rd player to fall down. And I think the off angle coming through from Nongshim Red Force actually finds the last player from Black Esports. They go down, and Doc, the only casualty for Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, well played. Well played to Nongshim Red Force there. Get rid of Black Esports. There is a position on that northeast side that teams could take. Paragon's currently sending far over towards the northern edge, though. And he has scouted it.
Okay.
And he's calling back that it's free, so DXAV can take a quick and speedy rotate up towards that location. Regnum Karya, a little bit clueless there.
Drop the ball.
Yeah, they've just let that one go through, and they're not even taking shots here. Again, it is on the outer edge, so for DXAV, perhaps this is more just of a position that they can hold on to, but I would have thought that Regnum Karya would have at least taken some shots.
4MV falling in the crunch. An upgrade, the recipient of a whole bunch of points there. 4 now on the cards. Molodoi did go down. Ruzen, though, resupplying on the death crates. An upgrade now moving in behind GOAT quality. This is on the south side, outside of the circle, as we are getting pressured in. Stage 4, which means you get knocked in the circle. You are not going to get rezzed unless you get carried out of the circle, either by your own crawling or by a teammate in a vehicle.
Very, very difficult circle to play in. A lot of open land here, John, at the moment. I really have liked how DXAV has played today. Again, very disciplined play. I think Paragon's been making some very cool moves during these matches. I just feel like there's a very direct competition between Regnum Karya and DXAV at the moment in terms of the rotations and where they like to go on the map.
It's interesting to me how DXAV didn't all go to that compound that Paragon scouted. Instead, they've opted to line the roadside north of Regnum Karya, and that makes their rotation out of there very, very difficult. It also puts pressure on the teams by proxy to the south. So I think this is really smart from DXAV.
Yeah, because they could have held that compound, but right now what that compound is to them is just an anchor point. They want to hold further forward because it is 50% of the zone in control of Nongshim Red Force as well as DXAV. GOAT's a little late to the party, and this is where that lineup comes into effect, John.
GOAT quality careening into the side of Laviso. FES, the nade. Not going to land behind.
Influence out, 4 out.
Sprays it out. That's that backstop off angle, the anchor.
Enigma
way
on
down the rotation from GOAT quality, and they have to fall back.
Reject 13. I mean, reject.
DXAV to 3 elims. Great stuff.
This is what? A 3-day event?
Yeah,
I would have to check. But
I think they were first place before. They leaped over.
It's a final, you have to stay close to the bubble as much as possible.
Beat them on the tiebreaker, yeah. So now they've fully leapt over them.
Karya getting lit up. This is the pressure the DXAV have forced on them, right? Regnum Karya, do you go into this 3-player hold onto these ridge lines? I don't think so. You're going to have to swing south. This is an unfortunate circle shift, though. If you guys have the map feed up, you'll see this hard southwest side shift on the circle. We've had a lot of difficult shifts this game, Black.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at this one as well, though, it's LGD, who are probably going to be first to face here. I think it's a reasonable position to play. I mean, you can back it up all the way to the sheds at the back of this small collection of buildings. But teams would like that. For Reject, though, huge boon for them.
Massive.
Sending over to what is open ground all around them with clear sightlines from that position. Should be a strong game from Reject. I mean, if you were looking at all the cards in front of us here.
I think it depends on what Nongshim Red Force do, right? If they get a successful crash, obviously they could take down that position, but I don't think it's likely they'll get across that open field unharried, unhampered by teams like GOAT quality, by teams like Regnum Karya, who may actually just be able to roll straight across. Hang on a minute, maybe not. They are getting torn to pieces. Wild pulled out the back of the vehicle. They're going to keep on going over towards LGD. Regnum Karya, I mean, they've managed to keep 3 players alive, Blank. I don't know how they got that one through.
Yeah, it was a Hail Mary. But the Hail Mary does work specifically because of how these compounds are set up. It's hard to get efficient shots down across these two buildings over towards the longhouse, right? And that's why Regnum Kari crashed into this one. So it is shareable. You would like to get rid of the team that sits at the end there, so you have the 2-story for yourself. But I think Regnum Kari are very happy just to sit in this one. Whoever is on the end is likely a diminished team. Regnum Kari understands that, and they were happy to give one player.
Nongshim Red Force on the road now. They're opting to sweep wide out to the west side and maybe approach Reject's compound. No, they're going to sweep all the way into NepX. They're going to crash straight into the north side of the Nepalese team and into the end of the chopstick. Death in a basin delivered on the defense.
Good spray down. I mean, for Nongshim Red Force, not many options available to them other than to face up against NepX, but clean sweep from Rex there. DXavier still trying to figure out their next move. So we saw Regnum Kari still sitting over towards that eastern edge where they had safety before they made that rollout. Yeah, so many teams are going to struggle. I genuinely don't think many teams can crash onto Reject as long as they consistently hold them down. You can see this field in front of them. It's nice that we get to get an aerial view over this location. Very easy to hold on the outside of the building as well, so you're not locked into sight lines that are made worse by the fact you have to look through the windows because you're only getting set sight lines from that. But the fact you're able to play on that little trench area is really nice for you.
Many, many knocks, and in they go for more. Lamborghini with the pump action, and now it's just one player on the hold around the edge. They'll keep on going, but Nancy goes down, Leviso goes down as well. Lamborghini has fallen too, and it's all onto Paragin on the off angle. That was a third party from Regnum Kari actually over towards this push, and now Paragin has to move if he wants the rest of his team alive.
It was Hellion that was taking shots over towards them.
As well, I think everyone was.
Yeah. Pretty much everyone took shots over towards DXavier. LGD as well, I think it was Tian. I think Regnum Kari kind of just ignored that. They were looking further down towards the southwest. Yeah, shifters go back over towards that northeast side. I think DXavier is kicking themselves at the moment over this. But this has just been a game of hard shift into hard shift into hard shift. Though I feel like in that situation, DXavier maybe could have waited for this next circle, potentially.
Valo wins these on the south side. I'm looking at him being a snake in the grass. He's been solo for a long time for Enigma Galaxy. Yonik has been taking a lot of shots as well, so his position is fully known, and Regnum Kari were taking shots back out his way. This is a replay on the rundown, right? And it was a little bit too messy for my liking.
Yeah, it was staggered. I think it's the staggered nature. I think if DXavier all hit that at the same time, it's a very different story. Because they were clearly better in terms of mechanical skill by GOAT there. It's just GOAT had all targets in the same place. That's Hellion now. 3 elims, 0 placement points, going down in 9th place.
Mad dash for Yonik. Wants to be ahead of the zone, drawing the fire of Regnum Kari. I was going to say RCB, but then I cut myself far too short, far too early. Paragin holding his nerve behind the hay bale. Will be able to survive just a moment longer with 7 elims. DXavier keep on climbing.
Yeah, I mean, despite everything, very respectable scoreline from DXavier. 7 elims here. Upgrade losing 2 players. They attempt to hit the smoke train and get across, but Reject's having none of it. And to be honest to you, Reject has such clear goals now in mind over towards the storm drains that this is a very easy position to hold on to.
Buzz down at the end of the storm drain. Enigma Galaxy do get spotted. That goes into the pocket. I think that might have been upgrade if the crowd noise is anything to go by.
6 elims though, not bad. Not bad at all. That loot crate actually is not a terrible spot for Paragin to play on.
If you're looking at the map feed, that is to the middle of this open field, if you can push up towards the rest of the players.
We'll see how Reject plays out the rest of this game, because Regnum Kari at some point need to deal with LGD. I think they're hoping the circle cuts them out beforehand, so they can't just wait. Last time I said to wait, though, Regnum Kari just took all the restraints off.
They dropped the lead weights there. We're taking a look at some of the knocks over towards upgrade from LGD on the high ground. We also saw Ramses beating Narvalo in the 1v1. Under pressure on the high ground. Ramses just trying to heal out in the zone right now by the looks of it. And I don't know how much longer he can last, but he's giving it a good go. Blank. 5 teams remain. If you can outlast one of them, that's more points for you. He's only got 1 first aid left. He's dashing across the open field, and it's Reject to pick the point.
Again, ridiculously good result there for DXavier. And he does move up over towards that loot crate. The fact that they have 7 eliminations and a top 4, I mean, that's very successful. The vehicle sort of gives him away. But it's Reject who has to move. Tian needs to regroup with Mau Mau in the building towards the north here. Regnum maybe, possibly looking at a back-to-back.
Regnum Kaya really wants to keep this under control. Reject have to make the move though, Blank. It is all on them to make this decision. And this sweep out wide from Divine, I think, is probably the correct play here. If you get rid of Paragin on this angle, you can start to occupy the field. And that's what Reject are looking to do.
It's a lovely wide swing. Getting towards the backside of Paragin. He's fully smoked as well. And I think the distance they are away from them in the vehicles, he has no idea. Regiosio holds the off angle. Nades start to come through from LGD. Mau Mau knows that they need to get rid of Regnum Karia and Sood. This would be an incredible push from them if they're able to make it happen.
Mau Mau dodges the first. Tian as well, avoiding the damage. Toshpik and Loxy both on the cook. And the launch comes in from Tian. Half HP into Toshpik. Mau Mau still yet to unleash his. Loxy trying to drop the smokes. No damage found from either of those, unfortunately. And now Mau Mau into the building. Playing up and close. Loxy with the DBS pump action for Mau Mau. And it is going to be Loxy to pull the trigger first on the door frame. Immediate flush. It's all up to Tian for LGD as Regnum Kaya want to hold their line. Stop them from moving on in any further. Tian cannot step into the fire there. It's getting a little bit too toasty, but has some flames of his own to dish out. Silas has that off angle on the long. Taking a tickle of damage. Does start to burn out onto Toshpik and actually gets a good Molotov on the door frame. Loxy now in a little bit of danger. In the meantime, Paragin did fall out in the fields, Blank. That means Reject are starting to establish their line.
Nice.
Loxy shuts down the compound, but with the pick onto Paragin, Reject have it in control.
Yeah, Regnum Kai just kind of allows LGD to sit in that building for a little bit too long. By that happens though, Reject has been clearing the entirety of the field up to the roadside. Such an important factor here as well. And they have Duello on this nasty off angle over towards the road. That's on the right hand side of your screen there. So I think Regnum Kaya likely are going to go down here to Reject. They were very proactive inside of this circle. They cleared out a huge amount of space. There's only 1 location left remaining for them. Now they just need to make sure that they hit these shots. And I think with Duello being on that off angle where we saw go down earlier alongside with DXavier, this should be a pretty clean win here for Reject, the defending champions.
I mean, it may be unexpected as well because they were embroiled in the fight with LGD. Duello may have gone unnoticed breaking out this side, and I think Silas may not have realized that there was a player here. Almost stops dead in the middle of the open because he realizes Duello is there, and that leaves Regnum Kaya with 2 players on the inside of the compound, and Reject with a battering ram to keep them locked onto the inside, put them under siege.
Yeah, I think Regnum Kaya knows it, we know it. But Reject do not want to give up on 1 more extra elimination as Regiosio tries to get the building to get at least a tag off.
Not going to happen. Toshpik fancy on the feet there. Play zone claims the final victim, but it's Reject from Japan, our defending champions here at PMGO, to be able to take a chicken dinner and at a much needed juncture.
Yeah, very good work to them. I think it's a strong game too overall. They played it well, a nice wide wrap from them. They were nice and early towards that circle, picking themselves a very good compound with so much area around it to deal with. Very, very lovely stuff. I think overall for Reject as well, it's that moment where they're in the fields, when after they make that wide round, they take down Paragin, and then they clean out the rest. So between Regnum Kaya taking that long extended fight between them and LGD, Reject's position in the circle was just getting more and more solidified as time went on. And that's the proactive nature that you want to see in a team.
Definitely needing to take that momentum onto side. Loxy behind the bed frame. Unexpected for Mau Mau. Although they did know that there were plenty of players on the inside there. Tian goes down to Loxi as well in those final moments. But it was Reject, really, who made the most of this match in those final moments. That timely swing out to the north side, clearing Paragin whilst the fight popped off, and then establishing so much control.
It's a nasty read as well from Duello, knowing how Silas likes to play. He was trying to go for that wide swing over towards that vehicle so he could potentially create a little bit more open ground for the rest of the team. But the fact that Duello's still there makes it so difficult.
We are going to be heading down to the stage for an interview again, and we are going to be this time joined by Reiji, one of the most long-standing players as well from the Japanese region and in PUBG Mobile in general. Over to Barney.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main stage where I've got Reiji here with me from your reigning champions of PMGO, Reject. Reiji, I feel like you needed that. Great performance, but I do feel like something's been lacking from Reject so far today. What's the problems you've been encountering?
第4試合はすごく素敵な勝利ができたんですけれども、前半はそんなにうまくいかなかった気がするんですけど、この最初の3つのゲームはいけなかったことは何でしたか？
そうですね、物資があまり美味しくなかったので、自分たちの得意な形を作ることができないのと、あとは少し緊張があったのかなとは思います。
So first of all, the looting phase wasn't too good for us. We couldn't get what we want, what we like, the system we want to get in place. We just couldn't get that. And I think we're just a little bit unlucky with that. So, and also the stress kind of like ate us at the beginning, but now we're all good.
Now you're finding your groove here on the main stage. Now, Reiji, you're actually the new IGL of the team at the moment. How have you embraced that role? And, what stamp are you putting on the team now as the IGL?
レイジさんはチームの新しい IGL になりましたけれども、これはどのような気持ちでしょうか。そしてチームにどのような影響を与えたいですか。
今のアンチのメタだったりチームの強みを生かせることが僕の長所でもあると思っているので、その部分を含めて変更したっていう感じです。
So in this current meta, I feel like my role main is to get the strength out of my team, to let them shine in the current meta. So that's what I'm focusing on, and that's what I'm bringing to the table in the new team.
Amazing, I love it. Reiji, thank you so much for joining me in this post-match interview. You guys are performing really well. Let's see if you can continue that momentum. And thank you so much to Victor as well for joining us here on stage. But for now, let's head back over to the analysts to continue day one of the main event.
The 2024 PMGO and the 2024 PMWC MVP Reiji also there. That's what we've been wanting to see out of them. They were a little bit quiet there at the start, but good bounce back for Reject.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal stuff from Rejects. I love what they did there throughout the entire game, and I will be gloating a little bit later, but that's for later. What I want to talk about right now is the end of zone, Max, because that was very, very well played, as we would expect from a team of this caliber. I mean, to set it up slightly, you did just see it, but Paragin has that anchor point right at the north side, right in the middle of the field. It's not looking good because he actually controls so much of that open space, as do LGD, as you see here. MVP here, nothing to mess with. And also, who was it in the other thing? Regnum Karya, that's right.
She didn't need me.
I didn't even need you, I remembered.
One thing, since you're bringing up Regnum Karya, we saw LGD versus Regnum Karya pretty much coexisting for the longest
entire time.
It wasn't Regnum Karya versus LGD. It was Regnum Karya with LGD.
Yeah.
They were working together
Absolutely.
in complete symbiotic relationship in that compound. And actually, LGD had a pretty smart play looking at some of the top players, by the way. We do have then Tian that has been a top performer for the team alongside the great nades from Mao Mao. Good stuff from those two players in particular. But they did lose two players early to R8, which I think that's its own issue. I hope to see fix going into tomorrow because that was our last wrangle for today.
Don't get me started.
But, that's an entire different topic there. We were going to get pretty involved in that one. But actually, they had two players in the compound and they start shooting at everyone as two players. And that's a really smart thing to do because then teams around you think, oh, that's a full squad because they're willing to fight. They're looking really confident. We're not going to crash them. That is a very small detail that not many teams do, but when they do it, and in this case, it was really, really impactful. And you even saw that Regnum Karya were a little bit hesitant. Is that a team? But they ended up only having two, so they could work in a symbiotic relationship in that compound.
Yeah, and that makes them even more dangerous, right? For a team like Rejects, it was like, well, we don't know when they're going to fight, so we really just have to hold back because the zone was so open. But I tell you what, they timed that really, really well. They waited for that zone shift. They waited for everybody to just chill and wait. And then the minute that Regnum Karya and LGD started fighting, they were like, boom, time to go. Let's go. We are ready to get onto the show and get with it. So what they did in the end, what did they do in the end? They went all the way to the north side. They're like, nah, this compound is busy. They are fine. We don't need to worry about them because they're not worrying about us. Peregrine all of a sudden is like, oh no, I am surrounded. What do? I go out to a nade. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. From there on, Rejects have that momentum, the mobility with all those vehicles to just go, Rejects, Regnum Karya, chill, fine. There's only one solo. The zone's coming in. This is our time to shine, and boom, win achieved.
Win achieved. What a great achievement. But Reject had the information. They didn't see any movement out of that compound of Regnum Karya and of LGD. Like, you guys aren't really doing anything with this circle. We are going to be the one to be proactive. We're going to send it up north, get the angle, and off the back of that, secure that juicy chicken dinner.
See, Regnum Karya, I was going to say Reject, actually, with the 16 points right there. One team that I wanted to see a little bit more of, especially with the north control they were having at one point, Nongshim Red Force. Man, they let me a bit down because I really thought they were going to be going for it.
Yeah. Do you want to jump on that?
No, you go ahead.
Nongshim Red Force. There were a lot of teams trying to actually capitalize on that northern side. Of course, Reject, you had the South Xavier, and you had NSR, Nongshim Red Force. And yeah, Seven?
Sorry. You remember that crazy split that Reject had, though?
Yeah.
I think it was Apollo. I really enjoyed that. That
Scouting.
was
Yeah, he was
really
getting
nice.
actually some really, really valuable information, especially in fields. You never know. You might just have one player straggling around one of those hay bales. It's always an issue. You want to get rid of them as soon as possible. So scouting from Apollo was definitely really impactful. And the Nongshim Red Force would love to see them go a little bit further away. But when you don't have too many strong positions, especially strong buildings to play with, it is going to make it quite tough for you to play around that. So quite unfortunate. They're looking at the second page of these rankings. Yeah, Ningma Galaxy, unfortunately, not able to follow up with that win from earlier, and a bit of a downwards trend.
What are we talking about?
4 and V. 4 and V. Max, no, was it that you predicted? That hurts. It's okay. It's all right. Yeah, you know what? Just saying. Just saying. But I know, Neptura, you do want to give us a bit more insight in regards to Reject and what they were able to do throughout that map.
I'm ready. All right. You know that whole setup in the final game that we just saw? The way they did it, and I am going to gloat here. This is the gloating point. When Rejects did... Nope, wait. There we go. When Rejects did this, I was like, they're going to win. Because look at this zone coming in here. You have a zone like this. Sure, why not? All of these teams, a little bit off, but all these teams going here, and it's just one great big happy family to the south side. The minute that Rejects go, no thank you, we're going to go over to Gakka and basically stay there near Gakka, it was like easy peasy, so done, because by the time teams actually get to them, they're kind of done. All those teams are low, they've got no utilities, they've got no health, there's nothing for them.
Yeah, one of my favorite things to see macro-wise is seeing a team understand how an entire lobby reacts to a circle shift and being able to outplay pretty much 15 teams all in one singular rotation. And that's what allowed them to get himself that chicken dinner and actually jump up nicely up on that first page in 7th position. But DX 42 points, they get already halfway through to what you need to get to start smashing in that game.
DX being consistent there just throughout those Erangels, and I'm honestly surprised to see LGD still there in second place with hot drops.
With 2 hot drops.
On a wrangle.
No, wait, 7 with 3 hot drops. Sandhawk as well. 3 hot drops in their second place. This is an exception to the rule. Don't hot drop anybody. Don't do it. This is an exception.
Don't get Ultimate Royale thinking that's going to work.
Yeah, literally.
I feel like that's something that maybe R8 was going to push out of, right? We saw them being able to push out of in Sandhawk. They were like, it's the smarter play. And then they go to Erangel and they forget to just not hot drop people.
George Poe is the new paradise resort. Apparently, they just completely changed the hot drop location. But I am genuinely surprised. I hope that's fixed for going for tomorrow's match. They're going on to the second page. Upgrade, no, yeah, you talked about it a little bit earlier. Him Turo wants to see him step up a little bit. 16 points, about to just maybe encroach on the top 8.
I can see everything.
One thing I do want to see here for MB,
I
mean, I was giving you guys a break earlier in regards to this match too. Now we're way past the halfway point in regards for just day 1 of the main event. All of their points, Neptura, are coming in from eliminations.
Yeah, they are. I mean, it's both them and Nongshim as well, right? 15 and 13 elims each, which isn't that bad, to be honest. You're chilling for 3 games so far, 4 games. It's not bad at all. However, those placement points are rather abysmal.
Yeah, they're just not able to make every single
They're
time
just
here.
not.
Elimination-wise, they're looking great, but the placement points, they're just struggling to enter the circle. They get involved in these big, like, 3-4 team fights on the edge of circle, and I want to see them do what Reject did in this game, which is find a way to outplay the lobby and avoid those early to mid-game fights.
It can happen. We just need to narrow that down. We know they have that fragging power, but don't forget that BYD is the #1 NEV producer in the world. As part of the PUBG Mobile Global Open, BYD is proud to be the event sponsor. Learn more about BYD models and flexible financing at the booth during the event, or check out BYDauto.com. I still want to try one.
Yeah.
Just putting that out there in the universe.
When we were driving here, I counted how many BYD cars I saw, and I saw a total of 7. It was along the road.
I swear, if we get a taxi and it's a BYD, I'm going to tell the taxi driver in hand signs, in case he doesn't speak English or Spanish, I'll be like, oh.
Me?
And he's like, I don't trust him.
No.
Why not?
Come on.
Are you trustworthy? I'm not sure.
No, definitely trust me.
He's like,
I'm
you
a
can't reach the
great
pedals,
driver.
man. You can't reach it.
That's actually true.
You can move the seats, you weirdo.
If he has a booster seat for you, maybe.
This is, I'd be nice to him, too.
You know what? I apologize. I'm sorry.
I'm messing with you. I probably wouldn't be able to reach the pedals. But don't forget, we do have 2 Miramars left right after this break.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Dick Levitt, mình đến từ PMGO server, vị trí ở trong team mình là tanker.
Your team has quite the talent with a couple of MVP awarded players. But when it comes to team results, something is lacking in global tournaments. What's the issue?
Để vấn đề ra quốc tế, team em mắc nhiều lỗi như là tem quốc. Và lần này ra bọn em đã sửa lỗi và vấn đề tem quốc của em cả đội rất là ok trong lần giải sắp tới này lần này.
What's the most intense match you've ever played, and what made it stand out?
Trận đấu nhớ nhất chắc trận game solo ở SEA Games. Em nghĩ mang huy chương về cho nước nhà đấy là trận đấu em đang nhớ nhất.
How do you mentally recover after a tough loss in a crucial match?
Bình thường em và cả team thất bại trong một trận đấu nào đấy, bọn em về cùng xem lại và giải quyết những lỗi lầm mà các team gây ra và nhìn nhận nó để cố gắng mà làm cho nó hoàn hảo hơn trong các trận đấu tiếp theo.
What's the best piece of match advice you've received from a fellow gamer or mentor?
Cứ cố gắng thay đổi bản thân thì mọi thứ tốt đẹp sẽ đến với bạn.
Which main event team do you consider to be the most formidable threat for you guys?
Em thấy thì đội tuyển mạnh nhất rồi chắc là PMV, vì họ có những nhân tố bí ẩn như là MVP thế giới do top chẳng hạn, và các thành viên còn lại cũng rất mạnh, không toàn FMVP thôi. Cảm ơn các bạn đã cổ vũ team mình trong các trận đấu tiếp tới nhé. Bye bye.
Olá pessoal, meu nome é Liu Boy, sou jogador da Influence Rage e estou de suporte.
You guys missed the podium by a small margin in last year's PMGC. How have things turned around for the team since then?
Apesar da gente perder o pódio, eu acho que o 4º lugar foi bom para a gente voltar com a confiança da torcida na gente e do nosso próprio time, porque a gente teve o gostinho de poder estar lá no top 1, então todo esse tempo a gente se preparou ainda mais, sabendo que podemos buscar o top 1 dessa PMGO.
Which qualified team do you think is the most promising and can pose a threat in the main event?
Dos times do Qualify, eu acredito bastante na Action. É um time brasileiro que a gente é acostumado a jogar contra e o poder deles é bem forte. Eu acredito que eles podem ser uma ameaça aos times que já estão na final.
What is your opinion on the Smash rule at 2025 PMGO?
Bom, na minha opinião, acho que será bem interessante, porque acredito que mais de um time estará no match point. Então isso será bem mais competitivo e deixará bem mais difícil. Então, o time que ganhar, conseguir a win, ele realmente estará bem preparado.
For all your fans back in Brazil, what's the message?
A todos os torcedores da Influence Age e do Brasil, a gente conta com o apoio de vocês, pois estamos aqui também representando o Brasil. Então, será muito importante o apoio de todos.
Which main event team do you consider to be the most formidable threat for you guys?
Bom, eu acredito que seja a Regnum, pois eles têm um tático bem constante e eu acredito que eles estarão disputando. Obrigado a todos que assistiram o vídeo e obrigado pela torcida. Tchau.
The Infinix GT20 Pro. PUBG, if you're watching, you know what to do. You already have my address. It's nice, you know. Car company sponsoring PUBG tournaments now.
It's time for some Miramar, but don't forget that in the heat of the battle, the fastest and most powerful survive. The Infinix GT20 Pro delivers pro-level speed, precision, and seamless gameplay, giving the ultimate edge to the players. This is the official gaming phone, built to outplay the rest. And but Barney? Okay, so we have had Max, we've had Neptura, now we Barney, give me the phone. They probably need you at the stage, bro.
Yeah,
He's been doing amazing, by the way.
Yeah.
But let's take a look at the schedule, that way we can see the maps coming up. We have gone through all the Erangels, we've also gone through the Senhawk. But I'm excited to see what we're gonna be doing. They probably need you at the stage. Gaming phone, built to outplay the rest. And but Barney? Okay, so we have had Max, we've had Neptura, now we Barney, give me the phone. They probably need you at the stage, bro.
Yeah,
He's been doing amazing, by the way. Yeah. But let's take a look at the schedule, that way we can see the maps coming up. We have
forever in the corner of your eye, it is absolutely Black Esports, and I'm looking to see that same sort of energy coming through with them again, Seven.
I'm gonna be looking for some consistency, continue with the consistency that we're seeing at a DX. I mean, this team, they were able to take advantage of Erangel. Could they possibly do it here in Miramar?
I mean, they have been typically a really good team when it comes to Miramar, so I have expectations for them to hopefully well. Okay. But one team that I really want to bring a lot of attention to, so I'm going to pivot to my team I really want to talk about here, Seven.
Already started, you can see on the map.
I want to know.
There's LGD. Looking back at their PL games, Miramar has been their best map by far. Knowing that they still did good on Erangel despite hot dropping is quite interesting and impressive by itself. Miramar, I'm expecting a win for LGD. I'm expecting it to happen. 2 games. Hopefully it's going to be going down these extra matches. Yeah.
You said a win.
They are really good. Like, they're very proactive, doing 2-2 splits on the edge and scouting. I think they're very on point. Terrain knowledge is 10 out of 10. So that would be my prediction for the day.
I'm with you. I think that the fact that they were able to hot drop into Erangels, lose players on top of that, and still maintain the top 2, that's quite impressive.
I mean, to be honest, I almost think, no, the only thing I'm thinking of here, which is with Max's point earlier about the previous Erangel and the Regnum thing, they wouldn't have been able to get so far if Regnum hadn't called truce there.
Huh.
Just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Max?
Yes. Not much to add to that one.
Let's find out if it's going to be Black Esports. Let's find out if it's going to be DXavier. Who knows? I know one person that's going to know. John Allen and Blank.
I don't know what we're talking about. I don't know anything. I have no idea. What game are we doing? Is
This is PUBG Mobile.
Oh, I've heard of that.
Yeah, I hope so at this point. We're heading over from the western side over towards Puerto Priso via the Mar. This is a very southern playing path, dude. Pretty unbelievable, honestly. Getting very difficult to get over towards that north side. You're going to hope for a south circle here, John.
Certainly would if you're not, well, unless you want to head up to La Cabrera, try and drop split around there, get some loot on board. If you want to head north, then sure. The teams are well practiced who came through the qualifiers on that southwest side. We'll see if they are able to play to their practice or if they're going to be sent further afield. Things can get crazy over in the desert. We're going to see if there's going to be another hot drop as well coming through for both R8 and LGD. That was it. There we go. Got there in the end. Yeah, I had to run through all the replays in my mind very, very quickly there just to double check. But yeah, LGD, and the desk is right. The fact that they are in those top spots, whilst still hot dropping in 3 matches out of the 4 that they've played, is kind of crazy. Both R8 and LGD.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a frustrating scenario, I'd imagine, coming through here. In the meantime, let's look at the circle. Heads over towards the eastern side of the map. So it's not too difficult here. It just means that we're going to be having teams somewhat crammed over towards this southern edge. And the traffic jams are going to get pretty nasty.
Nobody talk about the islands. It's definitely not happening.
I mean, could do.
Imagine.
Could do.
Imagine Ralph having to IGL that again.
Yeah, that'd be rough. It would be very, very rough.
All the way from the west side as well, where they dropped. Near La Driera.
So far, we have DX and LGD on top somehow, some way. Despite all the mishaps they've been going through, they have been technically the most consistent. I think for LGD, they had a very, very good salvage game. That last match, I don't think we got to talk about it too much, but we'll talk about it now because they did start up in South George, had that hot drop between them and R8, who lose a player early here in Ida.
The squad roll down, look at that.
But 2 players making it to, I think it was 3rd place? Yeah, 3rd place is very, very good.
Certainly nothing to be ashamed of and getting that far. Nice and profitable. First point goes over to Nongshim Red Force. They catch Ida on the rotate. They will be happy with that one to earn that point nice and early, nice and quick into the game. They had all the information they needed, and the way you guys at home can get all the information you need is on our vertical stream. That's right, our official vertical stream is now available at PUBG Mobile Esports on YouTube and TikTok. You can see player cams, you can see all the stats, you can see the map as well, which is obviously hugely beneficial for you guys at home. Our players can't see the map. That's just for you guys and making sure that you are up to date with all of the rotations, and you can have it as big as you like on our individual map feed. Whack it on those 50-inch televisions I know everybody at home has, or any other device that you so wish, over on the YouTube channel, PUBG Mobile Esports.
Up towards El Azahar already. Nepex is in business, in position. They rotated extremely quickly. Black Esports able to take over the entirety of Impala, so a very nice initial drop for them. I think Nick McGalaxy had stumbled slightly at the start of this game. Took quite a few shots, but they're moving up towards El Pozzo now. Had to escape the deadly clutches of DXavier, who seem to be harassing them almost every game.
It's pretty nasty, isn't it? You don't like it. Quite mean. Vindictive? Maybe not that far. Either way, DXavier, Nick McGalaxy, Goat Quality, who sent all the way up to La Cabrera. We're going to have to move east at some point. Influence Rage currently in the middle of Graveyard. Do have some maybe more than noisy neighbors to deal with. You can see on top of them they've got Hellion, named for rascally players that they are, causing havoc over in the Uzbek qualifiers. Able to come first, and havoc they will continue to inflict onto Lorazin.
Bararino finding the first there. Good stuff. And much needed with Hellion being in last place right now, 8 points tied with Nepex. Very, very difficult scenario. I think for Nepex, they definitely have better prospects on this game, considering they're starting Anel as a heart. That does require them to play well throughout the rest of this match, and some of their moments have been a little lackluster, I would say, during the main event. One team that has performed very well is GOAT Quality, though, going through from those prelims. Currently in 5th place. Excellent stuff, honestly. And I think they have been able to transfer their skills over because they were consistent both day 1 and day 2 in those prelims. It was really Upgrade who had that sudden upswing in terms of ability. But I would say GOAT just did decently well over both days.
Yeah, definitely. And they are the highest placing prelim team. We are seeing a little bit of a division between those finals confirmed teams and those prelim qualifying teams. Obviously, GOAT in 5th, 4MV and Influence Rage down a little bit lower, Nongshim Red Force as well. But beyond that, it seems to be very heavily populated towards the top of the tables from these teams that had those direct qualification spots to the finals, which, you know what, we kind of expected. RA, obviously the other outlier here, in 3rd place coming through from those prelims, but it in general has been a better performance so far from the teams who have come directly into the finals.
Yeah, yeah, and that's fair enough, and that is what is expected. But it's nice to see some of our prelim squads actually, you know, taking some of these strong squads to task. That's what it's all about, right? This is about uplifting, you know, new talent within the scene, and just being able to play at an equal footing at these guys is an impressive feat.
Definitely, it's no mean feat to stand on that stage or sit on that stage and play to the quality that you believe yourself capable of. You just hope that you've got enough in the tank you can last the distance. This 12-match sprint as well can be hella volatile, which means that it really can go any way. But at the moment, we're not really within striking distance of having a smash rule possibility in those early stages of tomorrow, Blank. 42 is currently where our top team sits, with 2 matches left to play today. Maybe they push towards 60s, 70s if they're lucky. But getting towards 80 to have that opportunity to win at the start in game 1 tomorrow, I don't think that we're super likely to see that. However, never say never for DX Xavier.
Yeah, it's just a case of 2 games at around about a 7 elim average would put you in good stead for maybe a match 2 smash coming through. But yeah, that's 2 very strong games back to back. I think I'd agree with you that a match 1 smash might be a bit more difficult.
Not only would you probably need 2 chicken dinners on in a row now for DX Xavier, but also then the match 1 chicken dinner for DX Xavier tomorrow in order to get that smash. But maybe towards the second half of the day, we'll have more teams starting to breach that barrier. In the qualifiers, we had Upgrade going over that 100-point mark and doing 3 chicken dinners in a single day on day 2, so things can get a little bit spicy. Had it been the smash rule, I haven't actually gone back and checked, but I think Upgrade would have won in the prelims had it been the smash rule. They certainly had the most chicken dinners out of yesterday with a 50% win rate.
Yeah, I think they would have won. I think it actually was GOAT who would have won.
We would have to double check, but either way.
I'm pretty sure it would have been GOAT who would have won on their chicken dinner yesterday.
You're perhaps right.
No, I'm definitely correct.
You're so potentially right.
I had confirmation.
Yeah, which means that you are definitely potentially right.
No, I had confirmation. As it was confirmed.
Yeah, which could be correct.
No, that would be potentially.
In with Where for All and Where for Art Thou.
What does confirmed mean to you?
It's like how I can confirm that right now Nate is in the thick of Regnum Karya, because he is up against it, and I don't think that's going to be a good time. Silas, Wild, Toshpik, Loxy rocks on in, and Leviso, though, doing a lot of work from the high ground for DXavier. Paragin as well, we know how he likes these off angles, will enact that once more, but spotted by a third party. I think this is NepX on the east side, potentially getting involved. Lamborghini for DXavier, 2 around the bonnet. The first is good, the second not so much. Up to Leviso now to try and close it down against Wild. A nade over the top, that looks good. Could be right in the sliver of the crack that they're looking for. Not going to explode in time to catch Wild. And Leviso falls, and it's all up to Paragin.
This is messy for Regnum Karya. Loxy will go down. Quick step up there coming through. And Regnum Karya is holding on by a thread right now. Wild not allowing this to go elsewhere.
Oh.
Steps up, takes down Rex. This is incredible coming through from Regnum Karya to hang on for this long. Going to look for the res here, but Domain already taking shots round the wheel.
Those chunky tires keeping him safe for just a moment longer. Wild, the man of the hour here for Regnum Karya. Paragin repositions away, gets the hell out of there. Hellions as well on the flank, and trying to maybe have a little bit of a crunch impact on this fight, but it's NepX really who are forcing the issue here. Wild down on the deck. The bounce off the bonnet of the buggy is unfortunate. That could have found Wild had it not gone up into the sky. Drops the smoke behind him, knows that that off angle could be devastating if NepX try and occupy it, but they disengage.
I wonder if Regnum Karya can actually get Toshpik up here. They're looking to go through for it. I think it was twice in a row that Toshpik was on broadside and they missed the shots. Right now, Regnum Karya is heavily surrounded. This has been a tough rotate over towards the eastern side for a lot of our squads. We are starting to confirm over towards the position on the center. Hellion getting further than we've seen them get in a long, long time.
4MV on the northwest side, who are on board with right now. Close by to Influence Rage, and actually beyond that on the north, Enigma Galaxy. Up over on the road out of Hacienda del Patron. Actually spotting Diego, getting the flush as well. Navallo picks up that point into the pocket for Enigma Galaxy. The northwest side, they'll try and make their way on in a little bit later. Hard south shift on this circle. It's an Impala edge finish. We're going to be going into those mountains that sit around that area.
Enigma Galaxy had a rough start to their game, but I think they've got back up on their feet now and will be on that northwest side. Reject up against Go Effies. Looking to get run down by Regios, by Apollo.
Oh no.
Effie's very low. Is that going to be confirmation as well? We'll have to wait and see. Duello moving around the side. Apollo trying to get out of danger.
Trying to face off against both of these two players left standing. Varanic goes down. No flushes just yet, and Effies is super low. Apollo is still down, and he's driving his cover away from him. Just wants to get out of there because it is the last player standing for GOAT quality. Up towards Ego, maybe looking for this res onto his teammate. The blue zone is upon them. It's stage 3, so you can res in the blue zone if you have that bandage on nice and early. Apollo potentially going to get picked up too.
Yeah, it's going to be tight, though. It's going to be very, very tight here. Effies has the advantage of having the peek over, should be able to get Ego as well. Penati, a nasty off angle. NepX, taking down Black Esports.
Center circle. Reject, reposition, do up Divine, trying to slide under the watchful eyes of Ego. And will be able to do so for just a moment longer. Low HP for Apollo as he still has to back off in the buggy. Meds are starting to look thin on the ground now for GOAT quality. I imagine it's probably going to be a similar story for Reject on this northern side, and the disengage comes through. 3 players alive for GOAT and 4 players alive for Reject. I felt like that was a hell of a lot bloodier than that scoreline would entail.
Yeah, it was a messy fight from both teams. Effies just get knocked out by Marth on a rolling vehicle. Do they know?
Oh no.
The Reject's just over the crest here. So Reject might be swinging down south. Try and deny as much sightlines as possible away from them. But RA, I think of a general idea of this.
They'll hear the vehicles. Marth repositioning. He should have been spotted too. Reject just beyond that white boundary, which means that they will be in this next zone. They can afford to spend a little bit more time navigating this coastline, but trying to get ahead of the game. Reiji is going to break down early. And R8 on the longhouse, actually getting spotted by Nongshim Red Force. So 2 teams fighting, potentially Reject up to the ridge line as well. So danger afoot for R8.
R8, definitely in a worrisome spot, but again, this position is pretty decent, pretty nice, gives you cover. Prestige going down, though, is not great news and could be the invitation to push in for Reject.
Reject should have full push go.
Circle down
To
towards
be
the
honest,
south
although
on Impala.
they're dead, but
always makes for an interesting finish with a high ground that
that
sits
fight
on
we
that
didn't
south
end
side.
up
But
getting back 2
it is
pairs up when
undecided
it was
between
1 up
the high ground
at
on the
1
north and the
HP. They
south.
should have just full
So a lot
send
of open ground over towards
and
the
clear
west.
them out, and then go for the rest. But the backup as a full squad, that's always good as well. So
both players still alive. So
just count your losses, 12 points. You lost.
Getting back on top. Reject first through. Nigma Galaxy hot behind them, and Black Esports not really doing too much to slow it down. And there's also another team moving through the same area. Duello has his vehicle go up in smoke and right up to the metal fence here. Nongshim Red Force, I don't know if they're going to be able to take the time to hop out. Reiji gets spotted as they crash into Ake Cyber. And there is really, I mean, it was crazy that they got that far, to be honest, on an unscouted roll in with a bit of a Hail Mary to the north side of Impala.
I think Nigma Galaxy even getting here was pretty risky. Going straight past 4MV, and I think so many teams are just trying to take sanctuary right now. Inside of Impala in those buildings, Regnum Kaya, 1 player goes down. Same story for Nigma Galaxy. Can Ralph even get towards Redox? You're gonna have to crawl all the way back to the building. Actually picking up that elim.
Ralph now last player alive for Nigma Galaxy. With 3 elims on the match, they did want a little bit better of a showing so far. The 721 aggressor on the outside of Impala, and actually that may not be a bad thing, Blank. There's so many teams looking to put pressure into this settlement that being a little bit on the outskirts may net you a top 5 type performance. Play your cards right. This is the roll down from R8 between them and GOAT quality. Reject as well stepped up from that north side, but no one really made it out unscathed. Hellion, they're still active on that northwestern edge.
To be honest with you, Hellion's position is not terrible. It's just, it's not in where we imagine this circle to go. Crossing that road has always been historically very difficult. Upgrading getting down towards that southwest though, that is definitely interesting. I think the crowd is roaring and wanting Upgrade to do a little better here in the main event. We need to see that same kind of prowess that came through from yesterday. Something just switched in the mentality for them. SK Tong getting taken down. That's over on the north side.
These teams enter Impala in dribs and drabs, playing fairly split from one another. Regnum Kaya playing as 2. You've got Nigma Galaxy as a solo. You've got Upgrade as 4, which, as you highlighted earlier on that southwest side, might have quite an impact. Reject as 2 as well. Ake Cyber currently split 2 and 2, it looks like, over the Impala Hills on that higher ground beneath LGD. But we're going up further north, Blank. And this is a fairly indecisive circle. You talked about it before, that north high ground, that south high ground, having that conversation with one another, and it still has not resolved.
Yeah, it's seriously difficult now because I think at this point in time, you can't make any clear decision. You kind of just have to gamble with your spot. I like the 7-2-1's position over on that western side, though. It has that clear delineation between both spots at the moment, and it has good sight lines out towards them. If this moves south, I think I put my money on Nongshim Red Force, because I really do like that high ground. Oftentimes, it does become a terrifying spot for teams to try and aggress over towards. The only thing in my mind which would make me worry about that is the fact that Nongshim Red Force hasn't been the most fearsome team, let's say, inside the lobby.
Yeah. Ooh, lovely nade up on high from Mukesh. Not really anything Duello could do about that on the replay. Black Esports taking those long-range shots. Upgrade, 4 players, holding their line, and maybe thinking teams are going to be pushing them, but I don't think that's really on the cards for anyone. With LGD up on that high ground, Tian has so much oversight onto it all, as well as Nongshim Red Force. I don't think anyone can realistically successfully crash through Impala without all of those smokes being invested early, and I don't think teams are willing to do that at stage 5. Hellion sweeping out to the north, and actually 4MV trying to stay safe on the slope, but the ankle is showing. And top is toppled as Hellion find that sliver.
It's good stuff from Hellion. I mean, I don't even know how they got this northeast push in the first place. It's such a difficult crossing. They made very good use of this terrain. Azik does go down, but a nice spray from Groza will hit Dog within the smoke.
And they're looking for those flashes from Groza. Crawls out over the smoke, gets a little bit of info maybe, but those gunshots should be further information. And now 4MV dispatched down to 2. You can see Black Esports on the other side of that high ground, which is why they're not chiming in for the shots over towards Hellion. And it's a decent rotate for Hellion, but without Azik, they're playing on a reduced sightline capability. Zeptimus wants the challenge with Falcon, and he's doing well for it as well. Forces Falcon back around towards the rest of his team.
Falcon is backed off. Circle in 40 seconds though, which is the difficult part. Zyol almost on target that grenade, just need to be a little bit more cooked before it would have done too much damage. Black Esports on the backside, that's Aussie, Symphony, and Zeptimus, like you talked about earlier, are still rotating round. Had a lot of control over towards Impala early, so they had the pick of the litter. But as teams started to filter their way in, they opted for that north side. I am very curious where this next circle goes now, because it will define the pace of the game. If it goes directly central, I think a lot of teams are going to be very unhappy with that.
Just man, PUBG map shift. It's the worst.
The high ground where they saw one half of 4MV, and actually they'll be taking on the other half from this location, most likely. Circle going to be closing in 40 seconds. You can see it's going to push them further south, as it will 4MV as well, to be fair. With Rorinho on that long off angle for Hellions, it feels like it could be a successful engagement. The question is the blue zone going to change that? In the midst of it, it's still undecided north or south, which again gives the 721 aggressors a little bit more advantage.
Exactly, and I think that although they're on the border of the circle, there is a lot more onus put on these teams on the south and the north side, how they want to play out these next few minutes. But super indecisive overall, this circle. It really does hurt these teams in the long run. 4MV still going though, taking out Raurino. As Reefus finds one, Falcon round the side. Zyol and Reefus locked inside this building. Groza nades his teammate. That's not a good start.
Reefus hops out with the auto shotty into the smoke, but he's getting peppered, and in the meantime will not be able to find it. Hellions with 2 players now against Zyol, Falcon and Groza. A Molotov launched on in, and that burn should be good. Zyol falls next. Hellions stay alive with 2, but they still got a way to go. Groza's burning himself. Oh no, he goes down. Falcon needs to get his teammate back up now, but in the meantime, can Black Esports third party it? I don't know. Maybe they can.
They're pretty far away. They're up on top at the moment.
You never know with Black Esports.
That's true.
They're going to teleport through that mountain.
That is true. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I think for Hellion, though, it was not a strong fight. I think 4MV just really dropped the ball on that one. I mean, you see Reefus run out, and I can't tell if it's just not a call made from Reefus or a very slow reaction speed from Zyol there, but I really do feel like Zyol sort of should have backed him up. It could have been a very different story. Nepex,
he probably just
still in this
send
gorgeous
it on
position
his
on the north side.
Because
Full broadside
at first
towards Black
one
Esports,
pushdown from Hellion, so
being pushed off this
that should have been an easy fight for MG, but
living it.
he did thorough.
Yeah, there's Black
That's how it goes
Esports
sometimes.
on Hellions.
Yeah.
Who knew?
Found the shots.
That's what they were looking for. Oh, nice little jump down there. Arfuz thinking, hang on a minute. I didn't want that to happen. I don't want to let that go, but unfortunately doesn't have any choice anymore. Black Esports now regrouped out to the east. Just Groza remains for Hellions on the north. And Nepex with 4 in a commanding position on that side of it as well. Fairly isolated too compared to the rest of the teams.
Yeah. This is where things get rough. Because I think there's like at least 4 teams here inside the north edge of Impala. Reject actually set themselves up quite well. I think always taking those most northern buildings is a strong idea. Gives you the ability to hold out a lot of these other teams later on. He went more central.
Here's that replay. Yeah, Aussie just moved into position. Spotted Falcon, then backed off, regrouped with the rest of the team. Nepex with the team to take down Hellions. The circle again shrinks dead in the middle of this thing. And the 721 aggressors again have that advantage.
This is not a bad circle. It keep on
flux position. LGD have to sweep out wide. They go.
I haven't really seen circle pop like a few times and go center, so that's good for some of the players.
Take a little bit more of the west side of Impala.
This is the worst terrain to fight on. I mean, it's good, it can hold multiple teams, but
silos, try and take the
it's not I hate fighting here.
Nepex position. It is a bit of a long shot, but the options are quite limited for this team right now, other than sliding over the top side towards Nongshim Red Force, but that is a difficult push.
Aids from Aki Cyber landing to split off Upgrade from the rest of their roster. 2 and 2 right now. Buzz maybe gonna take a bit of damage. No, the burn went a little bit long there from Regnum Karya. Ramses and Ruzen crawling back. Aki Cyber did take a knock, you can see there on the high ground, which makes their presence over.
Nah, they're gonna get
a little bit harder to feel. Upgrade might get these reses. Nongshim Red Force on this east edge now, fending off against LGD. LGD with 4, and Tizzy goes down as well. 3 players are alive. Tizzy is knocked, so only 2 active. Bleeding out fast. Binny needs to tag this res on. Tian, Lings can start to surge forwards. Mau Mau into the buggy, and they know he has to commit to this. Bin around the edge with that DBS. Looks for the shutdown onto 1, but really won't find too much at all. Leaving it just as Doc alive for Nongshim Red Force.
I mean, it's just very, very quick play coming through from LGD. Nongshim Red Force, technically on these positions, you hold advantage. That looked pretty scary for a second there. Yeah, you hold advantage because you can constantly back up through these crates.
The DBS in full display.
Trying to sweep through them like that off the initial pick is just not amazing coming through from Nongshim Red Force.
Aki Cyber with Force to be rezzed. Will play on as 3 from the south side, but they are penned in so badly right now by the teams to their sides. LGD out in their east, you've got Upgrade on their northwest as well. And they have to choose their fight here. LGD, 4 players alive. They have got a lot of control on their side of the road, but they have to move, Blank. They have to go further into this one, towards Reject, towards Nepex's sightlines too.
Yeah, usually by this point in the game, it either shifts a little bit towards the west, in which case 7-2-1 have the advantage, or a little bit to the north, in which case Nepex have the advantage, or it shifts back down towards the south, in which case teams that can hold this top corner of Impala tend to do very well. It's still not done any of that. We're in stage 8, so after this, we're just closing straight in onto the road of all places. For Nepex, I think life is going to get very difficult soon because they're going to have to crest over the wall that sits on that side. LGD,
that's the
what
thing
are
with this terrain. You'll
They're making a
survive.
streak for the center here,
Stage
right up against
8,
Reject, right
and
in the
there's
face
still
of
7
Nepex, and
teams
maybe
up.
they'll find something. Tian goes down first, and
That's a good
they've got
nade.
2 players forward here. Lings is there as well. Aki Cyber nade over towards 2 of them, a huge opener from Force. R8 fall as well. Last player to stand for Upgrade. Buzz has Zvezda sent straight towards him, and that's how you spray down an oncoming vehicle. Zvezda immediately take it down, but Buzz takes a nade to the side there. Blasts him back down a peg potentially. A low HP position, but the first aid is already ticking up. Zvezda resable here. Force trying to isolate this fight, and Buzz repositions around the edge with the DBS.
Buzz has to move in. This has to be a play of a lifetime right now. Buzz looked for 1, but it's not meant to be. Force will push him back. LGD struggling to regroup on Lings here.
Nice pickup from Force there on the spray down at range on Aggressor. A nice mid-range engagement. Dips back, 3 players alive for Aki Cyber. The reses are coming through for LGD. They are playing as 3 right now. But another knock just sent over towards Lings. Nepex aren't going to push south of the road, so these flushes need to come from nades if they come from anywhere, or from the teams on the south. Afu again just goes down, and LGD are suffering so heavily, finally put out of their misery.
LGD, man. I mean, I like the play. You know, you try and play up against the slope there. Reject, though, versus Akicyber. Take down admin to start things off. For Reject, an important game to get into that top 3 to keep those point scorings up as the defending champions. And they're doing more than just that. Akicyber suffering even more damage coming their way. 7-2-1 looking to finish off Nepex on this eastern side.
That's easier said than done, but they are 4 players strong right now, Blank. Nepex have 12 elims, though. So they are running on hot right now, and Rex with a nade. Sends Spidey into a tailspin. Aggressor with a nade to answer. We'll split the difference. And there's the volley of fire from Yonic as he steps out nice and prescient on the fight. Rex in the back lines and Domain pinned on in. It's up to Precious really to make this one work. First is good, second not so good, and Aggressor to bite back, and the 721 aggressors now can start to channel over towards the south edge, but the zone closest to the road. Apollo there, Zvezda there, but do they have the sideline to control it? I just don't think so. Another team falls down, that's Akicyber. 3 players alive, and now it's all up to Apollo for Reject. Gets the res onto Divine, so 2 players in the back lines. The blue zone is upon them, and it's all but done. The 721 aggressors hold in the midst of it. And to tumultuous applause, find the chicken dinner.
And it was a long time coming, right? That was a very, very slow game. Purely because of the circle. That sort of main stage was the circle itself. But for 7-2-1, they do a good job. They delay as much as possible. Nepex almost really hurts them there with a great grenade round the back, but it's Yonic who really seals the deal because he gets enough chip damage on most of the players there from Nepex so that they can't exactly continue the push, and I think they were lacking on utility. Either way, I think Reject also going to be very happy with that one, getting a second place off that positioning, after losing so many players early on in the match. Really good stuff in terms of their point standings.
Fantastic result for Nepex, over doubling their current points total on just that match, Blank. They had a great record there, but couldn't quite get past the 721 aggressors, who just waited out the storm in their side of the road, in their little quadrant that they held down for so long. And they got a decent profit for it as well. So for the 721 aggressors, they're looking to keep the Uzbek fans happy here in Tashkent.
Yeah, as up-and-comers, I think the 721 aggressors have a lot of potential. I think they might need to just change their name to the 721 though at some point with Aggressor playing on the team. But, you know, either way, great stuff from them. Really, really pleased with that game. They chose a good spot, but I don't think they over-egged the pudding either, right? They could have pushed a lot further. They could have maybe taken a couple of knocks here and there, which would have hurt them in the long run. They knew that they had to just keep their position solid and not show too much weakness or allow any openings to come through, and I think they did that quite well.
I liked LGD in that game as well. I think their position overlooking Impala was capitalized on. I think they did well to move around to the east side. Obviously, it's just really difficult to make anything happen there. Yeah. The only thing I will criticize them for, and I could see you kind of thinking this in your head, is that push up to the roadside. There may have been better options, but in reality,
I do think that is...
It's just rough.
That is kind of your, looking back on it, it's kind of your only option, really. We're going to head over to the stage for a quick interview with Mukesh from Nepex.
Welcome back to the main stage. I've got Mukesh here from Nepex Esports. Some crucial points secured in that match for sure. But, you know, I feel like it was just an unlucky ending. It appeared that you got yourselves into a difficult position. What happened?
के भएको भन्दा खासमा अब हगेकै हो किन राख्नु अब चिकन खान सकिन्थ्यो तर हग्या हो भन्छु म I'm sorry for that.
To be honest, we would say we choked that game. Our goal was to get a chicken dinner so we could get a better run, but didn't go as we think.
Okay, no, that's a fair point. Now, I think that one of the things to notice as well is you've been competing on this stage against different teams. Now that these other teams have joined the lobby, what's been the biggest change in-game? Have you noticed a change, like maybe a change of speed, or, you know, has things just been different in-game?
First of all, the drop location पनि चेन्ज गरेको छ लाइक हामीले त्यो जसरी पहिला खेल्छौं त्यसरी चाहिँ खेलिरहेको छैनौं त्यही भएर हल्का अब गाह्रो पनि भइरहेको छ बिकज इट्स अ ग्लोबल लबी अब बेस्ट वर्ल्डकै बेस्ट टिमहरू सबै आएर खेलिरहेको छन् सो एडेप्ट गर्न अलिकति गाह्रो भइरहेछ तर यो गेम अलिकति बुस्टर जस्तै भयो हाम्रो लागि
First of all, we had to change drops because of the professional team. They were coming in with our drop. And because of that, it was a little bit hard for us to adopt the new drop. And it was hard for us to rotate as well and play as we used to did. And because of that, it's getting really hard. Yes.
I guess that's one of the things, like, to really succeed on this stage, you have to be really quick at adapting to this in-game. But you know what? You guys have been really impressive so far. We hope you get that chicken dinner before the end of the day. And there's only one game remaining on Miramar, so best of luck in that. Thank you, Mukesh, for joining us here in this interview. But for now, let's head back over to the analysts to break things down for our final map of the day.
They got so close to being able to get that chicken there, but I mean, ultimately, it didn't end up working out. It did end up happening to the 7-1 aggressors. Which, I'm gonna be honest, I agree with what the casters were saying. They weren't really that aggressive, but it worked out for them.
Yeah, I mean, they were in their position super early on, right?
Yeah.
Welcome to the stream,
Actually, they
welcome.
had one of the most impactful pushes in this game versus Nepex at the right time, so I can't really fault them for being passive when everyone is just fighting for scraps in the city of Impala. You're just chilling on the edge, you're waiting for the play count to go as low as humanly possible, and that's when you decide to get involved to make sure not only do you get a few eliminations at the end, but most importantly, you make sure you at least get top 3 and even maybe the chicken dinner, as we just witnessed.
We like seeing those teams being able to not only be aggressive, but also be passive if they need to, especially if you have the advantage in a position.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like there were several teams who had that advantage, like we were just saying, right? I mean, LGD, for one, had a massive advantage. Black Esports as well, up on those high ground positions. It was very, very nice from them. We also saw NepX have a similar thing, but we'll get into that later. But it was very, very similar for a lot of teams. And the fraggers coming into this, the top players, I mean, you are going to have our #1 is going to be actually Aggressor. It's all a name. But the rest of them are all from teams that were kind of just waiting.
Actually, just for Aggressor, I like how he gets 5 elims, 0 knocks. He's just like, I want all the elimination points for me. I love those, I love those. But yeah, Nepex, we do get then Rex and Domain. I feel like, in a way, when we look at how this game played out in the mid to late game transitions, a lot of the teams come in from the northern side. Nepex kind of took care of all the threats that could have been an issue for the 7-1 Aggressor. They're like, we are protecting your position. And then once they did their job, they're like, we don't need you anymore. Get out of here. Get back to the lobby. And actually just claim that position on the ridge that we'll talk about in a few minutes with the telestration segment. But I do think the Nepex did a lot of the heavy lifting this game. They just didn't get the reward at the end with that chicken dinner.
We heard it from the players, right? They felt like they choked that one, but we'll see what can happen. You know what? You were talking about wanting to do a telestration, wanting to talk about terrain, wanting to talk about the 7-1. Max, take it away.
It's happening now. No, actually, I really want to talk about this game and how it played out earlier on, because we had a very unusual circle. Circles that end on rivers or roads, it happens quite commonly around Ipchira, but what would you have happening quite rarely is actually a road trifecta. You have 3 roads intersecting in the middle of the map, creating pretty much 3 play zones entirely for these teams to play, turning the entire match pretty much in like 3 mini battle royales, weirdly enough. Only 1 or 2 teams will come out alive of their own respective play, but one part of this terrain is very interesting, which actually is the northern side of this road. What this position actually allows is actually pretty much a ridge, is allowing you to have a defensive position against those southern teams. The moment we see this terrain come up, we just know this fight of the 7-1 Aggressors versus Nepex is going to be so important, because whoever wins this fight, off the back of this fight, we'll be able to apply pressure on the team in the 2 other zones separated by the road, which we saw once they eliminate the northern side, they go for the push, get the engage onto reject, and end up taking the chicken dinner. The terrain knowledge of the 7-1 Aggressors was 10 out of 10, and it's great to see them be passive when back in the prelims in Ipchira, they tended to be a little bit overly aggressive.
Absolutely, and we heard Nepex rather on the stage just there going, we were wanting that win, and you could see why, because they were in a very, very similar position to T721, right? If they had won that fight, they would have been in the exact same position you just mentioned, able to cross that road and get that win, but it just didn't work out for them, and it is going to be T721 to get that.
It's good to see there on the first page. I'm happy to see Helion. This team has been needing those points. We saw them go up against 4MB. They knocked 2 players, and then they continue it up and fully eliminated them.
Yeah, they absolutely did. It was very, very nice to see another team stepping up, though. goodness me, is going to be LGD. I mean, they have been the silent pole position here for, I guess, a while. I mean, it's only 1 point, right? It's only 1 point. But LGD managed to get top of the leaderboard without any chicken dinners, as do Xavier. But what is this time seeing? 3rd to 7th all having a win?
Yeah, all the win and yet not in 1st place or 2nd place. That's quite interesting. But eliminations is the name of the game. Clearly looking at LGD 31, Xavier going himself 28. They're looking pretty grand when it comes to it. If they are able to lock down a chicken dinner tomorrow, that could be putting the nail in the coffin. But right now, they haven't shown the option to get one of those chicken dinners, which is a bit scary because, again, Smash rules, that chicken dinner on day 2 here, 7, is going to be so damn important.
The thing is that everything is so close within all these points. It's going to come down. I'm hoping it ends up coming down to that Smash rule. I mean, one team, I'm going to have to bring him back up because they're just continuing to get eliminations, but I want to see them a little bit later in the game. It's going to be 4MV. Neptura, 19 elims, only 1 placement point.
I have one thing to say about 4MV, and it is that they're not playing. They are driving and sitting. And I hate to be that person because I do love this team. Not shooting. Oh. No, not really. I mean, yes, they have a few elims, but certainly in that game, they were kind of like, we have Rock. We like Rock. And that's kind of it. There wasn't a whole lot of aggression. Not even aggression, just impulse. Just no momentum whatsoever. They get to a spot and they kind of just sit there. And that's not the 4MV I'm used to. Certainly not the Doc, the Top, the Zjol that I'm used to, the Baron that I'm used to. I need to see them do some more here.
I do agree. It's definitely not the 4MV that we know and that we expected to see going into this. There's one thing that I want to be very critical about, and was my biggest fear after this big roster change that we just witnessed, is the team play was not going to be there. And as of right now, we're seeing like some duos split all over the place. We're not seeing like any angles or like information being given between the 2 teams. Like one duo will not have vision on the other duo to assist. That's what scared me. And as of right now, my fears are kind of being confirmed with the start of the day.
It's something that can happen. I believe you ended up mentioning that at the beginning of the day as well. But after 5 matches, we are going to end up heading towards that final Miramar. Max, you called them out earlier, LGD. They were sitting on a good position for the longest time, but it seems like they ended up struggling just being able to regroup.
It's quite unfortunate because I just mentioned in the telestration segment, there was this road trifecta finish, which is quite rare. Every single part divided by the road had buildings or had a really good ridge for the 7-2-1 aggressors. They were able to win off the back of that. The angle was held by Nongshim Red Force and, of course, LGD. There was nothing. It was just flat terrain, extremely nadeable dips or like sheds. So because of that, I think they just had a very unfortunate situation they found themselves in, because that cross, even if you attempt it here in Iptura, chances are you're not going to win it. And even if you do, you have, what, 1 player, 2 players, very low resources, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's really not. We're LGD, right? That's who we're on about here. Yeah, I mean, I like that they used their momentum after the Nongshim elimination to just go for it, but unfortunately, like you said, just not enough cover.
We'll have to wait and see if they can maybe get the win as we're going to be heading towards the final Miramar of day 1 main event. Blank, John Allen, you guys got this.
Oh, we do. It's M-I-R-A. N-A-R. Miramar for the last time today. Match 6. I definitely spelled it right. I checked as I went. Thank you very much, Seb.
You said N.
I don't think I... Look.
Yeah.
Okay.
Miramar.
It's time for Miramar. The last map here today of the PMGO for the first day. Now we sit...
Allen.
Jom, yeah, that's right. LGD sit atop the pile right now with 44 points. A fair stretch away from the Smash rule boundary of 80 blank. Xavier behind that 43, and 1 more step below that is the aggressor 27. 721 rather. Don't know where 27 came from. 721 on 42 points.
Yeah, it's quite far off right now. So, I mean, they still have 1 more game, and I think for LGD as well as Xavier, they kind of want to push the boat out here for the 721. I am utterly blown away by this team. The fact that they're up-and-comers, they've made it this far, I think the Uzbekistan fans can be very proud of this squad. Really done well. And I think that they have improved from qualifiers to prelims to now to the main event. It feels like they've really been doing their homework between these matches. They've been, when they go home, it's not a case of just straight to sleep or in the morning, you know, hanging around. This is a lot of work been put on by this squad.
Definitely is. I mean, there are some stand-up performances time and time again from these guys. Butcher, MVP from previous stages, doing a lot of work, but every single player on this roster has had their moment to shine, and I think it's really interesting to see how that has developed on the stage in front of us. And so we'll question only if they can do it again in the future, because right now, no matter what, really, their performance has been impressive.
So Western shift on the circle here. DXAV getting Monty Nuevo is very nice for them, especially in terms of their point scoring at 43 right now in second place. Just 1 point behind LGD, so not too far away.
Max and Seven popping off with the high fives there over on the side of our desk.
I actually thought something got snapped. It was that loud.
It was crisp and clean, much like our teams are hoping to play. DXAV on that west side of Monte Nuevo. Are they going to pull the Black Esports and go down to Ladriera?
You got to find out. We'll have to wait and see.
Absolutely.
For Monte Nuevo, pretty good central position for them, though. A lot of teams not opting to go too far out towards that eastern side, keeping themselves pretty close towards the circle. 721 not having too much difficulty, and I think it does help them here on Miramar that starting down towards here in Chumacera, they don't have a huge amount of teams around them. Most other squads are sat in their starting positions, looting, not harassing them too much. Aki Cyber down towards Viadamar, which is an interesting spot to start, but it works.
Certainly in this scenario, right, you have access to the south side of those two long ridge lines that stretch south from Ladriera. And do have your choice to go up that western road, should you want to, and try and play for those rotational situations. Behind them will most likely be LGD, though, who want to have access there. I think for now, LGD are going to break over towards Puerto Paraíso, get looted and turn back around. But we'll have to wait and see where they try and re-engage on the circle to try and defend their top spot.
It's a long rotate for them. It's a very, very long rotate for them. I imagine what they'll do is try and get as much as possible from these buildings as they pass, and maybe switch back. If it's looking pretty dire, they might just make the whole journey, but we'll see. La Cobreria held up by Goat. Can move down towards El Pozo early. Nick realized this time around they don't try and challenge out for Monte Nuevo. They're instantly over towards El Pozo, so this time a much cleaner start for Nick Mechanics here, currently in 7th place with 31 points. Very even drop-off right now on the tables. Anyone all the way down to 11th place for 4MV, especially if they get a high elim game, you know, could rack up towards the 1st place quite easily.
In a single bound.
Yeah.
Leaping those tall buildings.
But it is a question of looking at what has come before, right, over these last 5 matches. And I'd agree with the desk somewhat, is that, you know, I don't think that 4MV's elimination power is too bad. It's just the coordination is a little bit all over the shop in terms of the late game decision making. That feels a bit wonky right now, which is always so strange in an international
I don't want to
level.
jinx him, but you know what would be funny? You see a full squad like full send,
perform at the level that maybe
full
we would have
sending it
expected.
in his way towards
As
him.
a few of our invited teams, I mean, specifically looking down towards the lower
This
end of
man's
the
just
tables,
riding a
Red Force
bicycle,
15th place.
but
We
no
caught up
one
with the
really
coach
loots
to hear just what they're
up
feeling
that side
in the
of the
throes
map
of it
that
going
much.
into match 6.
Welcome to the pit. I have the coach from Nongshim Red Force right here next to me, Saden. Now look, here's the thing, right? There's a lot of high expectations for Nongshim Red Force coming into this. You guys are an extremely strong team, and it's just seems to not be happening today. You seem to have had a slow start. What's going wrong, and what are you trying to do to rectify it?
오늘은 원래는 우리 여기 팀에서 기대가 너무 많았는데요. 기대도 너무 많고 오늘 우리가 기다리는 것도 너무 지금 재밌어야 되는데 오늘 조금 우리가 생각하는 것보다 많이 느려요. 이거 뭐 때문인지 좀 알아봐도 될까요?
우선 기대를 많이 해주셨지만 그 기대에 부응하지 못해서 저도 매우 아쉽고요. 저희가 지금 당장의 성적이 안 나온 이유는 아무래도 저희가 자주 해보지 못한 팀이 많다 보니까 그래서 정보가 조금 많이 없어서 오늘 조금 더 저조한 것 같습니다.
First of all, thank you very much for expectations. Anyway, we are doing the best, but the main reason is we didn't contest before with these teams they are playing. But that is why we are a little bit slow, but we are analyzing the situation.
you're trying to pick up the pace and get back into the game by analyzing everyone for now. Well, I hope you guys can do it quickly because we're in Smash rules, so everything's going to be super fast-paced going into tomorrow. But thank you so much for joining me in this interview, Sadin. Can't wait to see what you and the team bring to the table. And for now, let's get back into the action.
I mean, Barney's right. It does need to be faster pace, and as good as it is that you have that attitude of we're analyzing, I think into match 6, for my money, it's kind of not good enough to say, oh, you know, we're analyzing the situation. We weren't playing against these teams before. You had the opportunity to be watching them the entire time. There's been live broadcasts. We've been here, live broadcasting it for them. So as much as, you know, I respect the quality of player there, I'm not sure about the idea that, oh, we're just not warm.
Yeah, I think for Nongshim Red Force, it is slightly difficult because as a region, they are a little bit less exposed to these sorts of squads. It's also nice seeing Sadin as well in a coaching position.
That is true. Prolific player in his own right.
Yeah, definitely. Again, you can analyze, but we'll put it this way, is that PUBG Mobile isn't always about first place. It's nice, and we celebrate it a lot because it's an achievement, especially here at PMGO. But even just getting into the top 5, that's a good statistic to have for yourself. Not the ideal thing, but PUBG Mobile can be so many times an RNG-based game that you're just wanting to average out towards that top side of the lobby into that top 5. And I think Nongshim Red Force could even that out going into tomorrow. I think it's unlikely that we see a Nongshim Red Force win. But I think that they could go home proud of themselves if they get into that top 5.
Yeah, with 12 matches to be played, I mean, it is so easy to find that volatility, right? They are currently at 14 points, which is 30 points behind LGD. That gap can be closed in 2 matches if you have a good game, right? If you have a little bit of a string of performances going into tomorrow. So definitely not insurmountable, but difficult, because LGD seem to be playing pretty well as well. So that gap may just accelerate away from you. Circle pops blank. It centers up just southeast of Montenuevo. So DX Xavier, again, fairly happy with this. And Regnum Karya, pretty chuffed.
Hey, Regnum Karya getting into a nice central position. I think Regnum Karya has been very good at finding the small alleyways to success in these maps. Very good at analyzing the pace of the game.
Nice tags.
Taking shots. Yeah, that's causing some serious issues out in the open.
Divine, look at the ammo he's got in the back pocket as well. I think it was almost up to 400 there. The 5.56. Spraying down with the M4. Going to lose plenty of volleys that way. I wonder if he had a Mini 14 in the back pocket as well, potentially. Explaining the surplus. Reject, they've been taking shots out towards GOAT quality for a while, but no knocks to be found. Just a couple of shredded health bars across the board. Reiji will face, GOAT quality, they just don't want to engage on this, and rightly so. You just want to get to some cover, and they're fairly central in the circle in this spot as well.
Yeah, it's actually, I think a lot of teams don't mind this type of position on the map as well, because there are a lot of areas to play. There's a lot of ups and downs in terms of the terrain too, so you can deny sightlines that way and keep yourself fairly safe. For DX Xavier, they're trying to find some of these high grounds as well, just for scouting purposes, because they were so central at the start. Having a good read on where most of the teams are is nice.
It's weird not seeing Alpha 7 playing.
To cause problems with Nigma Galaxy, no matter
where. I know they would have been somewhere up top dominating or close to the bubbles.
Out, and first blood goes over to aggressive.
LGD first. Okay. So, chat, they have a new thing that's called Smash Room. I don't remember the exact amount of points, so I would have to look to confirm. But I think if you, for example, I think, because I don't want to say something wrong or give the wrong amount of points that you need, but I think if a player reaches 70 points and they win that game, they win the tournament overall. So it's called Smash Rule. First time you would have like 18 games, you have to play the 18 games, then they calculate the points. Now you have, I think it's probably the same 18 game, but whoever first reaches 70 points and get the win while having 70 points will win the tournament overall. So that's new. That's what they're talking here. They're saying Smash rules.
DX Xavier reject as well, up on that north side. going to be quite happy with this. This west side hill situation, especially on the southwest side of it, with Nick the Galaxy, with Aki Cyber, I think, is there, with LGD on the outskirts, which, if you guys are watching the map feed available on YouTube, you would know that they are sweeping late in from Valle de Mar up towards La Riera. That could potentially get very, very dangerous very, very quickly.
It is an awkward circle to play now because there is a city towards the center and then fielded area over towards the west and the east, so very open ground. So you're either forced to play on these outskirts, on the south side, on the northeast and the northwest, on the hilltops, or send into Monte Nuevo. So could very well likely be a bit of an urban finish here.
Influence Rage try and send on in, and they get torn apart a little bit, losing one on the way in. But you know what? Sometimes it's worth that price, right? To have a position and to have a chance into these later circles. And they also get onto the west quadrant of Monte Nuevo, which arguably is probably one of the stronger places to be, especially given that you're surrounded now by GOAT quality on the east. You've got Aki Cyber on the south side and DX Xavier causing problems, so you're fairly protected in this scenario for Influence Rage. They can hold fast for just a little bit.
Influence Rage at 3 players. It will be okay for now. They are on the outer edge though, so again, that does provide benefits too, though, being able to leave quite quickly should the circle go a little bit haywire later on.
Looking at LGD right now, and they are all the way up that west side. They're crossing that open field you talked about on the west.
Yeah, straight up towards the hilltops on the northwest side. It's probably the ideal place for them to lock in from, because again, with that western rotate, they have little to no information on this circle, and that's something that they need to start doing right now, which is some scouting, figure out the lay of the land, and they can have a rough idea of where players are, but they don't have an exact, which teams like DX Xavier, Aki Cyber might have a better idea of. Regnum Karya definitely, because they've been around this area for a long, long time.
Yeah, they have got all 4 players alive as well, which is a nice boon. We're getting replays of DX Xavier. GOAT quality, a lot of scraps going on. Nepex kind of getting the worst end of the deal here, but no team has lost more than 1 player at the moment, Blank, despite all of those volleys, all of those replays coming on through. South side.
For this stage 4 to come through, 14 seconds away. I think that it could go many different ways here. I think down towards the south would be a really difficult push for a lot of teams because so many areas have already been taken and you don't really want to get caught out on that slope. So I think a lot of teams are quite pleased with this one. Straight over towards the crossroads though, which is going to make some crossings quite difficult as you try and rotate around this map. LGD's got further to go, but there is an opening on the northwest side in terms of buildings. It's just a question of whether LGD's been able to scout them in time. DX Xavier, I think that they just annihilated Hellion.
Yeah, I think you might be right there, Blank. 4 elims in first place now. They've pushed Vietnam up towards the top of the tables as it stands and resolutely maintain the embargo on giving Hellion any points in this tournament so far.
This is a wrap and a half from LGD over towards Leviso.
Get the Grammy for rap album of the year right there.
Yeah, and I mean Leviso immediately starts moving back over towards that north side. LGD.
Yep. Knock.
Unfortunately, weren't able to catch him out because that would have made life a lot easier. Here's Zeptimus though.
Well, nice double spray down there. Has got Lord Central
yeah,
at his side. Rakesh,
he's just gonna fry
on stage. Now last to stand for Nepex, with his teammates getting flushed left and right. 3 players from Black Esports bearing down upon them with the 721 aggressors as well, just over that ridgeline. I don't think that Mukesh gets away from this one without something miraculous, and he has been spotted.
Yep.
Will be put down,
Dead.
and that is the end of it. Zeptimus up to 3 elims for Black Esports.
Yeah, Zeptimus has been clear away one of the most effective players on Black Esports.
Agreed.
Even at distance of M4s, but more specifically, even close range with shotguns, he's very, very good at it. Goat will find Duello from Reject. That's over on the north side here. They're both clashing against one another. Apollo desperately trying to keep things together, but it's not enough as Reject gets ejected from the north side of the circle by Goat.
Reefus backed off this ridgeline. M4MV 2-2 right now, suppressing the ridgeline from the far angle, but they've lost Reefus on this forefront. Spidey rolls over the top. This is dangerous now. Look at those off angles starting to chime in. Yonik, Butcher, both very low. Zyol in the smoke, looking for this res, and the backup moves through. They're playing 3-1 now with a backstop coming through from top for 4MV. Res is in, so they are playing as 4 now. Doc with a nade, only the one in hand, but let's see what he can do with it. Over towards Butcher, tags in for damage.
Yeah, it gets quite a bit off there as well. It's good chip damage, absolutely. That's going to give him a little bit of time to start moving up over towards the broken concrete. That is a nice Molotov on the corner as well. Does prevent the peak from the side angles and forces them all the way back, in fact.
Fall off. This blue zone is pushing in. It will sweep over a lot of this engagement. It's going to force the 721 aggressors to play to the north side of this compound. Zyol, though, making the most of those moments before the blue zone closes away. Yonik on a cross angle. Nade over the top. Doesn't quite connect fully there. Not getting that knock. But the second one, maybe. Aggressor fades away from it. And over the top, into the roofs. Will not find the damage they're looking for. And I think 4MV may just look to disengage this.
Yeah, Circle's going to get away from this point, so realistically, a disengage would be ideal, and they have pushed the 721 back far enough now that they can effectively start to wrap around, because they're not peeking over the roof side anymore.
It's really insane, some of these shots.
I mean, I think he's just keeping them at bay, right? That's the
They're
idea.
able to hit, playing on a phone. It's just insane.
Smells a trap, but sails straight on into it. Beeping the horn as he goes between the two of
Bro,
them.
what?
Split the pins there. And bowled on down. Not
That's
too sure what he was hoping to
stupid.
achieve there. Maybe didn't think that there were two players on the angle. There's damage sent towards the back lines of 4MV, but now there's chiming in shots from DX Xavier across the way. The 721 aggressors lose their first player in this fight.
That's an excellent readjustment there from 4MV. Very well played. And really shuts down the gameplay there coming through from T721. Really good stuff. Doc wants more, though. I think he can take the vehicles. Very bold, though, dude.
Okay. Butcher, happy to pick that one up. The 721 aggressor. Keep control of their vehicle. I agree. I'm not too sure what Doc was hoping to achieve with that. They've sent two players forwards over the top. Goes Butcher for another shutdown onto Reefus. Can the rest of his team help him? No, one is down. Aggressor needs to pick Yonik back up as DX Xavier are turning their attention this way. But they've slowed down 4MV just the same way that 4MV slowed them down, Blank, which means that perhaps they'll be able to extract some value. Black Esports, by the way, in the midst of all of that, sent straight into the middle. They crashed into a couple of players. Upgrade took one, LGD took another, and it's all now down to Lord Cedric.
Yeah, Aki Cyber underneath. What that was a Doc play.
Hubris.
Like, it honestly made no sense. I mean, me and Max practically at the same time, both just throwing our palms upwards at that play. Nongshin Red Force down to just one player. Not a great way to finish out their day, honestly.
Definitely not.
But LGD over towards the southwest side looking very comfortable on that high ground.
4MV closing their day in 11th or lower now as they go out as well. LGD getting a flush over towards DX Xavier. Doc is giving Regnum Karya a little bit of a run for their money, but he is still against 4. Toshpik takes some damage from the nade. Not the Doc we're used to seeing with the nade, but still plenty effective here for Nongshin Red Force.
To send one over the top of it was Toshpik, who immediately moves out the way.
Good read.
Very quick reactions. Excellent stuff.
The Loxy and Wild, nades of their own. Drops smoke on the inside, trying to slow things down. Loxy nade on the bounce, and it's good. Regnum Karya stay as 4. 3 elims, they're chasing the top spots.
Yeah, very clean. Yeah, for Regnum Karya, I think they'd want to finish out the day kind of neck and neck, right up at that first place. I think they've had several good games. Lovely nade from Levi's.
And the last player from the 721 aggressor sits in the shack, a nade on towards it. No, it's just a Molotov. They're going to put that one through the window. We'll be able to close down that entryway. Shots from across the way. That is from RCB. Sorry, from Regnum Karya. They don't have that B in their name anymore. Drop that one. Kaya remain resolute though on this eastern side hold and actually flexing Silas out all the way down
That player
south.
from the Xavier after
On the
move,
off angle, you
or
can see
he's
him there
going
off
to
in the
get knocked
distance. Very split,
from
but behind a ridge has plenty of cover.
Paragin
When
trying
Silas
to
peek
hold out
over the ridge,
LGD
he's going
on
to
his
get
own.
knocked.
Is down.
Yeah.
Refrag though from Nate in the back lines. Over towards Mau Mau on the off angle, and Leviso can move on straight for the challenge and actually go very, very low. Danger abound, and it's LGD to surge forwards with Lings. Now Nate, last player to stand, can't face into it. And LGD able to push in on the west edge. 721 aggressors breathe a small sigh of relief, but not too deeply because LGD will pick up that mantle, as will Silas, knowing exactly where he's playing.
Yeah, I can kind of understand where Levi was going from there, where you want to just try and send in as fast as possible and try and capitalize on just that sense of shock factor. But for LGD, it's a quick turnaround. So they've rotated down towards that south side. I mean, they were playing the hilltop on the west. I respect they've got away from it early. Too many teams sit up there for too long. Silas, the vehicle almost goes up in smoke there.
But he gets ahead of the curve now, and Aggressor goes down immediately. Hops out, bang, bang, job done.
Stop shooting the car.
Beautiful stuff. Scratching the paintwork, mate. Can't be having that. He'll send you the invoice.
He's having on a bad spot. I wonder how this is going to play out, because it does feel like more and more this is pushing away from that northwest side, and Regnum Kaya could have a very strong game off the back of this, but we are cutting sightlines in half right now between the road and the northwest, and I think Regnum Kaya and LGD is something that's going to have to conclude.
Tarmac rivers running through the center of the circle, splitting up these areas, and through all of this, Blank kind of quietly, Go Quality have got 8 elims out of this match, and they're on the north side. A fairly decent 2-2 split. See if they can continue. Meanwhile, on the south edge, it is LGD, who are now in top spot, looking to try and defend it against Regnum Kaya, actually, who are just behind, 8 points behind, in fact, and now spotted by Wild, adding to their point tally.
I think that's the first time I've seen hovercraft and esports on Miramar.
That is true. Where did that come from?
Very nice for getting over Miramar terrain.
They looted over in Puerto Parisa, if you remember, early in the game. They actually flexed all the way out there very, very early. So they've taken this with them the whole time. It's a good luck charm.
Regnum Kai continue to move up over towards that north side. I think they've done their job now. Cutting LGD down to 3 is quite significant. It does make their pushing power back over towards that eastern side, where Regnum Kai really want to control much better. Troshpik, though, getting taken out on a very, very long-range spray. There's potential to pick him up, but he is far.
I don't think they're going to be able to do that convincingly, no matter what. Well, there is a smoke being launched out there, so a fast deployment on that could potentially be a nice little rescue mission. I didn't expect them to be able to go for it here, but maybe Loxy has the presence he needs to allow Wild on in, and actually, yeah, there's the res.
Yeah, it's the really nice thing about having M79 now in esports mode is that if you want to have quick smokes one after another, because they bloom instantaneously too, no waiting for them to pop.
Silas's position here is on a clock, but right now LGD can't do much whilst it's established. 20 seconds before the zone closes, and he's going to have to start thinking about leaving, but for now, he's providing a lot of safety to the teams over this red line. Lings wants to step forwards, does so, half HP though. In the meantime, Upgrade are just biding their time, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. 2 players alive for them, Buzz and
I don't
Molodoy
think they
just
know
over
that
ridge
Upgrade
line.
is just right over here, actually.
Managed to spot the nade over towards Lings and launch another one over the top. Loxy locks in on his position. Will blast him away. Not really going to be able to go for this res. LGD playing us 2. Tian and Afu. Afu goes down first. Tian now last to stand as Regnum Kaya handily deal with this position. Silas on this off angle, so pivotal. Tian in and out of the vehicle into another one. Maybe he's giving them the fancy feet, giving them the runaround, but it's not going to matter. Where are they getting lit up from though? Who's that chiming into the fight? I think it's Nick McGalaxy on the west.
Redox finding those shots and Molodoy trying to assist on that one. Buzz was shut down fairly quickly there.
Comes through from Go Quality.
Valo wanting to send another one over the top. But I think Regnum Kai should be able to get these players back up again. Really good play from
They
Silas,
can get
though,
everyone
on
up,
distance,
and they should just push the ridge and clear that last player off hungry, but
literally just
I don't think they have idea that he's just on the next side chilling while they were back and forth in that brawl. Welcome to the stream.
How this plays out on the western side. As we get through to stage 8 next, then we close this one down for
Welcome
the day.
to the stream. Thanks for stopping.
Galaxy, they might be two
Hit that
players,
like
but
button.
they do have two
Subscribe
options,
if
right?
you're
Both
new.
sides of the road, the only team to actually be split
We're just
over
chilling
it.
and GYRO
It
partying
is such an open
PMGO.
ground, and now AKE Cyber
I'm back to regular streaming next week.
will be in a command position over this western
I
edge.
mostly do
Force
solo
all these other
squad
teams to
because
fight for their amusement beneath them. But they
it's
want the
just
points
nice,
too, Blank.
you
They're
know,
in 8th place
playing
right
solo
now,
squad.
within striking distance
I
from
play
the top
squad,
of the table.
but it
Red
depends on
Kite keep
who's
racking up these
available to
points.
play at the time.
Lightning Galaxy lose their south side outpost, and now they're the only team on the south of this road.
This is insane. Regnum Karya could have a massive jump up here. They've got 12 eliminations this game. It's huge. And also their only team right now on
They're
the
gonna get
eastern
first
side
place for sure,
who
no
can
question.
just blast all these squads trying to exit from Monte Nuevo.
Yeah, they can just
excellent opportunity to
spread.
rack up some massive points and set themselves up
Based on how their terrain is set,
well
I would have just spread straight across
Tomorrow. They would
and
just
covered them.
love to. It would be top of their list of things to do on Sunday. Crack on,
They're
get
in a good
smash in.
spot.
What do they want to do on a Sunday?
12 kills.
Get a smash.
Yikes.
That's right.
That's right.
They can pick up even
They're on
a few
48
more
points right
aliens
now.
from
80 points is the barrier. Currently, the
from the
closest is
position
LGD
they
at
have.
50, but the placement points
Yep.
have been added for Regnum
And there it
Karya,
is.
because we don't know how many
They're
they're going to
spreading
get.
across, pinching everyone
Get
together.
over closer
I
and
would do
closer
the
to
same
80.
thing.
They're going to have a good time. You can see how evenly split the damage they've been able to do as well is on this roster.
There is a thought here for Regnum Karya because they've got 4 players right now. They want to start stealing eliminations, which means they need to get a little bit aggressive on this one. Try and extract as much value as possible. Because they know that they've gone very far here. They already find Ida. That's Toshpik picking that one up. That's a potential of 2 elims on that southwest side available to them.
Look at that ridge, though, on the other side of the road. If this fight on this side concludes with AKE Cyber, with GOAT Quality, with RA, they can start to think about going there. But until 2 of those teams have gone down, they just can't
Easy
make
win
that break.
for them.
All
They
the
just
while,
need
Regnum
to
Karya are taking shots on the broad
don't
side.
give away
This
any
is
knock.
stage 9. It closes central and it closes on the other side of the road now. And you can see there, they're starting to pick up these points. Marth trying to break across, will be spotted by Silas, but not quite shut down there, unfortunately. Not going to be able to land the shot. Silas not going to have that one beat. GOAT Quality making the smoke train march across the open and actually getting to some ridge lines.
They are in nade range, but Silas has to send these nades over
4 nades.
thick and fast.
He's gonna get knocked.
Pocket to make this one happen.
Ooh,
But he is getting
nice.
massive. But again, they can't let these eliminations get stolen away from them because AKE Cyber's picking them up from the backside. Admin fights Wild. That's a massive amount of damage done over towards Regnum Karya. Toshpik's down, Wild's down.
Loxy looking for the res. Silas trying to hold his nerve against the push from GOAT Quality and is able to do so. Ephius stuck on the back line here as AKE Cyber really the only team that can have a say. You've got Ephius actually already across, but trying to just stay alive in this corner. The blue zone will push him on out. I think you just go down to the blue zone, try and survive for as long as possible, maybe find a second place, and they will be afforded it. 15 eliminations seen.
Come on, Silas.
Silas won't find a sliver of it. The play zone claims the final blow, but it is RC to be able to find the final chicken dinner on the day. 15 elims, 25 points to close down the day. A massive turn up for them. One step closer to get that smash.
I'm pretty sure that sits around about 61 points by the end of that, which is a fantastic result going into tomorrow. One big game, and they get to that 80-point threshold, which is massive for them.
Denied the opportunity at a global title by 1 point back in London at PMGC. They're looking to try and go out all guns blazing here at PMGO. Maybe a redemption arc on the cards, as they will close down day 1 in first place. The question is maintenance, or will they get smashed from that top spot?
Let me just hold it. I'm gonna hold it for a sec.
Again, more on the analysis side of things. I think for Regnum Kai, it was a very good setup into the game. I think that they picked their fights well. I think that's the most important thing about this game, because they knew there was a lot of cover to work around with, but every single fight they took, it was at the right time. I think the only thing I didn't like was the fact that Toshpik left his position just as Mark was starting to cross here. And there's definitely a fair few more eliminations that they could have got.
Yep.
I mean, you'd rather pick up the chicken dinner, though. As good as points are, they weren't going to be able to get over that 80-point threshold in that match. So just securing those 10 placement points is
it's
great news.
80
We're going to
points,
head back
yeah.
over to the desk
So
to
the
see
smash roll
what
is
they
80
think
points.
about RC and their potential to get that smash tomorrow.
Regnum Karia was so close to being the champions at PMGC. It slipped away from them. They're making sure that doesn't happen here at 2025 PMGO Uzbekistan, because this team is currently showing up.
I'm looking around here, Seven. I don't see no D plus gear to take it away. So they're going to take it. Of course, they're still going to be down to the smash roll heading into tomorrow. But man, Silas missed a worldwide maneuvering around Narangal, maneuvering around Miramar to get 2 chicken dinners, 1 on each battleground. Shut up, you two. It's been just an incredible IGL. And one thing we really need to highlight this game in particular, Niptura, has been those 2-2 aggressive splits to just kind of keep teams at bay. Have really just allowed them to secure that southern side of the road pretty much from the get-go.
What I really love about this and their strategy is this was completely repetitive in a way, right? Because they've done this every single game they can get. They have done this exact same 2-2 split, go mid, wait, 2-2 split in the middle or in the end of the game, and then just run around looking for all those positions that they want. So it is a really, really nice game that they've played all day today, and it really shows with those 2 wins now.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic stuff from Regnum Kari here. Getting closer to that 80-point barrier too, right, which is going to be very important heading into tomorrow's 6 matches, you know, it's going to be going. Though actually, we did talk a lot about Regnum Kari, how they got themselves this chicken dinner. I want to highlight another team that was very impactful in this game, which is GO, the kings of Monte Nuevo. They were just a meat grinder at the end of that game, just waiting for all the teams to be forced in their vicinity and pick up as many points as possible. And because of that, get a ton of smokes that almost could have allowed them to make that cross. But unfortunately, as we saw, the nades of Silas were just too damn good.
Absolutely, and it was looking a little hairy there for Regnum Karia as well, right? Because GO, they went down to like 1 solo at one point. So it was a little bit unfortunate there, you know, a little bit touch and go. But you know what? They came through, and actually, Loxy, I mean, my goodness me, 1,000 damage coming through. Wild as well, 1,100. It's crazy.
One thing I do want to mention, when we were watching that game, Nectira, you were telling me, I don't know about this game because nobody's doing what I'm expecting them to do, Nectira.
I didn't like the game at all, honestly, except for the last bit, except for Regnum. They were doing really well. LGD as well as like Nigma and GOAT. Some of those teams were doing really, really well. But I didn't like anything that the rest of the teams to the north, to the east, and to the south did in terms of their rotations. Because I felt like Regnum, no, not Regnum, Rejects from the north side just sending straight into the city. Why is everyone obsessed with urban territory? Stop it. It's really annoying me because they had several options, maybe a little bit more risky, maybe a little bit more touch and go, but you know what? You could have split up, you could have used a ridge, it would have been really nice. Nongshim, exact same thing. I think they could have used their terrain a little bit better.
Okay, I see where you're coming from, Max.
Like, the thing is, I can't really fault teams for going to the city. I really can't, because when you look at this terrain, especially in Monte Nuevo, it's not like there's an infinite amount of positions you can play around Monte Nuevo. A lot of teams are going to send it there early, just wait for the circle, hope that it goes in their overall direction, then they can try and leave. Unfortunately, because of this, it went south, and everyone's just forced in one direction. City finishes are not easy, and a lot of times you're forced in making that decision.
I mean, I get that, but the city is already so full. I feel like they could have done far more behind a car or in a tiny little dip outside of nade range than actually smashing into a team.
So, like, actually, we're looking at this right now. A lot of the dips were taken. You had T71, you had yourself Deek Xavier, you had upgrades, just a few dips. Regnum Kara was taking a lot of control. Where do you go? if you're a team that's currently around the city, right, and you want to try and leave that spot like Nigma Galaxy, what's your game plan?
Well, for Nigma Galaxy, I actually did like what they did is hold until it was a little bit more open, and then they tried to go for that southern high ground. I did actually like that for them. That was much later in the game. I'm really talking about positioning for that late game in the mid circles.
One thing we're not seeing, though, sadly, for Nigma Galaxy is them here on the first page. Regnum Karya, 25 points. I mean, we heard John Allen and Blank talking about who's possibly going to be able to smash tomorrow with the smash rule coming in. 25 points is going to put them a little bit closer towards that, especially in Sandhawk if they decide not to hot drop with, I think it was DX Xavier at the beginning of the day. Go there with those 18 points. Overall, I'm good. I'm glad seeing some of these teams wake up and some of these teams continuing to be performing. One team on the other side, I have to bring it back again.
If they hit the threshold of points,
every single time we go to match ranking, Neptune,
like if they get the 80 points, I'm hot dropping them.
I don't know what to say, honestly. I mean, 0 placement points in this match again.
So
it's odd. I don't
every
know.
team's
I mean, it
going
was a
to
nice
try and
fight,
get rid of them
Doc,
if they
what
hit
is
that
Doc
80
doing,
points.
What was that car thing? No. You know, I could hear the comms in my head. It was like, okay, we need to go. Are you on foot? Yeah. No, I've got a cart. You can't get that car. Yeah, I can. It's fine. Boom.
I had a replay 7 of in my mind going of not 7 of the 4MV playing, and 4MV having pretty much an instant chicken dinner situation in front of them, and Doc being like, I'm just gonna go do my own thing, and it ends up just kind of crumbling, falling apart instantly off the back of that, and it's a big issue. The synergy just doesn't seem to be there.
That's the biggest factor for me, I feel like, especially that you've been telling me, Max, throughout today. It just feels like the synergy isn't there for that team. They're all doing their own gaming style.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it seems like right now they haven't found their mojo, they haven't found that kind of synergy. Everyone has just got a lot of confidence going into it. But here we go, looking at the overall rankings. 61 points for Regnum Karya.
Wow.
19. The math is not mathing. 90 points. 8 smash. 4 smash?
4 smash. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's basically doable in 2 games. I mean, if they have another big match like this and you get another 25 points, then they're eligible for that smash rule in 1 game.
Actually, one thing that's very interesting, right, compared to LGD, compared to GO, compared to DX Xavier, that are actually relatively close to reaching 80 points.
Yes.
They haven't showed us they can get the chicken dinner.
Yep.
Let's not forget how important a chicken dinner is in the smash rule system, right? And Regnum Karya have done it on 2 of the most important maps that we will be seeing again tomorrow.
They just need 19 points. First game, Sandhawk get 19 points. We could have, in theory, right, a champion going into the second game tomorrow. If that happens, we can just sit here and speculate. Let me just enjoy myself, okay? I like putting those situations out there. And here for the second page, I mean, for this teams, they have to be a little bit worried. One team that I'm going to be mentioning right at the top, Nigma Galaxy, was not expecting to see them here.
I wasn't either, you know. I don't feel like the overall rankings actually reflect how they've done today. Yes, it's been very, very quiet from them, but I actually really love how they've positioned themselves in day 1. Not necessarily in the leaderboards, but as a team, they have been consistently in that top 7, top 6, top 5. They are consistently wanting to go for those survival points, those placement points, but they're not hesitant, they're not scared. They're just keeping it cool, keeping it chill. And then tomorrow, I can see that they're setting it up for a big day tomorrow.
19 points
I would have to disagree with that. Consistently, but they're currently in 9th place. Like, they have to go back to the drawing board.
But you got to think about 2 days. You can't just think about 1 day. It's 12 matches, not 6.
For me, 1 win is similar to Iker when we saw in the prelims. Like, you get that 1 win, and we didn't see much of that. Like, sure, consistent win again comes to a few eliminations here and there. Like, sure, of course. But let's not forget, you got to reach the 80 points. And as of right now, they're really far away from reaching the 80 points. If you just double their points, they wouldn't even get there, realistically.
That's true, yeah.
So you got to keep in mind that that 80-point limit is so damn important.
Smash rule.
Well, for everybody wondering what the smash rule is, in case you were tuning in after the intro, this is exactly what it is. The first team or any team that reaches 80 points and wins the next map will become the next champion. Just hit 80 points, chicken dinner, be champions. Seems pretty straightforward. And if for some reason nobody ends up doing that by the 12th match, then it's going to be the team with the most points.
And actually, I'm kind of imagining this scenario. It's kind of weird, it's kind of funny. If Regnum Karya get a win in the first game, they get to 80 points, and then they just get no win for the rest of the day and get overtaken last minute. That hurts. I don't know. That's like the worst case scenario, and I just imagined it in my head. I was like, oh, that would suck.
Oh no!
That would be a repeat of PMGC.
And now you've said it. You've
Max.
spoken it into reality. Oh my God, this guy does not learn.
Max is low-key cursed.
Get closer over here, Max.
That will
Okay,
happen
closer
for
over
real.
here. Yeah, sorry, Nitur.
He always cursed
Can't
teams.
say that!
Okay, sorry. I wasn't talking.
Please smack him for me. Thank you. I appreciate that. Turkish
That
fans.
one was for you, 4MB.
Yeah, Turkish fans,
Since
please.
when is violence okay?
It's not. It was a love tap.
It's okay in game, not in real life. What is this about? Actually, 4MV, you saw that? Do more of that, please. You know, that would be great. Thank you.
As we're going to be going for the MVP of the day.
Oh, wow.
Gold quality. 11 eliminations. One player, too, that also had 11 eliminations I saw at one point was Marth.
Yeah, which is surprising because the only time we ever saw Marth was when he was either missing or getting knocked.
Well, it was the wow.
It was the first game.
Slow down.
Nah, I haven't forgotten.
I thought I was toxic.
Marth, don't come for me. Please, I love you.
You're hitting me, talking smack about my boy Marth.
What can I say? I've learned from the best.
Who?
You both.
Oh, makes sense.
Okay, well,
I get that.
It's a compliment.
Thank you.
We promise. But look at the breakdown here of what happened today. 11 elements. Something interesting though, there on the third and fourth match was the amount of villains for those winners below 10. That was actually surprising for me.
Actually, when you look at a lot of the teams that are on top of the leaderboards, except for, of course, your Regnum Karya and how they played so far, it is actually relatively close. It's not as top-heavy as we had in the Uzbekistan finals, as we had in the prelims to make it to the main event. It's actually pretty damn stacked, meaning that tomorrow, a team outside of Regnum Karya could very easily just get a really hot start, overtake Regnum Karya, and be the first team to contend for the Smash ruling system. So there's so many parts of the equation to take into account, and I feel like tomorrow, really, it's still anybody's game, except for maybe the teams at the very bottom, which are really going to struggle to reach that 80-point limit.
Yeah.
This is why I want to I want a team to just come in and do that tomorrow. Get some wins, get to win. Natura just goes like,
Let's come over here.
Okay. Get those 80 points and get that win after get those 80 points. By the way, for everybody currently watching, we're not done yet. Yesterday, if you didn't get a chance to see it, we did the Solo Masters. We're past the first stage. Today, we'll be crowning a champion for the Solo Masters. So make sure you stay with us because we will be, don't worry about it, all right? We'll be crowning a champion for Solo Masters. And if I remember on the top of my head, who was the champion previously? It was Nomi. So we'll see if Nomi's not here to defend his title, sadly. But we'll see who's going to end up being the champion for Solo Masters. So make sure you stay tuned. We'll be back shortly after this break.
Solo Master. The venue is nice. It's really nice. I need to be at one of these events. One more minute shot, and then they're gonna start the TDM. I think it's what? I think it's 4 more games. No. Well, I need to see the bracket. They have a bracket for the TDM.
Solo Masters. Here we come. There can only be one solo master, but bring it. We'll find out who's gonna be in the, actually be in the chat. I know. Sure. the song had us like hyped and stuff. I'm all for it, but you know what? Let's remind everybody what these players are gonna be fighting for in the Solo Masters. None other than a prize pool of $10,000.
Money! Money.
We like it.
Fix your brief, come here.
Yeah.
Buys Infinix device.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, very true, yeah.
Wait, you didn't buy yours.
Because
if you could see the smirk this man has on his face. But don't forget, first place will end up getting 2,500, second place 1,500.
Trust me, put me in that TDM. I'll 1v1 anyone.
Coming down to that first place and the
in that lobby.
bragging rights too, because
and win.
Believe it or not, you gotta brag about this too.
TDM is not all about guns, still
been
tactics. A lot of
Obviously,
tactics
the ones that are
as
totally
well.
lit up are the ones that are still within the tournament. The ones that are not have sadly lost their games yesterday. Yeah.
And of course, Ramses from no Upgrade.
From where?
Yeah, from Upgrade.
Upgrade.
No,
Just
we could have done it.
Just to make sure, you know, from
Yeah.
Upgrade. Marth, Force, Butcher, Ozzy, Diego, Loxy, and Bluken. And actually, off the back of today's games, Loxy must be feeling pretty damn good. He's feeling hot after those matches. So if there's anyone you might want to support purely based on the results of today, Loxy could be a pretty decent pick.
Fun fact, actually, I got to talk to Loxy at the beginning of the day, and I was like, man, why were you so bad at the beginning? He's like, I just had to get used to it, okay? That guy was coming out hot. They were already playing. Just give me some time, and boy, oh boy, did he make a comeback.
He got to the logs, and then he was like, oh, I'm in the zone. And it worked out, but Loxy able to do pretty good. Here are our matchups for today. We can have Loxy versus Ramses, Force versus Lucan, Ozzy versus Butcher, and Diego versus Marth.
Yes, indeed.
Welcome to the stream.
Really nice bits and
Hit that like
pieces
button.
of action
Subscribe
coming
if you're
through here.
new.
I'm excited to
If
get
you
started.
haven't already. And thanks for hanging out.
To the most.
Ramses.
Is he
From
still
who?
playing?
From which team?
I think so.
Wait, which team? Which team?
That's a joke. I know he's still playing.
Okay,
It's
alright.
definitely from Ake, right? No,
Yeah,
it's
definitely
from
from
Upgrade.
Ake.
It's from Upgrade.
Yes. Yes. Why not? But I think, okay, you know what? You're talking about Ramses. You're talking about Upgrade. Besides that joke, who do you think is going to end up winning that match?
Well, we got Ramses versus Loxy. I mean, I think you make a very good point, though, Seven, is that Loxy is coming off of a very big high right now. So
I did say that.
I kind of want to say that it is Loxy.
Definitely, I didn't definitely
Why
not
are
say
we
that.
mocking me again? I
Because
feel
it
like I
wasn't
said
Max
something
that
wrong.
said it. It was me, and then on the match too.
I
Yeah.
said
It was
Seven.
me,
It was actually him.
He's trolling, he's playing. And you're falling for it. That's the worst part. Okay?
Always.
We know what you
This
beat
is the
me
worst
up
Time to
to.
go.
Fair, you know
But,
what?
no, Loxy versus Ramses.
Yeah.
I feel like Loxy is the pick that makes the most amount of sense. So I'm personally going to be going that direction. For the other match, we're going to have Force versus Bluken. And actually, with how LGD played, I do want to go and support Bluken. So those will be my two picks.
Nice, very good. What about you, Seven?
You're funny. Who do you have for Force and Blucon?
Force.
Oh.
I'm gonna go the opposite of Mr. Maxman over here.
Not from upgrade. Yeah.
Not from upgrade. Okay. Yeah.
Well, if it makes you feel better, Force is the first one to strike. As we go over to Loxy and Ramses as well, these players are going to be playing it slow. And remember, this is something that we saw Loxy being able to do yesterday as well. He decided to play passive, get a bit of a lead when he ended up getting the lead, and just fully back off to his spot.
Yeah, and he wasn't playing at all yesterday, by the way, when it came to the actual main tournament.
Yeah.
He was not playing.
Before the matches.
Yeah, so maybe a little bit cold going into it. And today he's going to be feeling himself. He's going to feel good after getting 2 chicken dinners and maybe able to move forward. Maybe win the whole thing. That would be a massive, massive dub for the Turkish player. And if he can make it happen.
I love how Loxy and Ramses are just 0-0 right now. We're a minute in and they ain't done a thing because they're like, no, you don't.
Look at Ramses.
No, you don't.
He's just shooting.
No, you don't.
Meanwhile, Loxy's like, you're cute. I'm not even moving.
Bro.
But let's go over to Force because
2,500 USD if you win
with the
TDM
right
tournament,
there.
that's a lot.
Gave me some
So,
flashbacks to
they're just
PMGO
chilling.
for a second. It wasn't him. It was somebody else.
Yeah, it was like, what?
It was Noble.
Noble.
The movement. You remember the
But
movement?
hey,
The
he
movement
got
was
inspired.
insane.
He's a fan.
Yeah.
Okay.
He went back to watch it.
Hey.
Loxy and Ramses, I think, are just trying to watch the other game of Force versus Blukun. He's like, this match is so entertaining. Let's pause for like 9 minutes.
Yep.
And then on the last
Basically.
minute, then we'll start fighting. They're really not too... Okay, finally, one player, Ramses, is going to be moving.
Yeah, he's been moving for a hot minute, but they ain't done nothing. Fortunately, they had 3-1, so that's looking pretty nice indeed. Oh, almost getting onto Loxy there, half health, but that's where the stun grenade's gonna come on in, Max.
I mean, that's cool. At least if we get one elimination, there shouldn't be a tie, hopefully.
Yeah.
At least something will be happening. They'll have a reason to go and push and engage each other for some extra juicy eliminations. Loxy, nice nade damage. Does a little bit of kick work onto Loxy. Might take a few lesser bullets to get that elim. Oh man, Loxy taking an absolute beating down to a 3rd HP. Going back behind those concrete blocks. Not going to be able to get himself that tier 3 vest just yet, but Ramses is here chasing him down.
0 kills.
In return.
That's crazy.
Doing, though, 4-2, but it seems very evenly matched, right? Just because Force is ahead
7
right now doesn't
minutes
mean
in the
Blue
game.
can't get some nasty
3
shots
minutes
over
in the
on
game.
Oh, Loxy! You're going to get pushed, man. You better run. You better get the hell out of here because you need to start regenning up to 100% HP. He has a good idea. Oh, no, actually,
hang on.
Ramses does not know where he left, and there you go. He's back to 100% HP, and he saw him finally trying to sneak behind that crate. That's quite unfortunate, but Loxy doesn't go out and gets that tier 3 vest. That is a big win for him.
I don't know how he managed that, Max. That's insane. He was tap dancing on them toes trying to get out of there, and hey, it worked. It seemed to work.
Ramses picked up the M249. Not street legal.
Bro,
Gotta stick to
they're
we actually talked about
3.5 minutes into the game, and they haven't got a single kill on the left side. So it's like they're just gonna win with just 1 kill. It's probably that's it, or that's what they're going for.
We saw a bit of a difference in strategy in regards to that yesterday, right? I can't remember. I think it was Redox from Enigma Galaxy. Didn't end up working out for him, but he was using the shotgun. He would try to just go in between the both. Hit him with the shotgun first, super low, and then being able to push him.
Yep.
Yeah,
I'm enjoying this different strategies here.
Yeah, it's good. A little bit of depth to the gameplay strats. There you go, another elimination coming on through. Blukun struggling a little bit versus Force from Akis Cyber, and realistically, with the amount of time left, still could initiate a comeback, but if Force is able to just keep creating an even bigger lead, which he is currently doing, that's an extra point to his name, that is going to be putting Blukun in a very tight situation.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to watch as the last few minutes count down because, I mean, Force is just kind of running away with it now. I mean, you can see that the gap was not very big, but I just feel like Blukun is definitely trying. I'm not going to say he's not trying here or that he's struggling, because he's definitely putting that work in. It just seems like when it comes to that last shot, it is all on Force to get it. So, not sure what needs to change here for Blukun, but something does.
I'm going to start paying a little bit more attention to how Blukun is moving, because I'm not seeing very, like, 10,000 IQ movements. I'm seeing very like typical movements that I would do, which is not a compliment. Unfortunately, there's not. Like, you see he's just peeking, trying to go backward.
Rough.
It is quite simple in nature, which allows then Force to just abuse the hell out of his position and his movement and just get himself easy elimination. Once more, it just becomes very predictable.
Weird.
And Force now 6 points ahead.
Yeah, I think you're right there. I think Lucan just isn't quite sure how to play against Force like this. It's a bit stiff, yeah. It's a bit like I play, you know?
Still 0-0, by the way.
0-0 is insane.
I stopped paying attention to the left side because nothing was really happening. They took so many shots at each other, and yet nothing happened. Actually, tier 3 helmet, tier 3 vest for Ramses. He's going to be a tanky boy.
The thing is that, if I'm not mistaken, Loxy is currently on Ramses' spawn. So, by him doing that, by Loxy being able to move over there, now pretty much Ramses has had all the time available to go pick up that level 3 vest, to go pick up that level 3 helmet. And they're truly, I feel like, as much as we might not like this strategy, they're truly waiting to see until the last moment and make a go for it. They're both might be a little bit scared to engage because of what's at stake, right? It is a lot of money on the line.
This is insane.
It's a lot of money. You are right. It's a heck of a lot of money, and I could see why maybe Ramses and Loxy are like, no mine, no mine, no you, and it's just it ends up being this 0-0. But 3.5 minutes rather, is an insane amount of time to have 0-0. That's crazy.
What happens again if we end like 0-0?
It will go to the tiebreaker, if I'm not mistaken. It will end up being another match, but it's whoever ends up getting the first elimination.
But what if they stay like this for like...
At this point, you know what?
I mean, anything.
Like, if we go to the tiebreaker, are they just going to stop moving for like 2.5 hours or something? Like,
yeah. We might be here a while, boys.
Yeah.
Well, let's see.
Loxy, Ramses, we're not entertained right now.
Not entertained.
Definitely not. We're going to have 8-point lead created for Force versus Bluken. Nice little angle through the window to be created.
I've never seen a TDM where it's 0-0 this far in the game.
Force though going really low when it comes to the ammo count in that magazine. Able to make himself over the cylinder blocks, and he's able to actually get that tier 3 helmet. That's massive.
Ramses starting to make a push.
Is making the push forward and will be getting eliminated. Force gets an extra point.
Ramses now starting to make the push here towards Loxy. Loxy still holding that angle. Remember, they ended up using all the grenades earlier on, so nothing's going to end up happening here. I think they're starting to feel the pressure of that time. When we're talking about it, they're starting to feel themselves out. Ramsey trying to get the angle. Ramsey being the aggressor. I appreciate this out of him, but Loxy making sure that he doesn't end up giving an angle. Meanwhile, you have Force on the other side with a 10-point lead. I mean, at this point, something to keep in mind, too, is that Loxy, even though he does have a level 3 vest, it's not currently at full. From what we were able to see earlier from Ramses, those level 3 vests, the level 3 helmet, that was at full. There you go. Loxy's going to be making a push for it. Ramses making the push. He's hunting him down. He knows that he was able to tag him, but remember, you don't want to wait too long because they will end up regenerating health right here, and that's exactly what happens. Loxy goes back to full heal. Ramses faking it out, trying to go for the push. He's able to get some shots there. He ends up, missing by a tiny bit, and they're just playing cat and mouse here with us.
Yes! Oh, we got the first elimination.
With 1:23 to go, we get the first elimination between Loxy and Ramses. And now the problem is for Loxy is that he's only got so little time to actually get it back. Oh, hang on.
Is that street legal? Oh,
I mean, it's a spawn, right?
I don't know. We saw an M249 being used earlier. I was like, not too sure about that one. But anyways, Regnum Karia. Loxy now has to push. He's going to stop running away. So actually, we are going to be seeing some Loxy action right now.
Go on.
But no,
That's a
Ramses.
good nade. That's a good nade. Oh, and he dodges it.
He's using his own spell against him. He's trying to run around the Rosie back as much time as possible. He's just playing hide and seek right now.
Yes.
46
it's solo
seconds.
master tournament, not hide and seek, guys. Oh, he's on top of the roof. No escape here, Ramses. You have to take the fight. You have to take the encounter. Already a little bit of damage taken, down to 2/3 HP. But will we see Loxy jump in on down? Because currently he's holding on to that rooftop position.
Now 30 seconds. They know exactly where they are. The other game. There you go. Loxy's going to be making a push for it. Loxy's able to tie it up and shoot the boxes. Calm down, everybody. You guys just got 2 eliminations in 10 minutes.
20 seconds left, though. Like, we need to see an extra elimination now. Otherwise, as you said here, Seven, we will be heading on over to another match for the tiebreaker. Onto the right side, though, 22-6 is not even close. Force, congratulations. You'll be moving on to the next stage. But now 5 seconds left, and they're way too far away from each other. I believe it is going to be a tie. It will be a 1-to-1 point game between Ramses and Loxy.
My goodness me, what on earth was the last 10 minutes all about? That was slightly odd and slightly crazy, but you know what? Tiebreaker it is.
I've never seen so many people get excited for one elimination. Yeah. That's great. I was like, I wasn't sure if it was because it was an elimination from Ramses or it was finally an elimination coming through.
It was the suspense just building up between these two players. And I mean, Loxy, I feel like he was the most passive player.
I think
there,
he was,
especially towards the end. Ramses was the one pushing the action. He decided to go towards the spawn.
Let's go, let's get it.
Realized, you know what, maybe I should back up, but it was a little bit too late.
Yeah.
1-1,
so
that's
now
crazy.
I'm imagining
So
how the hell is this tiebreaker going to go?
Match now.
Because are we going to have the same situation where they're going to take 10 billion years to even just move a centimeter? Like that could be happening. Or otherwise, they might actually just rush it, say, okay, it's a coin toss.
Yeah.
Who's going to be getting it and moving on forward. Oh, he's not
happy with it.
I got camped on the roof. It was horrible. I hated it.
I was camping too, so I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, kind of, that was just the battle of who can hide the best, honestly. I mean, it is what it is. We are going to see a rematch coming in here pretty soon, either before or after the next matches come on through. We'll see how that goes, but for now, we're looking at these players, and Lukun, man.
Yeah, I mean, right now, that means actually one of our 3 Uzbekistan players have made it through, which is 4. Chances are Ramses can still make it through, so that will be 2, and we do have a match then later on of Aussie from Turkey versus Butcher. We could have 3 out of 4 players in the semis actually being from Uzbekistan, which would be big for the Solo Master Tournament.
That would absolutely be the case. I mean, it's more representation than we're seeing from any of the other players here, right? Because you do have Diego coming up here, who's Brazilian. You've got Marth in there as well from R8. And so, yeah, you are looking at probably several opportunities for actually Uzbekistan to come out on top here.
So for everybody wondering what's going to happen there between that match between Loxy and Ramses, we are going to have that rematch where we'll set up another match. It is going to be the first one to get an elimination, which is going to be interesting because these players did go, what was it, almost 7 minutes without one elimination. Will they possibly be a little bit more aggressive? I don't think Loxy is going to be the aggressor one. I think if there's anybody that's going to be a bit of an aggressive one, it's going to be Ramses from Upgrade, because he was pushing the action and he does have a bit of a pressure here from his home crowd as they are truly waiting. As soon as he got that elimination, the first one, everybody that's still here in the crowd went absolutely nuts.
I think we're going to see a similar thing to what we witnessed in PMGC 2024 Grand Finals, where we had Nomi Rush versus Noble in that final tiebreaker. And it ended in, what was it, 10 seconds?
Switch it
up. We knew the champion. So I think here's just going to be, okay, gentleman's agreement, let's just rush to the center, shoot, and whoever gets the first elimination, GD1 play, you move forward. I would prefer that too, because
I hope that's the case.
I don't want to be here until like 5 a.m.
Let's get it going. The thing is, they've proven that they can absolutely make it go until 5 a.m.
1-1 killer.
That's what scares me.
Yeah,
it's not a good thing.
It's not a good thing. It is sometimes, but not right now. It's not going to work for this game. It's not going to work for this match as we head on over. Possibly.
Maybe.
Soon.
Possibly.
Nice.
Shortly.
We're going in shortly.
I had to do my inner blank.
Oh. What? Yeah, that was
blank there?
That was me trying to be like,
looking at the trophy that somebody's going to be lifting tomorrow when we end up declaring the PMGO Uzbekistan 2025 champion. I'm excited for that one. If you didn't see it earlier, once this Solo Masters is done, make sure you go back and rewatch, because we had some exciting matches and you'll get a little bit more context on what's going to end up happening tomorrow and who will be the champion, because my goodness, the way that Regnum Karya was able to finish that, couldn't ask for anything better. But I'm hearing that this match is ready. Let's see if we are going to get a standstill between these two players, or if somebody possibly, could it be Ramses, could it be Loxy, who is going to be making the push, and both of them are actually going for the push. They want to get this over and done with. Ramses is going to be able to spot Loxy right there. Loxy is going to be cooking a grenade. He's trying to see if he can maybe get him. Both of them at least moving a little bit, trying to find those angles, trying to see who's going to be moving on to the next stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Those nades were cooking. They're not anymore, though. They've decided against doing that. Maybe Ramses is looking at switching in between. Also got the holographic, which is a continuation of what we were saying yesterday.
Yeah. Let's also keep in mind the nade, right? That could be very important if you get information and you just want to try and get it. Oh, Loxy's going to be cooking his own nade. You getting through the window? That could be massive.
No
I don't think Loxy knows exactly where he's currently at. He might have an idea. But, oh, for a second there, Ramsey was almost able to surprise him. One thing, though, that they are currently doing is they are shooting just to give out their location. Ramsey is now starting to make the push, trying to get him with the grenade. Wasn't able to. They both have used up both of their grenades. They are going to have those flashbangs nearby. They have switched positions. Could it be Ramsey? Could it be Loxy? All it takes is just one shot and keeping aware of where that enemy is at.
Definitely not the gentleman's agreement I was expected.
Yeah.
Definitely way slow. The 2 nades already used up on both sides. The flashbang still available if you want to try and use it and make a little bit of a sneaky play with it. Blind your opponent. But 1 minute, 30 seconds already down. Definitely taking their sweet, sweet time. As Loxy here, that little bit of elevation could be given a little bit of an advantage to gather information with a third-person perspective. But as of right now, up. Oh, Ramses with the Orm. One tap, and it could be done. One bullet could be enough.
Absolutely. I mean, these guys just know this TDM map just so well, don't they? They know all the angles. They know everything that is there to be known. Oh, not quite gonna get that shot off there. He's waiting for the right time, but nope. I mean, what I do like is that at least they're like shooting and trying to be, you know, aware of each other and not just like, you don't see me.
It's like a tennis match.
Yeah. Oh, takes the shot. Not gonna happen though.
4 more left.
4 more left.
4 more in the chamber. And
Yeah,
he gets up.
here.
Ramses loves getting that tier 3 loot. The vest, the helmet, if he can get it, he will bloody take it.
I mean, when it's only, you know, first match is the first point is the winner. I mean, you got to get all the protection you can get.
Do we not have
They're doing their rematch now.
That's interesting. I guess not.
So it's who gets the first elim
Do they have anything on the AR?
win.
Well, they have holographic, but
Maybe it's just a naked AR.
yeah, maybe.
Okay, here Loxy. That could be one big headshot. Peeking over that rail is a little risky for Loxy.
3 bullets left. 2 bullets left there with the arm. He's really wanting to go for it. Sitting in a bit of a pressure. He's going to be just one. Oh,
Did he get more ammo? Did the weapon respawn in the middle of the map? I think it did.
I think he might have been able to get more ammo.
That's crazy. That's insane. I love how Loxy was counting those bullets, right? Yeah, he did. He was counting those bullets, and then he knew it was safe to peek. But what he doesn't know is that Ramses has indeed restocked on that ammo.
If he gets in close range, don't forget the Orm, also known as the best shotgun in the world. If you hit the shot, which is not always super easy with that blue shot. Can be a little bit complicated. Man, the audience now supporting Ramses. I don't know if they're supporting him or said, do something!
Get on with it! We gotta go home, man. Been a long day, but no. Okay, now Loxy's just looking in complete opposite position, and we're gonna be here for a little while longer. 4.5 minutes.
What if we get to the whole 10 minutes?
Let me find out for you.
Thank you. Do it.
Is that even like? Did we ever expect this to happen? What is going on? Okay, I think he's starting to shoot a little bit because he's expecting a respawn to be pretty soon for the Orm. At least that's what I'm expecting.
I would assume so.
Game plan for Ramses. Loxy, just with a pistol, dropping on over. Flashbang. Ooh, blind the Orm player. Nope.
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 Wants to punch him. Nope. Wants to use the M.
Can I punch them both into action?
May I interest you in a push? Maybe just a little push?
Yes.
Maybe a little...
Ramses with the shot with the arm. He was teasing it this whole time. All he needed was just a tiny little sliver of being able to just see the player Loxy. Wow.
One shot, one elimination. That's all that matters in that tiebreaker.
Absolutely. You could see it on his face as well as the crowd cheers his name. He knows he did an awesome thing there. Well deserved. He's going forward.
Yep. Nicely done. That means 2 currently out of our total 4 players will be so far from Uzbekistan. Maybe a 3rd in Butcher if he's able to make it through his match versus Aussie.
Yeah.
But man, this Solo Master PMGO tournament is just heavily skewed in a good way.
In a
for the
good way.
Uzbekistan players so far. So that was fun.
Yep.
Please
don't do it
more
again.
Shooting. No, not again.
Not again.
I don't want to see that standoff. I would like to see more snipers though.
I wouldn't mind that.
That was nice.
That I wouldn't mind.
He was setting up that shot that whole time too. And the awareness to just be like, okay, you know what? I think I'm going to start teasing. Maybe make him think that I'm going to run out of ammo and then go restock the ammo. Worked out perfect.
To be honest, Loxy was playing with fire the entire time. He was just peeking against an Orm. You don't bait an Orm. It might work out 90% of the time. That one shot is all you need and it's just instant elimination.
I'm going to say it. Congratulations, Ramsey. You deserved that one.
Well
Loxy
done.
just didn't want to leave. I felt like that was the most passive player that I've seen in a very long time. Sometimes it works, but he just didn't want to push the action. At least Ramsey was pushing that action. He wasn't making us go to sleep. He was trying to find those angles, and I'm all for that. So, thank you.
Yeah, very good.
Agree.
What you said. Yeah, I agree.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Thanks.
it's really good.
Maybe we'll get a chance to see the replay of that elimination of that one shot, because this was something right here. You were talking about.
And it's
peeking with a pistol, too, is what he was doing over and over again. And the thing is that he didn't want to end up moving. He ended up setting up the shot, and right there, boom!
Wow.
That's all it took. Ramsey's one shot, one elimination. Send him out of here, and he's going to be moving on to the next stage. And going to the next stage, I'll be excited to see who's going to be fighting. Because honestly, I know we saw them earlier, but after that news fest that we just saw, I totally forgot. So for the next one, it's going to be none other than Aussie, Butcher, and Diego versus Marth. Diego did dominate yesterday.
It's funny how he's here now.
Diego dominated yesterday. Who do you think is going to win?
He dominated today in the other game.
Hey, look at the switch up.
Just saying.
Look at the switch
I
up.
said Diego. I said Diego.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
No. You said that Marth was like,
No, I know,
How
yeah.
could he end up with 11 eliminations if he was so bad, missing shots here and there?
That's not what I said.
I remember.
He's twisting my words just a little.
What?
He is twisting it.
But do you have Diego or Marth?
Marth, personally.
Okay.
And Butcher also for the other match also, because I want to see 3 Uzbekistan players out of 4
I agree.
for the semis.
Oh,
okay. Well, you know what? You want to see what Butcher's going to happen? The 7-2-1. Aussie from Black Esports. Let's see who's going to end up winning this one.
We talk a lot in the show about how the rotations of Black Esport are so good.
Yeah.
You know, rotations in this mode,
No,
I mean, I guess moving isn't technically a rotation, but no
Technically,
no
but
big
not
macro
quite
moves,
what
it's
we're
going to be only
expecting,
individual play.
There's some rotations. You can end up rotating for that level 3. I feel like that possibly could have ended up helping some of the players in previous matches.
That's true. It's true. You can also rotate to the lobby if you're not going to do the things that you need to do, as we see Force and Butcher MVP going head-to-head against Diego and then Marth as well. I don't know. I feel like both Diego and Marth could do something. They're both on that MVP list at the end of the day, right after those 6 matches. So I feel like it's fairly evenly paced here.
Yeah, I mean, Diego in his matchup beat Ego, actually, from GOAT, which has been a quite impactful player for his squad going into the actual main tournament of and also prelim for the 2025 PMGO, so he could definitely come out swinging in this match.
I will say that Butcher also has the now. He's seen his fellow Uzbek player, and he has gone, good idea.
Ooh, damn.
Not gonna happen though. Butcher going on down there. 1-2 on both sides, Max.
I think the best plan here is to just use the Orm as a shotgun. If you're actually pushing the entire time, it's
Jump shot, jump headshot.
Okay, jump shot, it really makes the bloom just so unpredictable. Maybe I would not recommend a jump shot, but it does look extra cool when you hit that shot.
It does look extra cool, you know.
Do you get extra points if you...
You get extra brownie points.
I don't really care about those.
Oh,
but
some people might.
That's the issue. Looking at this though, we do have Diego. Then with the holographic scope on the M4, going for some pretty big shots over the ridge. But going full screen here for Aussie and Butcher. 1-2 point lead currently in favor of Butcher. Going to push himself forward for the Uzbekistan region here in PMGO Master Tournament. Big spray down, Aussie extremely damn low. Big jump shot and able to get it with the Scorpion. Butcher getting now his 3rd point of the game.
Very nicely done indeed, and we like the action that we're seeing here, right, Max? We're seeing some things actually happening.
Whoa!
Oh, let's go.
Disgusting.
Let's go, indeed. Butcher showing that he isn't the only one that's handy with an Nicely done there, and Aussie's like, oi, that's not very nice of you. I'm going to get you back for that. 1-4.
I don't think he says oi when
Oi?
you get
I
shot
say
with an
oi.
Orm. I think he
Oi,
says,
mate.
oh, and then he's dead.
Yeah.
Oh,
And he does it again! What? He does it again, and it is short range, right? He's moving, he's dodging and weaving, and he's still hitting those shots.
Ooh, Marth.
Again,
getting a bit of a lead there.
He
3
is.
eliminations over Diego. I was not expecting that. I was expecting it to be a little bit lower, but right now Diego doesn't. I mean,
Oh!
I was gonna say Marth doesn't have a vest, but wow, the scopes that we're getting.
Doesn't actually get a headshot.
Nasty. Oh my goodness,
Holy
Butcher.
moly, man.
Somebody stop him.
Put this man find somewhere where he can't touch an arm, because my goodness me, he is a master. A master with it, and Ozzy is not appreciative of that, so he's being a lot more careful, I feel like, especially now that Butcher is only having a Scorpion as well.
Butcher is also staying there a little bit closer towards the middle in case that does respawn. He wanted to go for it, and guess what? It has respawn. If I'm not mistaken, Butcher is going to end up getting that elimination. Is he going to go back for that gun in the middle? Nope. He's like, you know what? I'm going to stick with the M4 for now. I got a plenty of a lead here. Let's see if we can make it, if we can maintain it, or if we can even make it a little bit bigger.
Yeah, can play it safe. Play with a double M4. Definitely one of the most consistent strats we've witnessed so far in the Master solo tournament. Able to head on over to the Scorpion, which I believe it was. Yeah, Butcher, big pre-fire around that crate. But yeah, so far, I gotta say, the Uzbek players and the Orm, a better love story than Twilight. It's been pretty damn fantastic so far.
I'll have to take your word for it. I've never seen Twilight.
Yeah, trust me. This is peak content.
Okay, excellent. I mean, I could already tell that.
Absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema. Yeah, I could already get that. No, I wasn't
making fun of you this whole time, but you know what? Diego is currently trying to catch up Mars with that 4 elimination lead. And if we go to the other one, Ozzy, I mean, Ozzy trying to do something here, but Butcher's just taking full advantage of him with a 9 elimination lead.
We're going to have 3 Uzbek players in the semis. That is madness right now. We're going to have Ramses, we're going to have Force, and to join him last is going to be Butcher. Madness. Those 3 specific players. Down to the right side. 5 minutes left actually for the 2 matches currently unfolding. But no, the lead onto the left side. I think Butcher versus Ozzy, we're done with that matchup. Right side though, that lead has been created by Marth can still very easily be caught up by the man himself of Diego.
Yes, indeed. And Diego, we've seen him do several things in and out of this mode. So it would be nice
Several things. Such as?
Some nice shots over on the Erangles that we saw earlier. And the Miramars that we saw earlier.
And the Sandhawk, just every map.
And the Sandhawk we saw earlier, yeah.
And the Vikendi and the Ron.
The 6 matches we saw earlier.
The 6 matches, yeah, all 6 matches. He was doing some pretty cool things. So, you know what?
The Warehouse.
But Warehouse. It's very different, isn't it? It's a whole nother can of worms. And Marth at the moment is the one who's picking up the most fish. Can of worms. Tell me that worked, please. Nope. Somebody in chat tell me that worked.
Technically.
Technically?
But I didn't like it.
Oh.
Yeah. I want to go fishing.
Nah.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Butcher, like fishing fish in a barrel, I guess. Right now gets eliminated by Ozzy. Ozzy just still clinging on to hope. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock before we do wrap it up.
Ozzy has to push the action here. I think if I am Butcher, I'm just going to go with the Loxy strat. Stay in your spawn. Make sure you don't move. Or if you do end up moving around, make sure you don't let them get into eliminations. And right now, Butcher, he doesn't care. It's not about that. He's like, I'm going to push a little bit further, and he's going to get the M249.
Ooh. Okay, that's a bit different from the Orm. Doesn't quite work the same way, but
not exactly one tap, is
if your movement is on point, your opponent might run out of ammo for that clip on the M4. It could actually be a really impactful weapon here. That nade able to bounce on over, able to do some work, and actually Butcher does follow it up with a few shots. 13 points on the board. The tally is so much higher for Butcher than it is for his opponent. So yeah, again, that left side match for me, done and dusted. But actually, a lead has been created that's even larger in favor of Marth. He's kind of looking to make his way to the next stage.
Yeah, I mean, 5-10, it is still playable for Diego, right? It's all hope is not lost just yet, but now Marth is doing the strat that we saw in the last game of just kind of sitting up there on the roof and kind of just dodging and weaving either side.
It didn't work on that Sanok game, but might work out here. So, there you go. Marth able to get himself on top of that crate, get himself a tier 3 helmet, and going super. Whoa! Okay, I thought that was going to be in the bag, but unfortunately, no, it will not be the case. And Diego able to get himself a 6th elimination of the game. But, things are, again, pretty damn close. 2 minutes on the board. We are getting to that point where that lead is going to be hard to come back from. So Diego needs to be, again, hyper damn aggressive.
Oh, and Diego right there. Oh, no. The elimination that he needed to hopefully start some momentum towards his side, it doesn't end up going his way. And for Ozzy and Butcher, honestly, with 1 minute and 40 seconds, we're talking about this yesterday. I don't think it's going to happen. I think the lead is just too much. Even with the timing, the other player might just, even if he ends up getting a little bit closer, the other player is just going to be like, you know what, you're the one that has to push the action. Right now, I feel like Butcher is giving him a bit of a chance. And to be fair, Aussie is starting to push the action a little bit more. But Diego, currently 7-12. With 1 minute and 20 seconds left, he has to push it more. And talking about a player that's currently just holding and waiting for the angles, that's exactly what Marth is doing. And at this point, I'm not against it. You got the lead, you went for it, you were aggressive at one point, and now you have the comfort to actually sit back.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with 1 minute to go, right? You don't want to risk an upward trajectory coming through from your opponent, because it is very easy that once you get one, you start bringing it all back, and it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, that gap anyway. So, yeah, I think they're in the right here. I think they're in the right to actually just, like, chill and wait and do something. And 40 seconds on the clock, 5:16. I think now he can kind of just go, well, you're not going to, it's impossible to get that many amount of elims on me in 30 seconds. So, actually, I'm just going to have fun.
Yeah, just give us a cool elimination to wrap it up. That would be cool. Even if you lose it, that is fine. I'll respect it. but Marth says just no. Sit down, go back to your spawn location, get invincible, because that is the only way you can beat me. Is if I cannot do any damage to your character. Here you go, 20 seconds to go. And then, yeah, to wrap it up then onto how things are going to be going, then Butcher making it 3 out of 4 Uzbekistan players into the semis. That is, like, how many did we have total actually? We had 1, 2, 3, 4. We had 4, so 3 out of 4 actually made it through the entire Solo Master Tournament so far, right to the actual semi-finals this 7. That is an impressive ratio to have.
Yeah.
It is impressive. Does that mean that we could end up with the finals of just Uzbekistan players?
Could be.
Yeah, it's entirely possible. Yeah, that would be pretty cool, actually. Oh, Marth, there he is, winning.
I don't know if he's happy or angry.
I can't tell, and I think he's possibly telling his support, stand up, come on, give me that support that you were giving for the whole team earlier. Where's that support for me now? That's what Marth, in my head, that's...
It was for Natura, I think. It's like, oh, what are you saying, Nep? Huh?
You're talking smack.
Okay, that's for you, Marth, right there. Yeah.
It flew away. But, I mean, okay, we got in some couple matches here already done. We've gotten an idea of how these players are going to be playing. I'm intrigued to see how Ramses will end up playing the next section of these matches. Is he going to end up playing it passive, or is he going to be a little bit more aggressive? Because I think maybe the aggressive might work a little bit better for him.
With the Orm.
With the Orm, I would love that. Let's absolutely have that. Let's just have Om to Om, honestly. That would be so much fun, especially when it comes to Butcher and Ramses, because we've seen before how good they are with them in that close range.
But you can't both have an Orm, that's the issue, because the respawn time is so damn long. Maybe the only way you do is if you have a gentleman's agreement. You take an Orm, I go back to base, I wait for it to respawn, you get an Orm, and then we start shooting. That's the only way, but I just don't expect it to happen whatsoever. Marth, again, great movement, especially when it comes to the verticality side of the warehouse map, able to just surprise his opponent a lot of times, especially when, again, he had the lead, the point lead for a lot of the time in that match. So he knew he was controlling the pace, he was controlling who was fighting, who was engaging, who was defending. A lot of the time he was defending, and because of that, he created an even bigger lead.
We have the matches set up for the semifinals. Ramses is going to be going up against Force, and then we have Butcher versus Marth. And you know what? We're going to go to the first one. Ramses versus 4. Who do you guys got for that one, Neptura?
I'm going to go with Ramses.
Okay.
This is our worst matchup, actually, by the way.
That's true.
Wait, who is... Who? No!
And for Butcher versus Marth?
You know what? I'm going to go Marth.
Marth? Oh,
yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Max, Butcher versus Marth?
Butcher.
Okay.
Fair.
And Ramses versus Force?
For the sake of it, Force.
Oh.
Going up against Niptura. I'm taking the opposite.
Is there a reason why you're picking Butcher over Marth?
Just to annoy Niptura, really. That's all the reason I need.
I thought maybe you would end up picking the same one just to be like, curse.
Yeah.
But no.
This is not my entire personality.
That's true.
90% of the time it is, but the 10%, I can be quite original.
You're pretty original.
Yeah, you are.
I'll give you that one.
Cool. Thank you.
For me, I mean, you know what? I'm actually going to end up picking somebody, and I might end up cursing them. We'll end up having to win and find out. Marth. I enjoy Marth being aggressive. I actually... Wow.
It was the longest.
You know, we'll just let her be.
Oh, man. I did not see that.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Got you.
We're good.
I got you. Can always, you know, you could have just switched it. Can't wait to see those memes.
Oh,
all over
don't.
the place.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And you know what?
Instagram, man.
Maybe for everybody currently watching the vertical streams on your Infinix GT20 Pro, yeah. Besides those likes that you're giving, create some memes. Make sure you tag us with Max on Instagram at
MaxmanCasts.
Neptura on Instagram at
Neptura_network.
Trust me, she keeps refreshing that thing. See, oh my God, I got another follower!
Hey,
and then
you
can check out my Instagram at the7WG to see some cool behind the scenes here of the PMGO Uzbekistan 2025.
Well, like me dancing, is that?
That was a great behind the scenes.
It was pretty
really good, actually. That was great. I enjoyed that one.
If you want more me dancing, go follow 7.
Yes.
Again?
I think that's how that works, yeah.
Maybe, I don't know.
Susan was like, my man has great moves.
Yeah, she asked me to go dancing. I'm like, I'm sure. So thank you.
Well,
that's good date idea.
Nice.
So I appreciate it.
I got you.
That boy hooking me up.
But right now, before we even move on to that, we got to focus on this matches because they are starting to get ready there. I can't tell with Marth. I can't tell if he's like excited, he's happy. He looks mad to me all the time.
It's kind of true, right? He doesn't look particularly pleased, but you know what? He should be because he's just that step closer to a little bit more of that prize pool.
When you talk to him, he's just one of the nicest guys possible. So I think he just might be in that zone.
In the zone.
He's got to be focused. He's like, you know what? I'm going to put my mean game face on. And sometimes people kind of have those personalities. They got to switch it up whenever you are within the games. Some people have it, some people don't. It seems like Martha might have that, you know, beast mentality.
Marth is Jason if he was a gamer, and if he was playing in this tournament. Like, he's nice in reality, just full of sarcasm and mean looks.
Yeah.
Look at him. Look at him talking all that smack.
He's not here, he can't defend himself.
He's on the other side of the desk, yeah.
He's over in Italy. I don't know. Maybe he's traveling or something. I have no idea. Hello, Jason. What's up?
Hi, Jason.
Ramsey's getting ready for this match. We'll see who's gonna end up taking it. I'm really hoping it's not one of the same stuff that we saw earlier. I want to see that aggressiveness, and I want to see some of these players actually be rewarded for it. And I want to see what kind of rotation some of these players might end up doing around the warehouse map if they're going to be going for that level 3. Which level 3 are they going to end up prioritizing? If you were in that situation, Max, would you prioritize the armor or the helmet?
Helmet. Because I feel like helmet, you can just instantly get a little bit unlucky and just get double headshot and you're just pretty much done. As of, no. It just happens a lot. We've seen so many headshots happening in these matches. So for me personally, I would have to go helmet. What about you, Nep?
I think I'd probably actually go armor. I've been thinking about this with some thought. And
tell us.
I don't really feel like the headshots are all that clear. I think especially if you're going up against an AUM, it's less likely you're going to get a headshot because you don't have as much time to actually plan the shot out. So I feel like if you get an AUM short range to your chest or an M4 to your chest, you know, with all that hip fire going on, you're going to need your armor.
Yeah, but like 90% of the time you see M4, so like that's...
No, I know, but even the M4.
So
but even the M4.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the hip fire sprays. They do have quite like a few headshots here and there.
They do, but it's mostly body, I feel like.
Yeah, it is. Like a majority it is that, but I feel like that one time it gets you, it just takes your HP away so quickly. It's kind of crazy.
To be fair, both of the matches already have one elimination, so we can put any worries that we had to this side as Force right now currently tied 1-1 with Ramses.
It's straight to finals after this.
And right now is none other than Butcher just leading that match, but it's only just by 1 as he tried to connect there with a beautiful grenade. He was barely able to connect.
Yeah, we are getting, by the way, way closer to that line share of $10,000. Currently, the bare minimum you get for just playing these matches is $1,000. All of these players are getting minimum $1,000, right, if I'm not mistaken, with the prize pool distribution.
I'll tell you what first place is going to be getting, which is going to be 2,500. 2,500, that's the one that they are actually going to want. We'll see, though. Right now, both matches at tied. You got Butcher versus Marth, 1-1. You got Ramses versus Force, 2-2. It's going to be closing right now. At this point, I don't want them to switch anything. Don't start switching that strategy. You can see, Ramses having to back off a little bit here as he needs to wait. Nice. He decided not to wait. He decided to go for that peek, and Force makes him pay for it.
Does indeed, and same over there with Marth versus Butcher there. 2-1 and 2-3, so still very, very close. As we get closer and closer to the end of this tournament here, you're really seeing them start to just try and guard themselves a little bit more, a little bit tighter with those angles that they're peeking around, and getting a little bit slower as well.
I did double check, by the way.
Yes.
Just 7. 1,000 for 3rd and 4th place.
Oh.
So, everyone here, minimum, gets 1,000. So congratulations on that.
Very nice,
But
yes.
1,500 for 2nd, 2,500 for 1st place. So you want to try and go the entire way if possible. The top 2 would also be a pretty big win. Nice extra elimination coming on through from Ramses up against Force. And actually, question for you.
Hey, man,
Solo Master PMGO tournament.
Yes.
Claw socks or not?
No.
Oh, thank
I'll
you.
tell you why, because I've never used them in my life, and to start now would throw me off.
Okay, fair enough. I think everyone's using it for a reason. I don't play with claw socks. I think I would train because it seems to give a pretty big advantage. So I would scrim it up in TDM. And, see how it goes here. There you go, 3-3. The tiebreaker situation could be still happening if they're tied, but they just get like the same amount of limbs.
But at least we're getting a limbs, right?
I say we're getting entertainment, which is cool.
Yeah.
So
At least we're
thank you.
getting cool shots.
Something that Marth is doing is he's making sure he ends up creating a bit of a lead, then backs off and waits for Butcher to make that push, and that's exactly what Butcher is going to have to do here. Keep an eye on, though, because Marth's armor is completely gone. I mean, there's just barely a minimum durability there on the armor. Butcher trying to find him, making sure he doesn't overextend. He's very worried at where Marth might end up being. Marth is going to end up picking up. Butcher able to connect there as Marth is currently halfway, 50% health, and Butcher's going to be making the push. M249 comes in clutch as he's able to just narrow that gap to 1 elimination.
Yeah, Marth is very methodical in how he approaches this TDM game, but Butcher's just built different. You know, he's just able to get himself some amazing shots. They're actually chasing it down into the enemy spawn of Marth. He's not invincible anymore. He just waited a little bit longer, making sure he did not get that invincibility, and he gets it, and he instantly runs away because he knows he will lose that fight right now. Give it a little bit more time, then re-engage, especially once you've gotten back to 100% HP. And Marth, back to that roof that he loves. He loves that roof to bits.
Yeah, he really does. He likes that high ground. He's going to take anything that he can get.
With him being on that roof, though, something that Butcher was able to do was just get that level 3. And if we go over to the other match between Ramses and Ford, they're currently tied at 5 apiece.
Butcher's gone on, by the way.
Oh.
Keep an eye out.
Okay.
Might have some cool shots coming through.
He did some cool stuff with it in the last match. Let's see if he can repeat that with Marth here. As, 5-5-3-3, very, very even at the moment. We're almost halfway through this round. And now we're going to just have to wait a little bit longer to see who's going to go forward.
Who is going to go forward?
I don't know.
Exactly. That's
Seven,
why we're playing the game.
You know what? Ask me in about 5 minutes.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
Good idea. Honestly, I don't see any other reason except that's what he wants to do.
I think 7's pretty smart.
I think so too. He's pretty big brain.
He's playing
His brain's
the
all
big brain
wrinkly.
game.
I do have a big head. I agree.
Not as big as me. Here we go, though. Force trying to get the high gun advantage on the container, and it does work out in his favor. Nice extra point for Force. A lead has now been created.
Butcher with the let's go. Nicely done there. Butcher actually bringing out a lead there a little bit. 4-3 now with that shot.
Good evening, Butcher. What the hell is going on? Oh, Marth got his own Orm right now. We're going to have an Orm clash right now. You're going to use it like his sword in short range. We'll have to see. Yes, he does! Marth! It's not a shotgun, but it plenty might as well be when you use it. Down.
I love the attitude coming from Marth. He was like, you on me, I on you. Don't you dare think you're the only one who can do that.
I like that out of Butcher, though. Spawn right away. You know that you were able to hurt Marth, and then just go for it. See if you can get that elimination back and get the lead back on your favor.
Yeah, but it didn't work.
Oh, the nade. Wait. Nade on the right side from Marth. Oh,
no, that's a little off.
Trying to aim for the wagon.
Well,
I went
this
French
is anyone's fight. It's a semi-final of the TDM Solo Master.
Trying to bring around the Rosie again on this
But
block.
it's close, anyone can
actually against the Scorpion of Marth. He was pretty low ammo when it comes to his M4s. He was just going to be going for a secondary weapon instead. Now he has 2 M4s, and he does go also for an M249. But I think he's going to commit to the M4, which is way more precise.
Semi-finals, this is how close everything is. The match on the left of your screen, 7-7. Upgrade. Ramses being able to tie it up. Now he's wanting to get a little bit of home advantage here by seeing if he can possibly take the lead. And if you go to the other side, you got Butcher versus Marth. Tied at 5 apiece. Butcher waiting a little bit longer. He has ended up catching Marth on the offensive, and he ends up playing on his favor. Right now, though, Butcher just backing up all the way to his spawn, and it might be a bit of a standoff here for these two players.
Got a double tie here, 7-7, 5-5. Are we going to have a double tiebreaker? Could be literally happening. But no, it seems like Ramses is looking to go for the push, be aggressive. He does get himself an extra elimination. And I like the strategy we are witnessing right now, Neptura. We see the elimination because it's a tie. They get the point. They move back to their base to make sure they are in control of the battlefield.
And the reason why they are able to do it, Neptura, is because that elimination that he had earlier on. And on top of that, he knows that Marth doesn't have any more grenades. He was able to use them earlier. He has all the advantage. You know what? I'm just going to wait at my spawn.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, why not, right? I mean, yeah, there you go. Force going down there. Ramses now running away with it ever so slightly. I mean, he's not running. I think he's walking away with it at this point. It's two-point gap. 9-7, very easily comebackable though.
I do like it for the left matchup, Ramses versus Force. The audience, because they're two Uzbekistan players, they're like, yeah, like no matter who gets the elimination.
No,
but there's a little bit more hype for Ramses though. I do have to say, Upgrade has had a lot of supporters here locally for PMGO, especially for the Solos Master Tournament. Good angle for Ramses though over there. Most of the time the angle is just getting the info, knowing where to push so you don't get instantly shut down the moment you go for the engage. Though getting close quarter combat amongst more Force, taking a severe beating, and so is Ramses. Swapping on over to the secondary on the Scorpion. That's an extra point. 10-7. Ramses, if he plays his cards right, with 1 minute 20 seconds on the clock, he should be moving on to the next stage of the Solo Master event.
Yeah, now the gap is widening 10-7. I mean, still 5-5 for Butcher and Marth. But how much time we got? Just over a minute. Butcher and Marth need to hurry things up a little bit here if they don't want to go to a second match for them. But meantime, Ramses and Force, I mean, now the gap is 10-7, as I said a minute ago, and there's less than a minute left. Oh, make that 11-7. I think we're seeing who is really going to come out on top here, Max.
Yeah, that is just not possible to come back from, I do believe, unless we just have the fastest bunch of eliminations happening in a row, then that would be possible. But unfortunately, as of right now, yeah, with 40 seconds left over, and Ramses looking like he might just get an extra elimination to really seal the deal of this match. No, actually, nicely done. Force does get a little bit of an engage and a nice angle on top of that crate, but 11-8. Ramses don't need to really push too much. Looking on the right side, though, 25 seconds. Do they just want to go to a tiebreaker? Because as of right now, it seems like no one is willing to push, and they will be going for that second game.
The thing is, though, is that the tiebreaker is going to put them in the exact same position as it is now. So just do it.
Just do it now. 10 seconds. Come on, rush it. Yeah, but
come on. You know you want to. Don't make us go to another one, because again, the exact same scenario. Just 5-5 versus 0-0. It's the exact same thing. My goodness me. Right, so we have another tiebreaker on our hands here at Max and 7.
Tiebreaker Saturday is what the trend we are witnessing right now.
The good thing, though, is that Ramses is going to be moving on over to the finals, as we still have to make sure we end up finding out who is going to be the other person joining him in the finals. Is it going to be Butcher? Is it going to be Marth? I think it was so close that they both resorted to, you know what, let's just play a little bit passive here. Let's see if maybe we can get a bit of a reset. You can see the cool man, the one that's focused, Marth, wondering what's going to happen here on this tiebreaker.
Yes,
looking
indeed.
Undeterred. Just
undeterred.
In the zone.
Good word. Undeterred. I like that in this
Add
context.
a dictionary. I just found it.
Wow.
Looking for synonyms.
Very nice. No, but for real, that's a good word to use in this context, because he's undeterred. He's gone 5-5. He's just waiting for another round where we're going to go to 0-0, and it's going to be 1 elim is the win.
Yeah, looking at some of the highlights, of course, some of the coolest shots. I hope we do see a replay of that shotgun orm shot. That was magnificent,
nice.
Beautiful, fantastic, and other synonyms that I just found in my dictionary.
Yeah.
Yeah, looking at this one, though, Ramses just created a lead pretty damn quickly once he did get over that 10-point margin.
Yes, he did indeed, and it was very, neck and neck there for a very long time. They were like, oh, we're going to go 3-3. We're going to go 5-5. We're going to go 7-7, 7-10, 8-10, 8-11. And so that is how that is going to work. But Ramses is going to be our first finalist here for the Solo Master Tournament.
I mean, what a run that has been happening here from Ramses, right? He's able to beat Divine first, then he goes up to Loxy. That one ended up going to overtime after the tiebreaker. Able to win the tiebreaker with a beautiful shot with the arm, and right here, just absolute domination when he went up against Force. Now we go to the other side with Butcher. I mean, he has gone through everybody. The same with Marth. Anything can happen here, and as much as I personally don't like seeing them go to an extra match, I can see how close these players are and just the quality of their gameplay. Yeah. They are tying for a reason. They are at the PMGO for a reason.
I do think that Marth maybe has a little bit of an more interesting background in terms of his previous matches in Solo Master Tournament, because he took down Levi's of Xavier, that we know is an incredibly good player. So I think that alone, I'm like, if I had to give an edge to a player based on their previous matches, it would be Marth. But as of right now, gameplay-wise, Marth is very strategical. Like, he knows how to use the terrain to his advantage, but the thing is, you can take all of what I just said and throw it out the window because it's only one elimination, right? You can't just wait. Nothing's going to happen. You need to push. You need to engage. You need to make something happen if you want to be the one moving forward.
Do you think that ended up backfiring for Marth? Because he did have a 2-elimination lead, and then he decided to play super passive.
No, I don't think so. I think they played that equally well. I mean, because at any point in time, they could have actually gone and gotten that aggression back, that momentum back. Either one of them could have gone, you know what, I'm going to do this, but they didn't. Neither of them actually stepped really foot outside their zone of the warehouse. So I think it was a mutual decision there, really.
That's fair. Max, thoughts on that one? Do you think maybe Marth had the wrong idea there whenever he decided to just back off with the 2-elim lead?
I think it was a good game plan overall, because you are more in control when you do so. But the thing is, again, as I just said, you can't do that this game around. Take it out in your hand, throw it out the window. It is not going to be functioning whatsoever. Here we go. The match is happening. The tiebreaker is going down live in front of your very, very eyes. Butcher versus Marth. One will come out on top. 2 nades being pinned out. Marth, I think, rethinks it. Puts it back in his backpack. Might try and use it later on. Butcher throws it on over. Now Marth knows that nade is gone. Then we'll respawn on that utility. So that might give a few extra ideas to Marth and how he could use it to his advantage.
Absolutely, you do see that nade coming through here, but to be honest, there is a little bit of a blockade coming through there, and you do see Butcher with that once again. That's really becoming the meta of this tournament, and he's going to get within shotgun range, basically. He's going to try and use it again.
Marth is just holding onto that nade behind that wall. He's just waiting for him to get close, get third-person perspective information, and then do an educated throw with the nade. Is my get up? Yeah.
Yes, he knows.
He's trying to scare him with the pin sound. He's like, oh no.
Yeah, maybe.
I gotta run away. Ooh.
I almost feel like he's trying to make Butcher impatient.
Force him into a mistake?
Force him
making
into
him impatient?
pushing it towards him, and then he can just spray him down or nade him.
Play mental games.
Yeah, I mean, you have to in PUBG Mobile, right?
Do you think maybe Butcher is feeling a bit of a pressure having to push the action here because he does have people supporting him in the crowd?
Maybe a little bit. I mean, I could definitely see that, especially when he's the one with all the nonsense coming through here. And nonsense in a good way. We love to see it.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I could definitely see that. Whereas Marth, he's got more just chill. More chill.
Yeah. I mean, we do have, I've seen in the audience, 3 massive R8 fans.
Very true.
Like, they might just be 3 people, but I'm telling you, they're worth 1 million people in the crowd, okay? These guys go wild. Every time we see a good play from R8, they are there to clap and chant for the lads. This time, I hope to see them clap and chant for Marth. Or fall asleep because he's not doing anything. One of the two, not
sure. I know. I think now Butcher's gone, oh, I know what you're doing, and I'm just going to hold back. And now we're going to have 10 minutes of 0-0 because it's already 7 minutes 49.
You want to play that game? I'm going to play that game.
Please don't play that game, guys. Just
play the game.
Please just play the game. Oh my goodness me.
Can we insert like cricket sounds? Something? Oh well.
Please.
That'll be very fitting.
Bruh.
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 I got told we're going to get copyright for cricket sounds. I mean, hey, those cricket labels be kind of expensive.
Yeah, they do indeed.
And did I? That really caught me off guard. There you go. They're actually Butcher just stacking up on the tier 3 helmet, tier 3 vest, because again, Marth sticking to his home base.
Bruh,
So,
Marth, come on, my guy.
Butcher could tank that nade, maybe. Maybe he's like, I am suiting up to get ready for a breach.
Even the crowd are kind of going, get on with it already. I can hear a few of them in the crowd just kind of going,
I gotta go home!
Yeah, like just please do something. And Butcher might have heard that because now he's going forward. Marth is back on his guard, and honestly, Marth needs to do something other than stand on that box because that might not get him the point he's looking for.
I do wish Butcher did not waste that nade because he could have actually used it to zone out an area of the enemy spawn, and then he's able to kind of clear an area and he enters through that specific door. That could have been a really good play. Actually, he still has the flashbang.
He's got a stun, yeah.
Flashbang, chucked, wrong area, explodes very early, and Marth is not going to be blinded off the back of that. Unfortunate, but I do respect the attempt.
I mean, that's 2 for 2 for Butcher, though, on the failure of the utility, which is a little unfortunate because that's the only sort of scouting materials that you have. But here we are at 6 minutes. Well,
4 minutes down.
4 minutes down, 6 minutes to go with still nada, nothing at all, man. We're watching. We're listening. We're waiting. I mean, at least Butcher's closer now.
Yeah, I'm just appreciating the textured details on this wall and this palisade.
Nice. It's nice.
It's like got gold accents to it.
I'll buy that to my house when I get back.
Yeah, you know what, actually, because you got a rose bush, that would look really cool, actually.
That would look so pretty.
I think we're cooking.
Yeah, I think we're cooking.
Marth and Butcher not cooking? Us?
I mean, I think Marth has been cooking that nade way longer than anyone has ever been cooking a nade.
Yeah, he's got the world record.
Imagine if he accidentally forgets that he's actually cooking.
He's cooking, he's like,
blows himself
oh no, no!
Yeah.
Well, will the Ilum go to Butcher?
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah, it would.
Actually, I don't remember.
Yeah,
does
it does. It does.
You sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Sure?
100%.
I'm going to test it. If you're wrong,
I'm going to go
everybody on YouTube,
87%.
TikTok, whatever it is that you're watching, please let us know. Is Neptura correct or wrong?
I better be.
I don't think it did. I remember I self-naded once. It was a mistake. And the enemy didn't get a
pretty
point.
sure it's happened more than once.
I think they didn't get a point for it. So no, was in. Oh no, it was in gun game. So actually, that doesn't count because yeah. Okay. Yep. That was awkward. awkward.
We're gonna skate right past that and go right back to the silence that is this match, guys. You're not even looking at the screen half the time. What are you doing?
I know, he's locked in. Look at Marth.
He's locked in,
This is the perfect definition of Mexican
You know what's his
standoff.
biggest enemy right now? Finger cramps.
True.
He's like too long in the same position.
And itchy fingernails. Look, he's scratching his fingers there.
Yeah.
Look at him, he's rolling his eyes. He's like, bruh, when is this guy gonna push me?
It's your fault,
Yes.
Marth. You're in your
Push
home
him.
base. Don't roll your eyes to Butcher.
He's got those shades on, he's looking cool, he's feeling cool, and he's doing nothing. He is serving nothing. Oh my god.
This is
I'm getting mad now.
Matura.
These
Hold on.
children.
Do not give in.
Don't do it.
Stay strong until the
Do
very
not
end.
become us.
Chat. I have a question for chat. What do you guys eat for lunch?
Yes,
Tell us. I'm very interested.
I'm looking.
If you ate lasagna, you win. I don't know why. I just completely like lasagna.
It's quite good, actually.
Yeah, actually, it's pretty banging.
I had some amazing breakfast.
Breakfast?
Breakfast? What? What is
Breakfast lasagna?
No.
I said I had some amazing breakfast.
I was like, my man's skipping steps
I was
right
gonna
now.
be like, no.
Maybe that's
like,
what they're
I know
thinking about
savory
right now.
breakfast are a thing, but like
7 minutes, but you're thinking, wait, what was it that I had for breakfast? Country breakfast?
Yeah, the country breakfast.
It's delicious.
Two
And then
fried
some
eggs, two
cakes.
sausages,
Production
some
had
spinach.
quiche. Production had quiche. They just had quiche.
Oh.
Quiche? Ooh.
Yeah.
Very nice.
But now, what kind of quiche? Let's get into detail.
Yeah.
Tell us more, please.
Tell us more, please.
Well, the chat's definitely on the side of Butcher in this one. I'm watching them.
Now looking.
Yeah, I'm having a
Chat.
little look-see. They're a
Be
little bit
chatting.
behind, but you know what? It's fine.
Yep.
Chilling.
This KD
Oh
of
my
0
God.
is
Mars is not
haunting
taking
me.
out his gun at all.
At all.
At all.
Does he even have one? Yeah, he does.
At all, at all.
I was like, did he throw it away or something? I have no idea. Okay, Butcher.
Okay,
Oh, Butcher did
okay,
not.
here
Oh
we
my
go.
God.
Come
Okay.
on.
No!
The tease.
Butcher, please!
Please, Butcher.
Please.
He just baited us. Oh, he's going back in. He doesn't even have a gun in hand. Oh, wait. Oh, pushing on over. He had enough. He's making a push into the enemy. Oh, and he's going back to the other building, back to the roof.
He made him use the grenade, though. That's massive.
Got the flashbang.
That's huge.
He's got the
in hand? Really?
Wrap it up with the orb. That'll be extra.
Really?
Oh, he let it out though. He knows that. Oh,
no.
If he can get up there, he's gonna have him trapped. Okay.
Come on.
Come on.
I respect
I mean,
this.
honestly, I respect the...
I want Butcher to win.
Same.
I'm usually unbiased. Usually.
Yeah, just
Try
because
to
the
not
we
speak.
want the to win. Let's be
I'm
real
just
here.
honestly, it's not even because of the
Oh.
it's because he's pushing the action. He needs to be careful though now. Marth starting to push a little bit out, so he doesn't end up getting trapped. It is gonna be 1 minute and 49 seconds left on this match. Butcher having the Are they gonna be switching over positions? They are, and they're just playing cat and mouse here with us.
That's a nice wall. I want to be there too for like 9 minutes. Here we go. One bullet's been
here we
taken.
go.
4 bullets remaining. Marth able to get on top of the roof. So he's going to be playing ring around the rosy once more. Marth
Butcher
with
needs
a
to be
high gun
careful.
advantage. He's 23 bullets. He's got to be careful. If he misses the shot on the M4, he might just struggle.
Butcher needs to be careful though with the He's trying to get a little bit too
trying to
fancy.
get it.
It might end up backfiring. I know you want to get fancy with it. Marcel's going to be pushing it, but it is Butcher with the shot sent down. The crowd goes wild, and he gets to go to the finals.
Oh, you could see Butcher how he put down the device. He's like, I've had enough. Go back home, Marth. You pissed me off. I'm making it forward. I am making it to the finals. And that means here, ladies and gentlemen, the Solo Master Tournament Finals will be between two Uzbek players.
Absolutely. What a phenomenal way to win that tournament there. Really, really good stuff. You did see Marth, though. He's like putting his jacket on. He's like, I'm out of here, man. I am out of here. I spent like 6 minutes in that match holding a grenade, and it's time to go home.
Please go home.
Back to your hotel. Come back tomorrow.
I'm happy. As I said, I'm happy that Butcher won. He was the one at least trying to push the action. Marth didn't leave his spawn for at least 7 minutes.
Right.
It was up until the point that Butcher decided to push up that baited that grenade. I felt like that was a big one. I think Pard in his mindset, he had an idea of what he was gonna do with the grenade, and he stayed with it on his hand for so long that he just became too tunnel focused with that, and Butcher was able to take advantage. I did get a little bit worried though, Natura, with Butcher just trying to go for that one shot, as you're gonna be able to see right here in the air, to sit down, go back to the lobby, and let's just do it one more time.
Oh my goodness me. What a play coming through there. I also shared your concern though, right? Because he was like, I'm so frustrated with how this is gone. I just want to go for that ego like clip, put it on social media, get something out of this at least, at least try and go for it. It is very risky. I didn't love it, but you know what? It worked out and worked out in style, so I can't complain.
He got the clip.
He got the clip.
To go to the finals.
You got the money.
Win-win.
Well, not quite yet.
I mean,
he's
he's got extra
he's
money.
securing
Well,
himself
he's got more,
money.
but-
Yeah.
He could get more.
So he did get them some extra money.
Yeah.
Wait, so Ramses and Butcher both have won their games.
Yes.
They're tiebreakers with
Yes.
a nom.
What, you want another tiebreaker?
No. That's not what I'm
Two
hinting
arms.
at. Relax.
Two arms.
Relax. Give it a second. Maybe we'll end up seeing some action here, which
I would love that.
I'm not
It's
against,
PO3.
honestly. True.
So the odds of a tiebreaker, like there technically, if we do have a tie
We're not even
on
gonna
the
think
last
about
game.
that. I'm just excited to see who's gonna end up being the champion. There you go. You can see the path of this players all the way to the finals. Ramses, where's he from, Ventura?
Ramses, he's from Upgrade.
Did you just have to look at that?
No.
She looked at the logo, I saw it.
No,
She was
didn't.
staring at the logo.
Saw
She's
nothing.
like this. Yep. Okay.
No, I was looking at it anyway.
And Butcher, the 7-2-1 aggressors. I'm excited to see who's going to end up winning here. You know what? Any ideas on who you guys think is going to win?
Oh,
Put
that's
you on the
really
spot.
hard.
Butcher.
Butcher, you think?
I respect.
You know what?
I respect the
50-50,
fast
let's go
answer.
Ramses.
Thank you. I don't know why you respected it, thank you.
It was just quick.
Oh,
like
okay.
it. Nice. Not
Unlike that last game. Oh, sorry,
Thank
again.
you.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I think she was just like,
to be honest, you missed that window of time when it's like optimal to do a fist bump.
Nah.
Yeah.
He's
So-
blaming me, guys.
I say 50-50. But
think
we
that's
blame Marth
gaslighting.
100% for that tiebreaker.
Yes, we do.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm cool with that.
I'm just
cool with
shifting
that
the
too.
blame.
Agree. We can agree on this thing, yes.
You know what? While we wait for that next match, can we just replay that?
Yeah, can we?
just go back
Can we do it
real
again?
quick? Parth,
That was
Roman.
so good.
Yeah, just let me see the
Come
arm
on.
shot again.
You know you
We
wanna.
had it built up. It was about like 9 minutes building
Please.
up. Please,
Give us another 10
give me the
seconds. Come
satisfaction
on.
of just
Come
shooting.
on.
And then
We
once
wanna
we get
see.
the shot, rewind it again and then play it again because I just want to
was so
see how he was
good.
able to line up the shot. To be fair, it is a very hard shot to hit with the arm while the player is on the air.
Yeah, let's go.
Here we go. Marth.
All right.
Gets on top. Oh, I'm loving the slow-mo. Gets on top. He goes for it. The thing is, Butcher didn't even have full HP. He switched up, took off his legs, boy.
That's insane.
Send them back to the lobby. Oh, yeah. Oh, one more time. Just because. It was beautiful.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to get him. Oh, yeah, Butcher. Oh, you're nothing. Oh, my God. How do you do it?
There's no way he should have hit that shot, honestly.
To be fair, Marth was probably thinking that. He's like, okay, I was able to hit him earlier. He has the arm. Maybe he's trying to go for that lucky shot. He ended up getting that lucky shot.
It's crazy.
Happens.
It does.
He took damage only to lure him into a sense of false security.
Yes.
And it worked out. It's true.
I think that's what Marth was trying to do, and it didn't work out for him.
It's like, oh, no, you shot me. Oh, I am weakened. Please don't come over here. Yeah. I want to fight.
If Ramses win, maybe this is the confidence booster that they need so Upgrade can possibly end up doing good tomorrow during the final day of the PMGO. He's like, yes, I'm the champion now of the solo master.
I'm just thinking, like, he's so hyped. He's like, yeah, guys, I'm Ramses. I'm so good. Look at me. We're so ready for PMGO for the last day. And his other teammates were just like, sure, bro.
Yeah. Bro, yesterday
we're so happy for you.
We sucked.
Yeah.
Congratulations for you.
Maybe his mood is infectious. Who knows?
Maybe he's the energy his team needs, but no. I don't know. I don't think so. Sorry, I don't know what that was.
Please.
We've been here a while, okay? At the minute.
Guys, we're losing over here.
It's all right.
It's all these,
you're the mature one.
Tiebreakers.
Take it away.
All right. Looking real nice over here as we look at this 7-2-1 aggressor. Butcher coming in here versus Ramses. The crowd is going wild here, trying to boost up. Oh, right in there. Butcher with the arm. You know what? I love it.
Butcher, the new Orm main.
Oh, man.
He's going to the Orm main. Oh, Butcher!
My God.
Chill out. Okay, I know Marth annoyed you, but like, you don't have to take it out of Ramses. My man did nothing wrong. Oh my God! Is he gonna run out of bullets before he even gets eliminated? Like, it could be happening. Wait for the invincibility to wear off. Go on, one more. Do it again.
Do it again.
Do it for the boys. Oh my God!
Bro.
Do it again.
For real, please. Keep it going.
Do it one more. Oh, no, okay, it's fine. Hey, you know what? Butcher, 4 out of 5, good ratio. And now,
4 out of 5 is insane.
Oh, gets chased down. But wait until the Orm respawns once more.
Or will Ramses go for it? He might. Suspense built up.
No, double M4, akimbo M4. It's going to be the game plan for Ramses. Imagine you can hold 2 at once.
Oh, that's a nice headshot.
Ooh.
You will know this is me in game though when I'm starting to be like, ah. That's what I do.
It's gonna be Ramses picking up that
it's true,
now.
so I'm just voicing it.
Okay, Barney's here.
Oh,
Barney.
hi, Barney.
Who's winning between Butcher and Ramses? Come on. Butcher's winning. Barney said it, so that means Ramses is going to win. Let's go. Okay, we'll see you here wrapping around the concrete blocks once more on one of those doors from the warehouse. And we do see the Orm once again in play, able to jump on over the M4. It's going to be swap, but Ramses uses that Orm, the trusty Orm. Doesn't even need to scope it in. And he gets that elimination, 3-4. It's so damn close. So again, this is going to be a BO3 match. The odds of a tie a little bit lower, but in the final game, it could be going the entire way once more. Good nade. Doing a little bit of trickle damage on Ramses.
Hopefully nobody ends up choking up this lead because anything can happen here as Butcher trying to get the angles there. Butcher currently with a 1-point lead. Meanwhile, Ramses, he does have the he's going to be switching it to an M249.
Oh, yeah, he's spraying with it. Oh, he is. No need to reload with that bad boy.
Yep. He's trying to put that scare tactic in him, isn't he? A little bit there with that M249. Keep seeing people look at me and I'm cracking up a little bit here. Okay, 7 minutes on the clock, 3-4. At least we have a lead this time, Max. Okay, all right, and we're going forward with me some more because everybody wants to hear my voice.
I'll be right back at like 6 minutes.
Okay.
Okay,
So
just gonna go get a glass of water.
all you?
Going down the
Got
stairs.
a lot of very funny. Ooh, headshot going on here. Was that you're going down the stairs, boys?
maybe.
But very nice with the M249.
This is all you.
Got it already. As we see Ramsey. Oh, Butcher going, absolutely not, sir. I want to nade you because you were very mean to me earlier. 4v4 or 4 and 4. As we're evening things up at 6.5 minutes going on the board here. But really just kind of running away, and I have to shield my eyes from these two next to me because they are not very mature at all. Making me giggle. And that's not very professional, is it, chat? Not at all. See what I do for you guys? We're seeing, oh, M249 on the board right now. Ramsey's going, dang it, there's no I can't get him back with this one, but he can still get those tasty, juicy headshots in here. Again, though, I kind of feel like we're going to be going head-to-head here. Oh,
back
look,
up the stairs.
Max
6
is
minutes.
back.
I'm on time.
Nicely done.
Came back at the right time there, Max, as Ramses is able to get an elimination. Takes the lead. This was a player that was down by 4 eliminations. Guess what? The M249 is doing to him what Butcher was able to do earlier with the They are pushing the action. They are wanting to be aggressive. Butcher, very low HP. Ramses gonna try to get an angle here on him. He knows that he's gonna be low, and there you go. Ramses takes a 2 elimination lead.
Yeah, still got the M249 if he really wants to commit to the bit. Though he has to wait to regen a little bit more. Ramses, though, going to get pushed up by Butcher. One leg in hand, can try and use it. Oh, he tries to get the tier 3 vest and actually not able to get it. 5 to 6, 1 more point and we'll be back to a tie. I've seen too many ties for a lifetime today. Don't want to see another one, that'll be fine. Thank you very much. Ramses, nice big little pre-fires here around the corner of that door for the warehouse building. Double nade cook.
Oh,
but it does get unpinned for Ramsey. Does do so much damage. And Butcher with the now swapping on over to the M4. I think he knows he did a bit of damage with that nade. Jumps on over, trying to get himself that drop shot, and he gets it done. 6 to 6. The biggest comeback of the day, the biggest comeback of the decade, maybe of the century. Am I overhyping it a little bit, guys?
No, you're good. Keep going.
Of the millennia!
Wow.
Okay, is that, so where's the limit? Like 500 years? Like where are we?
Yeah,
400?
something like that. 400 sounds about right. Or 600, you know, 6 and 6. Does that equal 12 then? 1200?
Isn't a millennium 1,000 years?
Yeah.
Yes. So like we're putting in between. Like I went to 100, then 1,000, then you said too much, I'm putting it.
Yeah, you're
Price is
quite
right.
You're quite right, but the still is here! Oh my goodness me.
This is what happens when Butcher is able to get his hands on that He's trying to get those shots, though. He is going to end up running out of ammo, and now he picks up the M249. This is actually massive, because remember, Ramses was able to come back and build up a bit of a lead whenever he did have the M249. Now he's not going to have that to his advantage. Now it's going to be Butcher on the other side with the lead and the M249. Let's see who's going to be able to strike it first. Ramses going for it. He is going to be able to get him, and is he going to be able to get that M249? No, he's not. He's just going to make sure that he has at least 2 M4s to his name.
I feel like the meta has shifted in these like few matches alone, where the center became even more impactful, not only because of the map control of Warehouse, but because the spawn of the Orm just keeps coming up. And actually, one thing I found very interesting here, Neptura, is that they still pick up the M249, which is not as good as the M4 in this kind of environment. Like, it's very great to clutch 1v2, v3s because you have got so much ammo, but we do see them pick it up because it allows the Orm to respawn a little bit sooner. And that is something that actually helps them a lot and is very clutch, as we've already seen in a few of these matches from today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually very strategic, isn't it? It's very, you know, nice. I agree. I agree, Max. No, but also, it also gives you that opportunity to do those tiny little sprays without having to reload too much, and that also takes up time as well. So
good for pre-fires.
The M249, great for pre-fires, great for not having to reload so much, and saving a little bit of time as well.
Actually, I don't know what happens if we get a tiebreak on the first game of BO3. Do we do a tiebreaker for that specific game or not? Or does it just
I believe it just ends up going to the other match. It is best of 3. So if for some reason we are tied after 3 games, then I'm thinking we end up going to a tiebreaker. Not fully confirmed, but that would be the ideal thing to do.
Ramses
finally we see somebody being able to fully connect with the nade, and that's what can happen there. 8-8 apiece. They are trying to go with it. Ramses hasn't realized that Butcher is going to be to the left-hand side. Butcher going for that level 3 helmet, doing the strategy that Max wanted to do himself.
They
Guess
can
what?
play.
He's trying to
I
do it.
understand
He's
the
trying to win
holding
it
and the
all, Max.
chanting. Well, not really chanting, but the holding. It's because it's tough. They're playing for a lot.
Can be quite impactful. It's able to suck up a few more of those bullets from Ramses. Ramses, I believe, no more nades. Big free fire does hit the headshot. Ramses down to half HP. And now, Butcher just wants to try and force him back, but Ramses knows he wants to regen back to 100% HP. Going for the push, getting in close quarter combat without a weapon in hand to be a little bit fast, and because of that, he will suffer the consequences, which is giving a point to his opponent of Butcher.
Yes, indeed, but with a minute and a half to go, we might not even need that tiebreaker just yet, right? 8-9. Let's see where that nade goes. It could be good, not quite good enough. 8-9 is the tally still. We'll see. Let's see how it goes. 27.
We'll see how it goes, yeah. 9-8. I think now Ramses is the one having to push. He's really trying his best to get involved, get an extra point to Butcher, make it another tight situation for this first game of the Tier 3. 1 minute left, though. Meaning no long time to spare. Here we go. Ramses gets it. 9-9. About to break double digits here for the first game of the finals.
A minute left though. Ramses, his armor is gonna be a little bit tucked. He's gonna try to go for that helmet. I'm not sure if he's gonna be able to get it, as Butcher is just applying the pressure. 40 seconds left to go. Can Butcher end up getting an angle? He's gonna get touched up right there. His armor is still intact. Oh, can Ramses get it? He's getting aggressive. But Butcher being able to clutch up and take the lead with only 30 seconds to go, Max.
Yeah, Ramses, you need to send it. You need to get involved. You need to fight. You need to be hungry for that point. And he is currently the one approaching. He's encroaching on the terrain of Butcher. The nade pin is out. He's trying to chuck it on over. But yeah, indeed, the wrong side. Niptura as the Orm has been picked up for Ramses. Is he going to try and clutch it? Is he going to try and tie it in the last second with the Orm? The nade also is going to be ready to be thrown on over. You've got to push it up. You need to go for the fight. He pushes with the grenade in hand. Not the play! And self-nades! But it does not count as a point.
It does not.
And it's 10-9.
10-9. Wow.
So we tested the theory about
we
the 1 point.
did test the theory. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that.
Yeah, Butcher to win the first game here of the BO3 for the Solo Master Tournament. 1 out of 3.
1 out of 3.
One more win here, maybe the next game, and we will be crowning our champion and taking home $2,500.
That's insane.
That's a good day's work.
That is a great day's work, right? But we are going to be looking at now so many things coming back, right? Ramses is going to be like, not on my watch. He's going to be playing extra hard.
Yeah, and Butcher's going to be like, yes, please, on my watch.
Yes, true. You're quite right.
Those shots that Butcher was
At
able
the
to
start.
get at the
So
start,
good.
the lead
4
that
in
he
a
was able
row.
to get, those 4 in a row, that's what you wanted to see. And honestly, he was rewarded there at the end. You don't want to end up pushing up with the grenade. It ended up backfiring for him. But I'm glad we got to see some action. Now the pressure is going to be on Ramses. Can he bring it back? And can he force a third match?
It's entirely possible. They have been so neck and neck, honestly. It's been, and also they've been very, very strong this entire tournament, right? They have gone head-to-head with many different players and come out on top. So now we've got the best of the best going head-to-head.
We've never throughout the entirety of this Solo Master Tournament had a lead created before the game even starts. And I think that's going to be changing the mentality quite a bit in favor of Butcher. He's going to be in control from the start. Even when it's 0-0, he knows I'm currently leading this game. I can control the pace of how things are going to go down. So Ramses needs to try and prove himself. He needs to make it a tie once more, 1-1 in this BO3. So Ramses, he's the one that has to prove himself in this match.
I think it's going to come down to that pressure. Can Ramses do this? Can Butcher just hold on to that lead and, you know what, finish it with 2 matches? That would be absolutely lovely. For everybody currently watching all over the place, let us know in the comments below. What do you think? Who do you think is going to be the Solo Master, the last one standing?
Butcher, he's going to win for sure.
I'm excited to find out. I'm excited to see if we're possibly going to end up seeing some more action, because that, the takeaway for me out of this whole tournament is I want to see more
Same.
It's the best. It is
so
fun.
good.
But actually, 7, before we get, actually we're getting into this one. Do you think we're going to a match 3? Or do you think 2 matches is all we're getting?
I think Butcher, with the aggressiveness that he's been able to showcase, he is going to end up doing exactly that.
Well, you're
going
right.
for the going for the I think he might readjust a little bit in regards to what happened in the last match, right? We saw him being able to get those 4 eliminations leads. If we do end up seeing that again, I don't think he will allow Ramses to get even close. He knows what's going to happen now. And this is the thing with this kind of matches. They end up adjusting to it. These are wanting to be professional players. You can see now Butcher with the 2-point lead, Neptura.
Yes, indeed. But still a long way to go just yet. Butcher trying and failing there with a little trick shot. That's what I was trying to say. Trick shot with that Once again, just 2 bullets left. He knows where he is, though. He's trying to get that pre-fire going, but it's not quite going to work.
I do like the strat of Butcher, which is Orm if he's pretty far away, and he swaps on over to the M4 when he actually is getting pushed.
Yeah.
So that if you're tough, even when he's getting pushed, it just works out. Like, he was like, you know what, I had enough of my strat I initially had and the theory of this commentator, so I'm just going to be switching it up a little bit, and it ends up working greatly in his favor. 3-0, misses that shot, no more bullets on the Orm, but now he does get the M249, and as we talked about earlier already, Neptura, the free shots with the M249, great weapon to do so.
Yeah, absolutely, and you're going to probably see a lot more of that coming through here as Butcher just distances himself just a little bit. Meanwhile, Ramses trying to get those super tight, quick shots coming through there, and they're going to see what's going to go on. The nades are possibly going to be traded here. We did see one on the side of Ramses doing things. Oh, trying to do that quick little shot we saw from the other day, and it does work for Butcher. He's now got that level 3 armor.
Yeah, the little animation cancel, and also the angle that was not expected from Ramses. Butcher is able to claim himself his 4th point. And Ramses just getting a little bit bullied in this game. Not gonna lie, he's really not able to find any good, strong opportunity. Butcher just playing around by now. And again, the lead, when you are in the lead, you are kind of just dominating the mental game also versus your opponent. Ramses knows he has to push, he has to be aggressive. And forcing you to be aggressive, forcing you into bad positions, can make you do some pretty severe mistakes. As Butcher here, again, as we talked about, controlling the most important part of the map, which is the central area.
Yeah, Ramses is, I mean, I appreciate what Ramses is trying to do here, right? He's going full aggro. He's dodging and weaving. He's trying to get all those angles. But Butcher just seems to know what he's doing. I don't know if that's what he's picked up from the last match. Maybe he was studying him a little bit as well. But it certainly does not seem to be going his way.
The adjustment that I was talking about, that's what he was going to end up doing. He was going to want to go for that lead and know that he cannot back off. He cannot allow Ramses to end up picking up an M249 or an because that will end up putting him at quite a disadvantage. But right now, Butcher making sure he keeps controlling that center of the map. Ramses tapping away. You are going to have to reload. Butcher seeing if he could possibly get an angle right there, and he does. Puts a headshot there with the
That's insane. Another I kind of feel like, am I right in saying that all of his, okay, except for that one, all of his elims so far have been from the
I think 4 of them were.
4? Okay.
Yeah.
That's still the majority. That's still pretty impressive.
Plus the first 4 from the first match.
Exactly. Yeah, absolutely.
I can call it T1.
Ramses trying his darndest. He really is.
Because they can just hold him out.
But at the same time, he seems to be at the moment no match for Butcher and his except for that one time when he missed. Oh, but he's trying it again, but no, switches over to the M4. And yeah, I see what you're saying, Seven. I really do like his timing on getting to the M4 and switching those weapons, because that is going to be his 7th elimination for him.
He knows as long as he keeps controlling this center area, Ramses is not going to be able to do anything. He's going to switch it up. Go for that shot first, being able to hit it just like that. If he for some reason does end up missing it, guess what? He's still got that M4, baby.
No.
He's just going to be switching it up back and forth. Ramses, the thing with Ramses at this point, 5 minutes and 45 seconds left with the 8-point lead for Butcher. You're kind of put in a situation where you have to force the action. You're going to have to expose yourself even more, which is going to end up giving Butcher an even bigger advantage.
I think we are slowly making a case of how good the Orm is in this mode, because limb shots are one shot. That is something that is really, really significant, and it's allowed Butcher to get so many of the limbs. 10-0. It is not even funny. If you're a Ramses fan right now, you're just feeling bad. You're feeling terrible. You're feeling horrible. As Butcher is looking to get it once more, and he does eventually go down. Can you get the Orm right now? Actually, no, it's an M249. That's quite unlucky.
Yeah, no, it is good for him. Remember, he was able to bring it back with that M249 in the first match. This could be the thing that Ramsey's needed. But for Butcher, I love all the adjustments he's been doing. I love him keeping the pressure on. And right here, he's still getting the angles. He's not doing any of the other stuff that we have seen in the previous matches. He's not staying back. He's making sure he keeps going for it. Ramsey's, he has to be the aggressor here. He needs to, we need to see some urgency out of Ramsey's besides just holding angles and getting shots. But the thing is, Butcher is just waiting for the right angles. He's going for it. You can see him being able to connect right there, trying to see if he can confirm that into an elimination and make it a 10-point lead once again.
Yeah, we're now going to be 4 minutes and 20 seconds away from possibly crowning our solo master tournament champion. We're just going to be making it forward. But Ramses right now, Niptura, if he wants to maybe make it go to a game 3, he needs to start going for the push. He cannot allow himself to just stay here because, again, he's not in control. He is not in the lead. He needs to be the one to initiate.
There's no way he can get like 9 kills.
Exactly. He has to bait
4
Butcher
minutes
into actually pushing
without Butcher
and
even
trying
killing
to do
him. Yep,
something
that's
there.
it.
But I don't even know if
Butcher
that's going to work
won.
at this point. Butcher is just
GG's.
on such a high. He's feeling good from all those elims. He's got all these angles down. He's getting pretty quick with it, right? And so I feel like at this point, as much as Ramsey does and as good as Ramsey is, I think this is game over.
I think that we are definitely going to struggle to see it come. I mean, technically, in that amount of time,
technically possible.
Mathematically
sort
possible, but we're going to have to see elimination after elimination. And the thing is, the center control is just so heavily skewed in favor of Butcher. It's not even funny. He's just controlling every single nook and cranny of this map. Butcher up to the MP49, trying to go for some big free fires. Bloom shot's not going to be that accurate, but it does not matter whatsoever, as that's going to be 13th point. And now he's just going to the enemy spawn. He's looking for the push. He does not care if you're invincible. He's going to try his best to get you once more.
That could be the dagger right there. And actually, I feel like it is going to be the dagger. 13 eliminations, 3 minutes left. It doesn't matter whatever Ramses ends up doing.
Yep.
This man is currently on a hot streak. All the shots are hitting. He's tunnel vision. He is just becoming full-on Ultra Instinct.
Yeah, he went Gear 5 right there in that end game, and he gave himself an extra elimination for his trouble here, Ramses. But unfortunately, 2 points is just not going to quite make it. But I do have to say, for Butcher, we've seen how good the entire squad has been when it comes to fragging potential. But right now, Butcher is a standout amongst everyone in the solo master tournament, and gets me even more excited to see him play into tomorrow's 6 matches.
Absolutely. I am going to love seeing him and the team playing, knowing this is what it looks like on the ground. This is what Butcher does, and it scares everybody because this guy's scary, 17-2, and he's dodging it. We even look at that side-to-side angle. I mean, Ramses does pick it up in the end, but he came darn close to losing that.
Yeah, I mean, no, at the end, it doesn't really matter. I think Butcher knows it's in the bag. He's just playing maybe for the clips, maybe trying to get himself the orb once again in the middle of the map. But I do respect that Ramses is trying. He is pushing. He's trying his absolute best to get something done in this game out of pure desperation. But no amount of desperation will make this comeback possible. It does not matter. But Butcher still trying to maybe breach a 20 elimination game, which we have seen a few times, but those are quite rare. And it would be the crowning jewel moment to have it happen in this final match.
Absolute domination that we're seeing here from Butcher, from the 7-2-1 aggressor. A player that came in from the open qualifiers, gonna be taking the solo master. There you go, Ramses at least being able to save some face. And at this point, I'm just thinking about it for the future. Whenever we do have the solo masters again, I would like to see a match between Butcher versus Nomi. Yes. That would be a fun one. You can see these players now at this point, 519. Honestly, it's absolutely impossible for him to be able to catch up.
It really is. It is game over, but I know we keep saying this, but he's really giving it the old college try and he's doing a darn good job of it. I mean, he is up to 5 elims, right? In any other scenario, this would be a good, decent amount of elims, but the thing is that Butcher has just run away with it. He has sprinted, galloped even, so that 5 doesn't really mean anything.
Yep, and the lion's share of $10,000 is just around the corner. It's 30 seconds away to be exact. And he better start thinking about what he wants to buy with that, because I'm telling you, he is going to be enjoying that prize pool. He's going to be enjoying that crown on top of his head. As Ramsey's trying his best to maybe try and reach 6 eliminations. He does get it. You know what? That's nice to see. But the 20 elimination bomb has in fact happened. And Butcher will become your solo master tournament for PMGO 2025.
Butcher being the one that was able to master the AWM. That is, ladies and gentlemen, your solo master tournament champion, Butcher, from the 7-1 aggressor. This is when legends are born. And this man right now has put a big target on the back of his head, because a lot of people are going to be wondering, can they beat him on a 1v1 in a future solo master tournament?
I can't imagine either his Instagram DMs or if he streams his chat. 1v1 me, bro. 1v1 me, bro.
Hey, can you
lovable.
trial me for the team, please?
Yeah.
I wanna try. I wanna see if the battlegrounds myself.
And if I'm Butcher, I'll be like, yeah, I'll 1v1 you.
Sure.
For $100.
For
Pay
100.
me first.
Dude, yeah. That would be so nice. This is a pretty good gig if he's doing that sort of thing. But no, I'm going to be very, very excited to see what he can do after this now, you know, going back into tomorrow, like you said. I think it's going to be interesting to say the least. I kind of wonder now if we are going to see perhaps Ramses being like, I'm going to get you tomorrow. You are mine. In-game. Yes. But like, I'm going to get you. I wonder.
As much as we want to speculate here what could happen tomorrow, make sure you tune in. But what I'm going to do now is I want to see him re-crown as the champion.
Yeah.
So let's send it over to Barney on the stage.
Welcome back to the main stage, where we have found our solo Masters champion. It is, of course, Butcher from the 721 Aggressors. We would like to present to you a check for $2,500 and crown you the solo Masters champion of 2025.
Demak, qadrli do'stlar, yakkalik bahslarida barcha raqiblarini dog'da qoldirgan chempionni taklif qilish payti keldi va u 2,5 ming AQSh dollari bilan taqdirlanadi. Qarshi oling, Z721 Aggressor jamoasi a'zosi Butcher!
He deserves it, Sean. He more than deserves it.
This is cool. This is the good moment. This is the fun bit. You have a giant check. How cool is that? What a fantastic performance, Butcher. Congratulations. Yesterday, I just want to know, yesterday when we kicked things off, did you expect that you would win?
Xo'p, ajoyib chiqish bo'ldi. Kecha musobaqani boshlaganingizda mana shunday natija ko'rsatishingizni kutganmidingiz?
Kutgandim, finalga kelishimni kutdim, lekin Ramzes yutadi deb o'yladim meni.
He expected that he will go to the finals, but he didn't expect that Ramzes will not. He was expecting Ramzes will beat him.
Ushbu g'alabaga bo'lgan qadam sizga qay darajada o'zingizga bo'lgan ishonchni oshirdi va shu bilan birgalikda sahnada yakka tartibda o'zingizni bemalol ko'rsatdingiz va bundan ko'nglingiz to'ldimi?
Albatta to'ldi.
Yeah, he's satisfied.
That was about whether or not Butcher's confidence has been lifted by that going into tomorrow. Now, thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage. Congratulations once again. Let's make some noise for Butcher from the 721 Aggressors.
He was my pick.
What an amazing performance, and best of luck tomorrow.
He deserved it. He was the one that's pushing
with that, just
in
one
that
day
segment.
remains. And remember, Smash rules are in place. So tomorrow could go the distance, or one team could just seize the day. Only time will tell. Thank you so much to all of the production, all of the talent, and of course, all of the players for all of your hard work this week. Like we've already mentioned, tomorrow is our final day, and we cannot wait to see you there.
Demak, qadrli do'stlar, eng hayajonli birinchi kun ham ortda qoldi. Ertaga yanada o'z mahoratlarini namoyish eta olgan eng kuchli jamoa esa shohsupaga ko'tarilib, g'oliblikni qo'lga kiritadi. Va shu nuqtada biz siz bilan ertaga qonli to'qnashuvni guvohi bo'lamiz. Hozircha esa xayr omon bo'ling.
The Infinix GT20 Pro. PUBG I'm not gonna stop saying it again. If you're watching, you know my address. You know what to do.